Okay, we are now back on the record. Mr. Satterwhite, as we left, I guess last evening, was still on the stand undergoing cross-examination by Ms. Mansell. Ms. Mansell, would you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Satterwhite.
Good morning.
I'm going to start by clarifying something that we talked about yesterday about the tariffs CS coal contracts.
Yes.
Staff went back and looked again last night, and we did find all three contracts. So that issue has been resolved.
Yeah, and I think the confusion probably was one happened after the report that we filed in July, so the end-of-year report will have that. That's probably why there was a mix-up. Perfectly explainable.
Thank you very much. Now, when we left off yesterday, we were talking about the PJM oat. I'm going to switch topics just for a few minutes and get back to that.
Okay.
When we talked yesterday about the proposed tariff about denial of service, I think that we probably should go ahead and have I'll have some questions just in general for you.
Okay.
I can get my colleagues to help me. Good, thank you. Hey, the funeral home thing. Okay, this package, I'm going to call it the cover sheet, but the first page is the proposed tariff. It's already in the record. The other three documents are exhibits that I will introduce. Just to refresh our discussion from yesterday, under number 18, the denial or discontinuance of service, and we're really looking here at the denial of service. That first part of that sentence before the semicolon, the company reserves the right to refuse service to any customer if the customer or any member of the customer's household is indebted to the company for any service theretofore rendered at any location. So can we unpack that together?
Sure.
See if you agree with me. Just that part of the new tariff seems to indicate four different scenarios. Two scenarios involving a customer in whose name the account is held, and then two scenarios involving a member of the household of that customer. The first is denial of service at the service address where the debt was incurred by the customer. The second is any location where that customer may ask to receive service. Similarly, for any member of the household, it seems to indicate denial of service at that address, service address, where that other customer first became indebtedness. I'm trying not to make this sound like an algebra calculation.
Two trains.
So there you go. And then the fourth is if that member of a household where the debt was incurred applies for service at any location. So I want to walk through those pieces in commission precedent in regard to that. Let's start with the customer in whose name the account is held. Let me have you turn to, it's tab number 2, because this is exhibit number 2. Yes, the exhibit number 2 I'd like to introduce. And this is an order dating back from 2001 in which the commission accepted a settlement agreement that provided for denial of service only for a customer in whose name the account was held, and that denial could be at any location. Now, I will tell you I did not want to print out all of the tariffs, but we're aware that there are at least 3 other utilities that have similar provisions where service can be denied to any customer who is indebted, the customer in whose account is held. And I know there wasn't a question in there. I'm trying to do this as background.
I appreciate the background.
So there is precedent for that particular piece. Can I have you turn to exhibit number 3? Yes, exhibit number 3. This is an administrative case, again, from the past, in 1984. Rather than asking you to read this into the record, I'm just going to read some significant parts and see if you concur that this is what the order says. On the first paragraph on the first page, on April 6, 1984, the Commission issued an order inviting public comment on the recurring issue of whether the husband and wife should share the liability for payment of a utility bill where the contract for the utility service was made by only one spouse. Do you agree that's what is on this paper?
Yes.
If you turn to page 2, paragraph 2, and it's the 4th line down, beginning, again, talking only about, if you will, a member of the household that did not sign the contract for the account. The factual situations that give rise to payment liability problems among family members are virtually infinite, and it is the Commission's opinion that no specific regulation could possibly address even the majority of these problems. Instead, a flexible case-by-case approach in resolving these complicated situations is often fair to both the customer and the utility. Would you concur that that is what is on this page that I've given you?
Yes, from this order.
From this order.
Correct.
And let me have you turn to PSC, I'm calling it Exhibit 4. It's the Customer Bill of Rights. And that very first bullet point, see if you would agree that what it reads is, the customer, you have the right to service provided you or a member of your household in whose debt, a member of your household whose debt was accumulated at your address are not indebted to the utility. Correct?
That's what that says, yes.
So, what just a little bit that we've read from the order, the administrative case, the Customer Bill of Rights, goes to 3 of those scenarios. For the customer, would you agree? And let me walk through what those 3 are. The customer, let's just say the indebted customer.
Customer of record.
The customer of record, much better. The customer of record, so denial of service at the service address or at any location.
Yes.
And potentially denial of service for a member of the household at that same service address.
Yes.
So what is the basis for the broader version for denial of service for a member of a household at any address?
Yeah, as I stated yesterday, I'm sure this changed. I'm familiar with this overall theory across many jurisdictions. This is a common question that comes up. It's been developing over the years. I think Mr. Sharp would know the exact circumstances that probably led to us wanting to make a change. From a general higher policy overall position, not the examples that probably Mr. Sharp would have for why we're requesting the change. There's something in many jurisdictions called the benefit of service rule. What we find is that customers have, husband, spouse, and grandparents in the house, and they sort of play a game where they put service in one person's name, don't pay their bill, and then put it immediately in somebody else's that's an adult in the house, and sort of play the game where they're not paying their bill, so all the other customers are picking up that charge. But they have received the benefit of service because they've lived in that house. So that's sort of the global approach of how this has developed, since the 80s when the original order came out, probably, and maybe even before that. Customers can be very creative. So an overall policy is that concept of people trying to game the system and the rest of the customers then picking up the tab because we have, unpaid liabilities from customers sort of staying one step ahead because the rules allow them to. And
acknowledging that, and again, I did not want to print out reams of cases, but we do have cases where the commission has addressed a member of a household who attempted to get service at that same address where the customer of record had incurred debt. And fact by fact, case by case basis. There's commission precedent for that. Are you aware of any commission precedent for a benefit of service argument for a member of denying service to a member of a household where the customer of record incurred debt at any other service location beyond the service location where the debt was incurred?
Well, as I said, I'm not into the everyday. Steve Sharp might have better examples of that. I'm more grabbing from, in my former career, I was the legal director for the enforcement department for the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio. I oversaw the call center, the complaints, the investigators. This is a common issue that came up, and as the commission in Ohio, you try to balance protecting customers, but also making sure customers aren't gaming the system. And so that's where I dealt with a lot of these issues. So when I speak about it, I speak more globally from multiple jurisdictions. The exact Kentucky precedent, I'd have to defer to my people that have more expertise in dealing with this.
Okay. And I'll ask Mr. Sharp about those questions.
Okay.
Because it would be helpful to know also some indication as to, for example, how you indicate that someone actually was a member of a household when service is denied at an address other than where the debt was incurred. There are cases on record where the commission has made it clear that there was no evidence to support that type of conclusion.
Yeah.
I will just put that out for you right
Okay.
now, and I will follow up with Mr. Sharp.
And I'm familiar, there's been some discussion, I've heard about that. I try to work with our customer service reps a lot, because that is my history, that, there has to be some amount of proof. It can't just be, we do, by fiat, we just declare it. So how that works, Mr. Sharp would know better.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a
Yes.
question, interrupt here for a second? So if I understood the language, does the tariff state that say there's a person in the household, he's a minor, he ends up graduating, goes off to find his own place of abode, and tries to set up service for himself. He was a member of a household that was delinquent. Does this tariff say that he can't establish service because of a delinquency in the prior residence?
I don't know.
Is at any location, any member of the household?
And typically, when I've dealt with this in the past, and again, defer to Mr. Sharp, it's been people 18 and over that it's applied to. There's probably examples that led right to this, and there was a reason why we put it in there. So short answer is, I don't know. That's what that says. In the past, it's been people, non-minors.
Well, you can have somebody that turned out to be a non-minor that moves out of the household at a different location and be denied service,
I imagine it's that.
based on that tariff, if I hear it correctly.
Correct. And maybe, there needs to be clarification to make that clear. Again, Mr. Sharp would know better. The concept I'm familiar with of the benefit of service is it's people that are not minors receiving the benefit of service. That's the general state.
I think our only object is to make sure that for legal purposes, that the utility doesn't overstep its bounds and try to become all-encompassing. And sometimes the goal is to protect the utility, and attorneys get carried away and they put this big bubble over it, and they're protected from everything. So.
Correct. And I think the root of it is not protecting the utility, it's protecting customers, because these costs can get out of control.
They shoulder the bill.
Yeah, but clarification is always good, so I appreciate the conversation.
Thanks.
And my follow-up question, I think, would be, would Kentucky Power consider revising the proposed language in the tariff to address these issues?
I'd want to talk to Mr. Sharp to see why, but if there's holes like this that we need to clarify, absolutely.
Thank you. I would like to talk about the HEAP surcharge, the Heating Assistance Program. And this is more logistical, how the program works. We know that it's been in operation for quite a number of years, but it would help to refresh all of our understanding of how this operates. So the surcharge is collected by Kentucky Power, and this goes to provide monies to customers who meet, I presume, certain criteria to receive financial assistance with their energy bills, with their particular their electric bills.
Correct, and it goes to, sorry, I'll follow you. Yes.
Well, let's take this step by step. Kentucky Power collects the money. Is it primarily community action agencies in the Kentucky Power Service territory that administrate these funds?
That's my understanding. Again, Mr. Sharp deals with this on a regular basis. He's even met with them to talk about improvements. But yes, that's my understanding.
And again, understanding that this may be more of your understanding is more global. Does the money remain at Kentucky Power, or is the money actually forwarded to community action agencies?
I'm not aware of what account it sits in, like the electronic transfer, how long it sits in one place. I don't have those facts.
And this is for year-round assistance, is that correct?
I believe so. Typically, there's the winter heating season. I know from reading and talking with agencies, by February they say typically they're even out of funds. I know typically they have federal funds as well. They try to use those first because they could lose those, but they know our funds are going to be there, so we tend to get used in the second half of the heating season. So I think it's pretty much the heating season.
And when you talk about the federal funds, are you talking about the LIHEAP program?
Yes.
So even though they share these two programs share similar names, they are in fact different programs.
Where the funding sources come from.
From the funding, okay.
We're trying to provide a benefit to help the local agencies help the customers.
Mm-hmm.
They might get funds from other places as well.
Sure.
It's a funding source to try to do that public good.
Do you know if there's an administrative fee included in the HEAP funds?
That I'm not sure of.
I'll follow up with Mr. Sharp on
Thank
those. And last, I'd like to get back to the PJM OAT expense. Is it correct that if the commission were to deny that recovery, that Kentucky Power would have to come in for another rate case?
Most likely, yes.
So is this a binary decision? The commission authorizes recovery in this case, or Kentucky Power comes in for another rate case?
Yeah, I have to obviously look at what the overall decision is of the commission. Hopefully it respects the balance of what we have in the settlement agreement. But I know there's something that's going to immediately impact my ability to earn the authorized return that the commission says I'm authorized to return. It's a large amount, and I have to make sure I'm managing the company properly and taking care of that. So my testimony has really been, we know it's out there. We can protect against if the number fluctuates up and down, what we expect it to, by waiting until October to see what the number is and then applying it on a going forward basis by tracking it. But I'm going to have to deal with it right away. It's such a huge financial volatile number. It's something I have to deal with.
Why is it such a huge number and a volatile number?
The way the regulatory compact works, as you know, a test year, historic test year, is a snapshot in time. So as I said yesterday, I might spend $1,000 on pencils in that test year. It doesn't mean in the future I'm going to spend $1,000 on pencils. It just means that's a representative amount of money that I need to manage the company properly and still sort of walk within those parameters and manage a company. When you introduce something that is 14, 17, who knows how many million more, that's not something I can adjust what I do day to day to work within that snapshot. It's completely volatile and outside that paradigm of that historic test year view. So that volatility forces me to deal with that. That's why we defer to the tracking mechanism so customers pay no more, no less. The settlement agreement has us still not recovering 20% of that. That's a big deal. That's a lot of money. But with the overall balance and everything else that's in the agreement, we think we can move forward with that and avoid having to file another case right away. And as you see in the settlement, there's the 3-year stay out as well tied to that. But it's volatile because it's completely outside the construct of that snapshot in time. It's such a volatile number.
I have 2 follow-up questions to that, which I'm sure you expect. Why didn't Kentucky Power file a forecasted test year rather instead of choosing to file under a historical test year, knowing that this money was out there and that it's huge and it's volatile?
That was one of my decisions. It was certainly on the table of how to decide what to file in this case. As you heard from other witnesses, I sort of sat everyone down and said, let's relook at everything. What can we do to decrease the immediate impact on customers? Mr. Phillips yesterday talked about how we wanted to finish phase 1 of the tree trimming to give money back to customers as soon as possible. Knowing that I have this vision and this plan of working on the denominator and affecting economic development over time, I'm sort of betting on ourselves and betting on the region that we're going to do better. And the future test year was just part of this as well. I really tried to skinny down this case and take out things like the credit card amount I talked about yesterday and other things to really just put in front of the commission a very basic case. There's not really a lot in here. It's our expenses, which all of our witnesses that are here can talk about every single expense that's in the case and justify those. And it's the basics of the regulatory compact. There's no, interesting pilots that are going to do strange things. And a future test year is part of that. If we filed a future test year, that's something different for our company. We've always done historic test years. It's something different for the commission, I think, although others have done it. It is different than the historical model. And I really wanted to come in and say, here's the basics, here's what we need, bet on us, we're going to bring industry here, and not try to put a bunch of extra facts into the case. And so that was part of my decision to keep it very focused. And that's why the tracking of the OAT cost, it's not saying we're going to put this in base and we're going to get this no matter what. It's saying whatever the costs are, that'll be what's flowed through to customers. Could be a credit, you never know. Probably won't be. But the tracking allows customers to pay no more or no less, and it treats it like it gives the commission the assurity to know that it's going to be just those costs and nothing else. If I do a future test year, I'm saying it's going to be this, and if it changes, that's what's in base rates. So if we assume $17 million and it comes in at $14 million, our base rates have $17 million of collection in it. The tracker makes sure that this huge volatile cost is tracked, and so the commission is assured that customers just pay that amount.
Let's talk about the volatility. AEP has had news releases indicating that they are investing in significant transmission projects. Can you tell us what that amount is across the AEP footprint?
Yeah, I didn't look for that last night. I know we talked about that yesterday. I think that's a post-Terry data request, or maybe it was Mr. Vaughn is going to talk about that later. That's not one of the things I looked up last night. But yes, there is an intention to do significant investment in the transmission system. And as I testified to yesterday, I'm trying to get as much of that in the state of Kentucky.
I have PSC Exhibit number 5 to help indicate what those amounts are. Can I just get them to the commissioners? What I'm printing out, we're handing out, PSC Exhibit number 5 is a printout from AEP's website, one of the news releases. And would you agree that the headline of this reads, AEP to fuel growth with increased investment in regulated operations and renewables?
That's what that says, yes.
Which have you turn to? It's at the top. It's listed as page 2 of 4. And in the third paragraph, where it says, is it correct? It says AEP plans to invest approximately $9 billion in its transmission business over the next 3 years.
Do you mind if I take a second to read this?
Please do.
Thank you. assume I don't need to read the renewable part, we're just talking about the
No,
transmission
no,
part?
that's true.
Okay, all right, then I'm ready.
And again, on the first page, it indicates this press release was issued November 1st, 2016.
Correct, and if it helps, looks consistent with my understanding of AEPs, that I can validate this.
That was what I was going to ask, is that consistent with the $9 billion investment? So of this projected volatility and costs, how much of that comes from this AEP's system-wide investment in transmission?
You're saying, how does this fit into the equation of the volatility?
Yes.
I'm not sure how many of these projects, the overall transmission spend for AEP could be out of the AEP zone as well, so I'm not sure how much is in. I'd imagine a lot of it's in the AEP zone. I know the flip side of transmission investment is reliability for customers. So the transmission network needs help or needs to be rejuvenated everywhere. So I know when I look at a transmission projects for Kentucky, I'm really looking at how I can alleviate our SAIDI metrics to make sure I'm improving service for customers and looking where there's congestion. So I imagine a lot of this is within the AEP overall zone, but the exact number I don't know.
And I like the term used earlier about two trains. In this case with transmission investment, there are two trains, or they're not, in that you've got reliability on one side, and then you've got earnings for the company on the other side. And it's not to say that one or the other is wrong.
Right.
But can we acknowledge that there are two trains?
I think there's probably 12 trains. Those are the two, maybe some of the major buckets. I know right now there's the fact that FERC's really incenting and saying, please invest in the transmission system, and through their actions, cybersecurity probably goes along with reliability as well in the other areas. So there's probably multiple chains, but absolutely those are two of the trains involved on the system.
Okay. Thank you. And not to beat a dead horse, I want to be clear about that, but going back to the historical year versus forecasted test year, what would have been the consequences had Kentucky Power not included the tracker or the request in this case, but waited until, however, 1 year out, whatever, to see what the costs were and then come back to the commission? Explain to me what impact that would have had.
It probably would have been a continuation in the company not earning a fair rate of return. I think this year we're earning, to date, we're scheduled to earn about 4.8% for a year. That's well below. During the test year, I think it was 5.8. If it were $14 or $17 million, just off the top of my head, I think it was like 150 basis points or something off of whatever else it turned out to be the return that we would receive. And, even if the commission approves 9.75 that's provided by the balance of the settlement agreement, the nature of a test year is there's still lag. It would almost be impossible to get to a 9.75. So we're already behind that, and then this would further take it down. And then you'd have the expense, again, for the customers of another rate case trying to put that in just to deal with that issue we know about.
So what benefits does Kentucky Power gain from being a member of PJM?
It's probably a 3-day question and answer.
Oh golly, we don't want to do that. Well, let me ask this a different way. The benefits that Kentucky Power gains from being a PJM member, how do they counteract the out costs that will be passed on to customers?
You have the generation and you have the transmission side, so there's multiple facets to PJM. Just speaking on the transmission side, the whole network across the country is changing with retirements. Really what I look for and all utilities look for is stability and certainty for customers, safe, reliable service. Part of that reliability is making sure we have the system that can deliver the power. We think we have the capacity now to handle for our customers. We hope to change that and make that a problem with economic development. But you could have another polar vortex, and you need to make sure the system's up to date and you have access to all types of generation, and you can move that. So a robust and vital transmission grid is really vital to every citizen in the United States. And the PJM is a large one that allows us to capitalize on the diversity of generation all across the system, that there won't be congestion and we can get power to our customers. The things that happen, in back rooms for cybersecurity, that they're constantly trying to stay one step ahead at PJM to make sure the grid's reliable. I mean, it's beyond now just a tree branch falling in Akron and putting New York City out. I mean, the things that they're doing are, pretty amazing to make sure that we have a secure grid for the country. So being part of PJM overall, provides us that security. I guess I'll stop there.
In terms of financial benefits, and recognizing you weren't here when the commission approved a case approving Kentucky Power becoming a PJM member, one of the guiding principles of the decision was that the potential to save money to customers. So how does these OAT costs, how does that implicate the issue of saving money for Kentucky Power's customers?
It's that stability and certainty to make sure that customers, when they flip the switch at their house, they're going to have power, because the overall transmission system that we're a member of is securing that. It's the backup to make sure if something happens with our internal operations, that something's always going to be there. I used to represent Indiana Michigan Power. They have the Cook nuclear plant. Gives all kinds of capacity and all kinds of energy. One thing happens and a turbine goes down, they're out for like 18 months. And you have a system there to back you up to make sure that customers aren't beholden to market. Sometimes when you really need it the most, it's when you have a polar vortex and prices go through the roof. And when you're part of a system like that, you have the backup in place to make sure you have the chance to keep costs down for customers.
And building on what you said about keeping costs down for customers, how does the PJM OAT help to keep costs down for customers, other than stability in the general sense?
It's making sure the grid works. It's paying our part, and our share for most of the costs. It's 6% of what goes into the zone, which is another benefit, I guess, for Kentucky customers. Is when I am successful in getting transmission built here and providing local jobs, someone outside of Kentucky is paying for 94% of what we put here in Kentucky. So there's balance overall, because there's a recognition that the entire zone is important to make sure, and the entire region is important to make sure there's a transmission system, or one state far away can affect another state. So the overall benefit is, if we're successful in investing here, others are paying for that investment, but we also have a duty to pay our share of the rest of the grid to make sure it works properly.
When the 6%, that is Kentucky Power's part of the AEP zone, correct? Is there any relation between the customer size, the customer base at Kentucky Power that goes into that 6%? How is that determined?
I believe so. Witness Vaughn is more into exactly what's in the PJM bill. He might be a better person to ask. And then beyond the AEP zone, it's lower. It's like a 5% or maybe even 4% for the total PJM footprint. But he'd know more about that.
Thank you. Switching topics. If the commission were to lower the revenue requirement from that contained in the proposed non-unanimous settlement, does Kentucky Power have any suggestions how the lower revenue requirement should be allocated between the classes or among the classes?
Before I give an idea, let me just say I don't think you should. Like I said before, the balance in the agreement, it was tough to get to the agreement that we have. Giving up 20% of these OAT costs, it's a big deal. It's a big impact. So I would hope the commission wouldn't disturb that and respect the balance we have in the settlement. How the commission would apply it, as I said before, I would hope they would then say, if we want to change that, we'll look at something else in the settlement to make sure the balance is still protected and lower the ROE, but change something else. But at the end of the day, it's up to the commission. I think applying that to the residential class to further decrease that is a fine idea. A lot of the things we did in this case, like I talked about before, the tree trimming, that doesn't hit all customer classes. In a past large rate increase from a rate case, it was putting $27 million, and that mainly hit the residential customers largely. And that's why I asked Mr. Phillips and Greg Bell and the good people that work for me, I know the commission's given you permission to implement the program this way, and you're allowed to spend $27 million a year, but do you have to? So there were some long days and a lot of spreadsheets, but we looked at that, and that's where it came out in this case of we could end phase one early and save money for customers. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to apply that to the residential class to further lower that. They were at about 15% with our case filed. One of the benefits of the settlement agreement is the overall bill impact, even beyond the case, for everything that it touches, takes that down to about 9%. Further decreasing that, I think, is a good application.
We have no further questions at this time, and Commission staff would like to move that PSC Exhibits 1 through 5 be entered into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
No, let the exhibits 1 through 5 be entered into the record. Mr. Cicero, questions?
I want to follow up a little bit on the last portion of her conversation with, you continue to talk about the 6% versus 94%. And I'm curious, you talk about zones and the spending in zones, and that's how it's determined what portion of Kentucky Power is 6% versus the 94%. What is the transmission capital spending on average per year in the zone that Kentucky Power is in?
For the entire AEP zone or the entire PJM footprint?
That Kentucky Power is contributing 6% to. What is that capital?
I believe that's in the record, but I don't know that off the top of my head. Witness Vaughn would probably have that. That's what leads into the projection for the $14 million.
How much is the spending that Kentucky Power has managed to obtain for capital projects?
When I came in, it was about, I believe the estimate was to be about $20 million, and I think we've raised that to $80 million. And then the next year, I believe it's close to that as well. For Kentucky Power to make that investment in the Commonwealth.
So just for a point of looking at numbers, 6% of $1 billion in spending is $60 million. So when we talk about 6% versus 94%, there's really Kentucky ratepayers are not enjoying some huge benefit from this 6% versus 94% split. That's my only point. I'm just pointing that out.
I agree with that. And the more I can get spent in the zone in Kentucky, the more we get both benefits. We get the benefit of the overall benefit of the system. We get the local investment in Kentucky, and it kind of shifts the payment a little bit.
Okay, so now I'm going to kind of start fresh here.
Okay.
We're going to go back to yesterday's conversations. You made the comment to the Attorney General that as all Kentucky Power employees and yourself, your stewardship is to control all costs and make sure that nothing is being spent that shouldn't be spent. Is that a pretty accurate statement?
We have to manage the company and make sure all costs are reasonable, absolutely.
Okay. Kentucky Power has a defined benefit pension program.
That's my understanding, yes.
Is it still active? Has it been grandfathered? Has it been locked and frozen? Or what is its status?
The detail of the pension is probably better left to Mr. Carlin. He knows better the details and the nuances of if something's changed or grandfathered, what that is.
Are there participants being admitted into the program now, or have you transitioned to a 401k?
Again, the nuances of that I would defer to Mr. Carlin.
That's a pretty straightforward question for the president of the company. I mean, that's a pension. Are the employees currently being engaged into a defined dollar benefit plan, or do you have a 401k plan, or do you have both?
I believe there's both, but Mr. Carlin would know for sure. Honestly, I've spent this past year being the new president. I rely on Mr. Carlin. I talk to him a lot. We have an overall benefit of having part of the AEP system of really having a benefit plan that I know is very vigorous and focused on. I know the company is constantly looking at how to update that and change that. We've really controlled costs. Costs have not gone up overall in the past few years. I know that. So I really rely on the Service Corps at this point. Certainly there's many things I'm going to get deeper into as we move forward. I've spent a lot of this year focused really on economic development. At this point, trusting what Mr. Carlin and the AEP company has set up for our benefits, because I think that's not the area I started in, turning over stones, but it's absolutely something I plan to get into.
Let me ask you from a different approach. Are you a member of the defined dollar benefit pension plan?
I'm not sure what I'm in.
I don't know what to say to that. Are you a member of the 401k plan?
I believe that, yes, I have 401k.
I was going to say, because usually you have to direct your investments. So if you're not participating, if you are participating in that and you haven't directed your investments, then you're
I've elected for the moderate risk, so there's different levels you can elect to be in if you want to be aggressive, moderate, or very low risk. So I know I've elected for the moderate risk for someone to help make those decisions.
So I'm fairly certain that there's a defined dollar benefit plan. At least I'm told that by staff. You're serving one of the poorest economic areas in the country, not just in Kentucky, but in the country. Do you think that you're being a good steward of spending if your employees are enjoying 2 pension plan benefits when a defined dollar benefit plan by itself is something that's gone the way of the dinosaurs? There's about 10% of corporations in America today that actually have a defined dollar benefit plan, and most utilities have it. I found that out. It's the double dipping in allowing employees to both have a 401k matching and a defined dollar benefit plan that the commission has been looking at and saying, wait a minute, your ratepayers probably don't even have a pension plan, let alone having 2 pension plans. What is your comment to that?
I think part of your question is part of the answer. What most utilities have. I know Mr. Carlin I know he's done multiple studies he's provided to the commission. I know ours is based on really what the national average is. I don't think you can compare working at the utility with comparing at any other business in our territory at a national competition level. And you want that because I want safe workers working for me. If I just say I'm going to do something completely different than the norm in the utility industry, then I might train people for a year and they all leave for Ohio or California or Florida, and then I'm constantly just the AA team for every other utility, and I don't have safe, reliable service for my customers. So Mr. Carlin can talk more about why we believe that's appropriate based on the studies that we have, but I know from a management point of view, I need to be competitive so I don't keep losing people or in the future lose people to other utilities.
Well, first of all, I would say that your greatest potential for losing employees is in the administrative side because they're more transient and are willing to work across lines because it's more common to be an accountant or even an engineer. But when it comes to local people that utilities keep referring to on the safety aspect of it, you're referring to your linemen and electricians and those people that are a craft that are supposedly unique to the utility industry. I would challenge that there's those types of hazardous occupations that occur all across the country. Railroads is not the safest occupation to be in. You could go through a whole litany. Working at a chemical factory. There's all kinds of jobs that are hazardous just by their nature. And those companies can make the same argument. But the benefit that utilities have, especially in a regulated industry, is the fact that you can charge ratepayers for it. And I think that's where utilities get off track here. It's okay to have a good pension plan. I don't think anybody would argue against that. It's where utilities believe that there's this extra bonus that they have to pay to their workers because they work in some special environment that's different or unique than other hazardous occupations. And I think that's where the utilities have to start looking at these double dipping, a 401k matching and a defined dollar benefit plan as a little bit of a stretch for the commission to look at. And I would challenge Kentucky Power to start looking at those kind of costs to be more competitive and more conscious of the people you serve because many do not have a pension plan.
I appreciate that, and that's absolutely something I'll look into. I know from talking with Mr. Carlin, and you could talk to him more, he tells me that utilities in California or advertising extra premiums, even above what is the norm in the industry, to try to get skilled workers out there. And my operation in Kentucky Power, I'm mostly field guys, climbing poles. We try to really skinny down the administrative side and rely on the service corps, because you don't want me with a company of 168,000 customers and accounts having my own staff that's going to be trading off system sales, my own staff doing all the HR work. It's better for me to kind of take and pay just a pro rata share of that with the AEP system. So most of what I employ are my customer service folks and my linemen in the field. It's vital. I've got very good people that work safely. Safety is the number one concern across all AEP. We've expanded that recently. I have a lot of contractors. We want to look at contractor safety. This commission recently had a case where there was a fatality with a contractor. So what's not in this case, we've gone above and beyond, and I'm going to be employing another inspector for safety. That's not included in the rates of this case. But I've got to make sure that the contractors, if they're under my flag, are safe. So I can't speak to the other industries, the chemicals and everything else. I know that someone dealing with a wire and electrons, it's very unsafe, and we're also seeing a rise in the public going into polls and having desks there as well. So what I'm concerned about is making sure what we do is very safe. And if I'm the one that first starts and says, okay, we're going to end it here in Kentucky, and we're going to be below the national average, I can look at that, but I have to look at that as what employee pool I'm going to have and what that does to safety and what it does for customers. So I appreciate the comment, but that's what I have to weigh as I look at all of this.
So if you walked into AK Steel, what would they tell you the first priority is for AK Steel?
There'll probably be something on the wall that says how many days safe they're working.
Exactly. The same thing that you're arguing. They're competing against that same worker pool. The problem is you can't just define it as a pool in a universe of utilities, because that's not the case.
I appreciate that, but it takes 5 years for someone to come from the first lineman up to actually get to journeyman, to be trusted to be fully on their own doing things. I know from dealing with the Brady Industries and the aluminum plant that they're going to have, safety is going to be their number one concern. There's a 2-year program at ACTC to be certified to work on any piece of equipment there. So I'm glad everyone's committed to safety. It's just in an area where I am working, it's an economically depressed area, and so I need to be able to attract the top talent to make sure the safety I'm responsible for is at the forefront. And so I think if you talk to Mr. Carlin, he'll tell you this is what I need to do to make sure I can attract that talent. But I understand what you're saying. It's truly a balance, and it's something I need to look at.
One last comment, and then I'll leave that one go. But you're serving an economically depressed area with a higher unemployment rate, which should make it easier for you to obtain, especially coming out of the coal industry, electricians and those type of crafts, to be able to fill your workforce, and you're not competing in the state of California. And that's
Correct.
a benefit to you. So the going overboard on the benefits and the health care and whatever, it seems to be prevalent in the utility industry. There has to be a balancing act, I agree. But there doesn't have to be a double down on insurance. Everybody assesses a risk. There's a certain level. And we don't have to be at 100% on everything, because if we did, everybody would be overinsured.
I appreciate that. And I just look at retention as well. All that factors in there as well.
So now I want to talk about AR. And I know that you yesterday indicated to Ms. Vinsel that it would be more appropriate to ask Mr. Vaughn, or I'm not sure who, maybe it was Mr. Hill, I'm not really sure, but
With what subject? I'm sorry.
accounts receivable, sale of accounts receivable.
Yeah, Mr. Ross, I think, is who.
But I'm going to approach you because we're talking about a policy that's being implemented at either the parent level or at the executive level of Kentucky Power, so it's more appropriately addressed to you.
Okay.
You're selling receivables to the parent company credit corporation. Normally, when factoring of accounts receivable is done, you transfer the bad debt along with it. You don't retain the bad debt at the organization selling that receivable. That's part of the transfer, which is how you can justify a higher interest rate than what you could attain if you went ahead and just borrowed short-term rate. Because right now you're paying a premium on it. So I'm trying to understand why Kentucky Power is selling their receivables at a premium and not transferring the bad debt portion with it, or why they're not just utilizing the short-term debt, which is lower.
And I apologize, I don't have the answers to that. Mr. Ross would have a better response.
So that portion of the interest that they're making off Kentucky Power at the AEP level by purchasing the receivables and charging Kentucky Power for it, I presume that benefit is going to shareholders and not being reallocated back down to the local level as part of an offset to any other costs that are incurred.
I don't know that it is or is not. I'd be guessing if I did. Part of the relationship, I think that might be factored into what the purchase rate is of the receivable that's sent along, but I don't know the answer to that.
I just know that I have a table here that talks about a pool that's set up for funds borrowed, funds loaned, and the average interest rate for funds borrowed from the utility money pool is 0.48%, but Kentucky Power is paying 1.94% or somewhere thereabouts on the sale of their receivables to sell it to AEP. So I'm not quite sure why there would be this activity going on, especially when Kentucky Power on the sale of receivables to AEP were $528 million, $604 million, and $522 million for the years 15, 14, and 13. There's a premium that's being paid on a significant amount of money that I would like to have an answer to.
Absolutely.
Lastly is on allocations, and I know yesterday Ms. Vinsel asked that there be calculations provided to us with specifics that show the portion at AEP that's being allocated in total and how the calculation is being performed. I understand there's a FERC methodology, and that AEP and Kentucky Power have a very good policy in terms of explaining how it should be allocated based on what. But I would like to see what those allocations are, and I know it's probably not going to be an easy thing to provide, but I'm interested in, since there's a stewardship that's occurring at Kentucky Power, how much control do you have over what's allocated down to you? Do you discuss it between AEP and Kentucky Power, or do they just dictate to you the amount that's been incurred at the corporate level or the parent level that Kentucky Power is going to take?
It's an active conversation. There's a formula that determines what our pro rata share is based on all the companies, and I don't know if that's based on customer count or revenues that we produce, but I know it's a conversation that I meet with all the other presidents from all the other operating companies, and we're constantly talking about how we can, we manage our costs, we manage our O&M, and then we talk to the Service Corps about how they're managing their O&M. There's been a change recently in AEP overall of how the assets that we've sold off some assets in some other areas, and we have some generation personnel. We've looked very closely, as all the presidents, of how are they using those employees. Are they providing value for the operations of the Service Corps overall now? So we ask those questions all the time. So we're managing beyond our own companies. We're managing what we see as a third-party vendor providing a service to us as well. It's a question we're constantly looking at to make sure that the costs are reasonable that they're passing down to us. So we looked at how they're spending. We ask questions. We're absolutely involved in all that. And then the formula that comes out of how that's allocated to us, Mr. Ross might be able to tell you exactly how that works. But I believe that's just based on the representative of what each company or subsidiary provides to the company, the share of the usage.
Well, I'm happy to hear that there's feedback that goes up rather than just down, because if it just flows from the parent to the subsidiary, then the cost incurrence is just a matter of being dictated and allocated. There's no input in terms of how to control that cost.
I'm constantly questioning that.
So I'm just going to pick one because it's a favorite one, the aviation and the planes and the crews. Is that a discussion that occurs to say, here's the cost to fly commercial, here's the cost to fly on corporate jets? And I'm sure the argument is time is valuable. We can fly people from Columbus to wherever it is and get them there and save time and bring them back. Is there any type of input that flows back from Kentucky Power up through the corporate office that says, we don't think our share is fair, we don't really utilize corporate jets. What kind of discussion occurred?
Yeah, personally, I think that allocation is fair. I think there's great value in the aviation costs. We only get 5% of those costs. But I think that one really starts at a board level. We have executives that are in charge of 16,000, 17,000 people. There's a safety aspect as well to make sure, even if they're flying the same, to make sure they're safely getting where they need to get with the pilots that we have. One follow-up from yesterday, I did find out it's 3 planes, and we lease those 3 planes, just something to correct from yesterday. But the overall benefit for Kentucky Power, I have 168,000 customers. Earlier this year, it's not in the test year, but this is a good example. Nick Akins flew to Washington, D.C. for the EEI conference, which is the meeting of all the executives. He's also President Trump's head of the Energy Infrastructure Business Roundtable, where President Trump wants to spend $1 trillion in the country. And our CEO of AEP is one of the chairs of that committee. So he had to make sure he was in the right place at the right time with the safety and security. He used the corporate jet to go there. I actually drove up from Ashland to Kentucky to make sure I could fly out with the executives to that rather than fly commercial myself. The plane was already going. We received a 5% share of that trip. But more importantly, while we were there, Mr. Akins took me to the White House, to the executive offices. And for a half an hour, I talked with executives on President Trump's staff about the workforce in Eastern Kentucky and the possibility for economic development in Eastern Kentucky. I don't know any other company with 168,000 customers that can get a half an hour in the White House talking about why jobs and manufacturing and infrastructure needs to come to Eastern Kentucky. So it's examples like that, it's using the aviation, gets the executives, important executives, in the right place, and we benefit from that. And that wasn't charged to Kentucky Power as a Kentucky Power trip. That was what everyone else paid for, so that I could go and advocate for Eastern Kentucky.
It almost sounded like a commercial.
That's the benefit. That's the real benefit of what we're getting here. And you say, what have I been working on? That's what I've been working on, because that rises everything, and it's that important. And I'm screaming and yelling and kicking my way kicking down every door I can get into, including the White House.
I don't think anybody is questioning Kentucky Power's intent to increase its customer base and try to improve the economy in Eastern Kentucky. You have definitely gotten your message out over time.
Thank you.
What we're trying to do is to make sure that in getting your message out, we can also understand the basis for the rate increase. So
Absolutely.
Those are the reasons for the questions.
Absolutely fair. And I guess I will say, we have a leadership conference where the executives try to tell everyone that manages someone in the company, and they try to locate and move that around. This past year, weather, it's been a different year for utilities. I guess I'll put it that way, real challenging. The weather's been very moderate, and that's really hurt utility companies because people aren't, they can open the windows. It's been nice days. An example, one of the presidents from one of the companies was supposed to host the leadership conference. Everyone was supposed to go to, I think, Roanoke, Virginia, the entire leadership. They would have taken planes there. And the president of APCO said, is this really appropriate? I know it's important to get out, get into our communities. We like the Nick Akins to come here and as well. But, is this the best use of our money right now? And what we ended up doing was canceling the trip to Roanoke, doing that from One Riverside Plaza in Columbus, and just putting that out on video so everyone could see it live. But that's an example of feedback from an operating company president saying, maybe we don't need to have this expense right now. There's value to it, but let's pull back a little bit right now. So there's definitely goes both ways.
Those are decisions that have to be made, and those are made in good conscience because utilities, especially in regulated states like Kentucky, enjoy a position that's enviable by a lot of companies, and that is the opportunity to earn a guaranteed rate of return. The opportunity. I didn't say earn a guaranteed rate of return, but the opportunity to. But you have the opportunity also to pass costs onto your ratepayers, something that if you look at a lot of other businesses don't have the opportunity to say, oh, I incurred additional costs, so I'm just going to pass them to the ratepayers. You enjoy a benefit, and therefore that is why you have to come before the Public Service Commission to justify those costs. And that's why I'm sure this is going to end up being a 3-day affair because there's lots of questions for everybody.
Absolutely. And there's lots of evidence in the record. The Attorney General asked me a lot of questions about studies and what evidence do we have. the company's provided a lot of information. We're providing a lot of witnesses. That's the evidence, and that's what the regulatory system has. And the other side of the other businesses you talked about, what also comes with that opportunity is a responsibility to serve every single customer. We can't say you don't look like you can't pay overall, so we're not even going to talk to you and try to provide you a product. We have a responsibility to serve everyone. And as I said in Mr. Vaughn's testimony, it shows you on page 18, 17 customers per mile, where Duke and LG&E, 41 and 43. It's tough to serve. It's a hard business. It's riskier in Eastern Kentucky. I think we all know that. But we take it seriously, and we've served every corner.
I'm going to save the rest of my questions for the rest of your staff.
Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews, questions?
I have a couple. Back to the oak.
Okay.
And I thank you, Ms. Vincel, for reminding me that one of the criteria for transmission investment in PJM is to facilitate renewable generation across footprint. And that also is, I think, quoted as being part of the thought process behind AEP's corporate transmission build-out. Does Kentucky have an RPS, a renewable portfolio standard?
No, it's not.
Does Ohio?
They did, and then they didn't. I'm not sure where the legislation.
Yeah, okay. You know, I don't know any more than that.
Yeah, Ohio's
They
been all over the
didn't,
place.
they didn't. West Virginia has a target.
Yeah, some
I think
states
is what
have
it's called, suggested target, and clean coal counts toward that renewable. Yeah, I think theirs is an alternative portfolio standard. And Virginia?
I want to say I think Virginia does, but I'm not positive.
Okay. And that brings me to how projects are chosen within PJM. I believe it's a stakeholder process,
Yes.
a very lengthy stakeholder process.
Yes.
Are the projects that AEP is building in its footprint, in the zone, I'm not so concerned about the projects outside the zone, are they in the regional transmission expansion plan, or are they nominated projects by AEP on an economic basis?
This is where we got to yesterday of what the exact names are. I'm not positive. I know there's multiple buckets. There's the PJM sort of mandated projects, and then there's in the zones maybe recommended projects that move forward. I think a lot of what is in the AEP zone are I would come to the commission and say I think there's a need to get a certificate to do something to show the benefit.
Are there any projects in the zone that would fit that facilitate renewable generation development?
I haven't reviewed the projects right now. I imagine there are. Mr. Vaughn might be able to give a better answer to that, but definitely I know there's been a big movement to renewables in other areas of the zone, partially to support economic development. So I would imagine there would be.
Okay. Is anyone from Kentucky Power participating in the PJM stakeholder process on what projects get built or how costs are allocated?
Absolutely.
And who is that?
Dan Snyder and Dana Horton really head up our PJM operations. I'm sure there's a bunch of people.
And that is Kentucky Power, or that is AEP?
That is the service corps.
Okay.
With 168,000 customers, we don't have someone dedicated to that. We really focus on them. And yesterday there was some discussion about what we get involved in, and we're involved every day. We make comments on anything PJM does. We have the benefit of all the operating companies working through the service corps to make sure our voice gets heard.
And how important is cost containment on those PJM projects? I mean, that's one of the concerns that I believe some state commissions have had, is that perhaps there's on time may mean more than on budget.
I could speak to working with our transmission group, and I know they're very cost conscious in making sure that we're doing stuff as economically as possible. And my understanding is through the PJM stakeholder process, anyone can raise those issues, and I know we always look at that. And to the allocation side, I know Mr. Vaughn mentioned something in his testimony about a proceeding where American Electric Power is involved talk about the allocation to try to lower the allocation for across the system.
And you've said that maybe without the tracker, there wouldn't be as much development. You wouldn't be as successful in getting transmission development in Kentucky. I think maybe paraphrasing what you said yesterday.
I think the tracker is more a focus of the financial viability of the company moving forward. Overall, I'm trying to be a transmission owner as well. I'm trying to attract the capital that AEP might spend anywhere in the zone. I'm trying to get that to be attracted or spent right here. Certainly having the tracker will allow me to make the arguments when I go forth for capital and compete against all the other operating companies, give me a better chance to attract it here.
And that brings me to the criteria for transmission expansions or transmission builds in the Kentucky Power footprint. Are there market or reliability concerns that we need to have made in Kentucky?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I guess drawing transmission capital to Kentucky, is that to solve a market problem or a reliability problem or a resilience problem within the Kentucky Power footprint?
I would say all of the above. It's something we look at to, one, it's the age of our assets that we have. Two, it's to make sure, I look at it as, when I came down, I asked all of our engineers, what have we done to impact reliability? What plans do we have on the shelf that we can provide better service for our customers? And that's sort of the criteria I start with for my transmission investment. It's improving reliability, and are there places for economic development? We need to make sure the system's robust so that we can deliver the megawatts that hopefully large IGS customers will need.
Okay. So maybe there are projects that you would like to have that aren't being funded now that you would like to go lobby for in Columbus. That's
Wherever I can get
again paraphrasing.
Yeah, where I can get capital. The AEP system allows me to get capital, and one, keep it for me and spend somewhere else in the zone and have it spent here. But it's all focused for me on economic development and reliability. And then we file certificates here at the commission before we build those for permission.
Okay, and back to that, and have it spent in Kentucky rather than somewhere else. How are the projects chosen to be built? Are there? If I think AEP transmission, I look at a great map that has a 765 line going across northern Kentucky. That's, I think, one of the more 765 extra high voltage transmission lines than all other U.S. transmission combined. I think is what your advertisement at the bottom of the article is. So I guess I'm wondering, in Kentucky, where are those transmission problems that?
Certainly. The system in eastern Kentucky obviously covers a broad area, and it's very old. So I know that I'm not familiar with the exact aspect of what's in the Hazard-Wooten that's before the commission right now, but I know there's something there that talks about the need for that. And really, for me overall, it's because we're so mountainous and so populated with trees, our SAIDI, our metric for measuring reliability, is higher than it might be here in the middle of the state. There's transmission fixes for that to improve the quality and reliability for customers. And that's something, if I can get the funds allocated to have that done here, and the commission approves those with certificates, we would build those.
How are the transmission revenues that flow back to Kentucky Power computed?
From a
Is that
transmission,
also on the 6%?
From a transmission owner.
As a transmission owner.
So as a transmission owner, if I am able to invest as Kentucky Power, that goes to, and I make a revenue from that, that goes to offset my overall return that I'm getting. So when I come in here for a rate case, that's all factored into customer rates. And if I get revenues from that, that's to the benefit of all the customers. They receive that benefit. That's all calculated in the overall rate base.
How are the administrative costs of PJM allocated across? Is that the 6%?
The administrative costs are part of, I believe, that LSE OAT. It's all figured in there as well, and so it goes into sort of that, I say bucket because it's not an individual line item. It's multiple line items. Mr. Vaughn can talk to you more about the PJM bill and everything that's on there, but I consider it a bucket of costs that go together.
And I have one more question that's not OAT related. And I'm certain I've seen it somewhere, but the K through 12 subsidy, the $500,000, where's that being allocated now?
I think we're continuing exactly where it is right now to the LGS customer. My understanding is
Okay.
it's a continuation of what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
No questions. Any
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
follow-up?
Mr. Satterwhite, Ms. Venzel, toward the end of last night's session, I think it was Staff Exhibit 1, showed you an article from, I think it was Sunday's Herald Leader, and it had a map on that. Yeah. And she asked you some questions. Have you had a chance to study that map better?
Yes, I have.
And do you have anything you'd like to further address?
Yeah, I think yesterday when I was asked, in the article underneath, it mentions the 5 highest poverty counties, and I was asked to confirm, or multiple counties, I was asked to confirm that there were 5 in my service territory. I looked down and I saw these counties that I operate in and do things in, but there's actually only 3 of these, not 5, that are actually in my service territory. That would be Clay County, where I have 17 customers, Martin County, where I have 4,831 customers, and Knott County, where I have 7,906 customers. I'm in the other counties because my economic development efforts, I can't look at my territory alone. I go beyond the territory because anything for the region is good is how I look at it. So I thought there were more counties in, but those are the 3 counties I was able to confirm definitely were involved. And then I believe there was a question about, the map's kind of hard to read, about the pink and what, you can't see the clear lines of where the counties are. And I thought the question yesterday about being in pink dealt with the counties, the 5 counties that we had talked about in the article. I would just point out to make sure it's perfectly clear, in case I was mishearing the question, if you look to the top of the map, you see Greenup and Boyd County, I believe, that are in blue. So it's not every county in our jurisdiction that are in those pink categories. And my hope is through the economic development that we get more of these in the blue with some exciting announcements I think are coming soon.
Okay, thank you. And with regard to Staff Exhibit 5 and the $9 billion, AEP's plans to invest approximately $9 billion in its transmission business over the next 3 years. Does AEP have transmission operations outside of PJM?
Yes.
And where are those located?
I believe, all over the country, the transmission, we have a PJM group that works in our own operating companies, operating territories. But I believe we're the largest transmission owner in the country as far as line miles, and we can operate anywhere. So we could be building transmission across the United States.
Okay. And would you be building transmission in the AEP West companies?
Yes.
And are they in the PJM footprint?
No, they're not.
And to the extent that you build transmission, invest some of that $9 billion in those AEP West companies or otherwise outside the PJM footprint, would those investment costs flow back to Kentucky Power?
No, they would not. In fact, there's a very large project, I don't know if the Commission's familiar with it, called the Windcatcher Project. That's in Oklahoma, Texas, and Louisiana. And the numbers, they're so large, it's kind of astounding, but they're taking advantage of the tax credit. And I think it's, $4 billion to build. And it's only going to cost half that, actually, in customers because of all the benefits and efficiencies it builds for moving renewable across that territory. So that's a big investment that the AEP Corporation is making that doesn't fit this zone and would never impact Kentucky Power.
And yesterday, Mr. Satterwhite, Mr. Gardner was asking you about Exhibit 1 to the settlement agreement and then the combined large general service / public school line. Do you have that in front of you?
1 second. Yes.
And what does that settlement exhibit show as the base case settlement increase for the combined LGS PS classes?
I'm looking at everything impacted, so I'm in the middle column, and that would be 5.4%.
And still looking in that middle column, what does it show as the average base rate settlement increase for all classes?
6.16%.
So that is greater than the combined LGS PS, is that
Yes, correct.
Okay. After Mr. Gardner asked you these questions, did you have an opportunity to ask somebody to pull apart the percentage increases for that combined LGS PS
Yes.
class? And what is when you pull it apart and the PS class stands on its own, what is the increase that the PS class will receive through the settlement?
Yeah, so the 5.4 is sort of combining all those together. So I don't remember the exact number, but the PS class was above 6%, above the 6.16% average overall. And the LGS was around a little over 5%, somewhere between 5, but definitely lower than what the public school increase is going to be, and definitely lower than the average.
Thank you. Yesterday, I think it was staff asked you some questions about Kentucky Power and your involvement in deciding whether Kentucky Power will be an RPM or FRR entity in the PJM. And you were a little foggy on that. Have you had a chance to update your understanding?
Yes, in fact, I knew that in the spring we talked about what I mentioned, should Kentucky Power go alone or go in the group, and I didn't know if that was couldn't remember if that was what I was thinking of with FRR and RPM or if that was something different. I went back and looked through what I had at that time period, and this was also during the major storm we had at that time period, so there were a lot of things happening. And I was actually able to find the documentation of what we look at, and we do tend to look in the spring. This one was a little bit later. This was in March. Typically, we try to look a little earlier. To level set, this is whether we should stay in FRR or become an RPM as we look out into the future. So I was able to get that documentation of the recommendation made by our experts at the Service Corps of how we should look forward, that we used to have the conversation about what we should decide to do.
Okay. And based on that documentation, what was your decision?
We decided to stay in FRR again.
And was there another aspect of that analysis that you undertook?
Yeah, I asked a lot of questions because we are long in capacity, whether it makes more sense for me to sort of leave the other AEP companies behind and go alone, for lack of a better term, or stick with the other AEP companies as sort of a group. So that was part of the discussion I raised to talk about and challenged our people to prove to me why, is there a reason I should stay or for me to go alone. Recently, PJM's put in the penalties that if you commit to something and don't meet that, there are high penalties for what you put into the capacity forwards. So for this year, I decided to stay with the group to manage that risk and give us some certainty. But that's something I made sure our group know, and I'm going to look at every year to see if it makes more sense to go along with the length that we have. Again, like I said, I hope to eat into that length with economic development, but there's an opportunity there to potentially go alone without the others. There's more risk involved for me if I do that, but it's a matter of, like everything else we do, managing that risk and deciding if it makes sense to do that. But for this year, we decided to stick in the group and to be decided next year if we're going to go alone or not.
If Kentucky Power were not a member of PJM, would it incur OAT-like costs for transmission services outside of Kentucky Power's footprints?
My understanding is, and again, Mr. Vaughn is the expert on PJM, no matter, you can't just operate and be insulated from costs for the transmission system. So whenever you want to access power that comes to the system, there's definitely costs. If we were to leave PJM, there's extreme costs of even leaving that as well. So that's part of the calculus too, to see if you're going to stay on the system or not.
And yesterday, there was some discussion about the Rockport Unit Power Agreement and the 12.16 ROE that's provided for by that agreement. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And did you you remember me asking Mr. Smith if he had examined the Rockport Unit Power Agreement bills that were provided in response to KIUC 1-43 to determine whether, in fact, Kentucky Power paid an ROE component of 12.16%?
Yes.
And as I understood his answer, it was yes, and in fact, he had appended those bills as RCS-15. Remember that?
Yes.
Did Kentucky Power, in fact, pay during the test year as part of its Rockport Unit Power Agreement an ROE component of 12.16%?
No.
And what did it claim?
My calculation is about an 8.18% is what was actually charged to Kentucky Power.
So if the agreement provides for a 12.16% ROE, why did it pay this approximately one-third less amount?
The 12.16 is what's embedded in the unit power agreement as sort of the starting point. There's something called an operating ratio in there, which can lower that, what's actually charged, what comes through on the bill to Kentucky Power. The operating ratio represents if there's other construction going on at the time, that lowers that 12.16%. And so in this case, I believe part of the what I believe is what's in this case, the Rockport scrubber was being built that lowered the operating ratio for the units overall. And so by month, if you look at add those up from once you apply that formula to the 12.16 starting spot, that's where you get the 8.18%. So that's what's in the test year. So if the commission were to approve the settlement agreement and the balance in there, that means for the next 3 years, it wouldn't be 12.16. It would lock in that 8.18% because we're making this a base rate item. So we're taking the test year amount of the Rockport bill that has that 8.18 and making that the cost over the next 3 years. That's reflected in rates.
And did you have an exhibit prepared showing that calculation?
Yeah, I asked someone because I thought there was confusion, so I asked someone to prepare for me what the 12.16% would reflect in the bill, and then also take the actuals, and they prepared that, and it shows that it's actually $1.8 million less than the 12.16 assumption if you take what actually is reflected on the bills.
I'm going to ask Mr. Gish to pass this out. Could I have this marked as, I believe it's 12?
Yes.
It would be
8.
8. Thank you. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Senator?
I better take your copy to make sure.
I hate to butt in again, but let me ask Mr. Cook and Mr. Chandler, are you still okay on time?
I think it would all depend on Mr. Overstreet at this point if he would be going much longer. I just don't know.
No, and that's a very fair question. And the answer is no, I don't intend to go much longer. Mr. Satterwhite, do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And in the interest of conserving time, can we go down to the bottom line that is grayed? It's called estimated monthly ROE.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes.
And could you scan across there quickly and tell me what month had the highest ROE and what that was?
Sure. I believe that was March of 16. That's a 9.12 ROE.
Okay. And then what month had the lowest ROE?
That appears to be 764, and that's of December of 16.
And if you went 2 months
Oh,
to the right,
759, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Most recent, the last month of the test year is 759, February 17.
And then how did you arrive at your 8.18%?
I added up these numbers and divided by 12.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz,
No question, Your Honor.
any counsel for any of the other intervenors, any friendly cross-examination?
Yes, sir, this is a brief question.
You're not friendly, but we'll recognize you and go ahead, Mr. Garden. You may go ahead.
Mr. Garden is always
You're hostile.
I'm not usually described that way, but I'll take it. Just a couple sort of brief questions, Mr. Satterwhite. When you were referring to a question by Mr. Overstreet about KCUC Exhibit 4, you said you talked to someone who gave you some information about different percentages if LGS and PS were separated. Who was that person you talked to?
Yeah, Mr. Bond's really the person that can walk through all of these and give more detail, and so I reached out to him to see what the difference would be if you separated those.
Okay, and is Mr. Bond the same? So he's the person who could say why in this exhibit LGS and PS are lumped together. He's the one who can talk to you.
Correct.
And one more similar question. In the settlement agreement itself, item 14, I believe, item 13 on...
Before you get there, can I make sure my last answer was clear? They're grouped together as a result of the settlement agreement and the balance of all the parties. Mr. Vaughn can talk about what that means and how the allocations are in there, but overall, that's a result of the settlement.
Okay.
Just want to be clear.
Sure. No, that's fine. That makes sense. Because you all didn't propose them as one class, did you?
Correct.
I'm asking you about this one line at the end of 13 and 14, which I read to you before. Tariff K-12 schools shall reflect rates for customers taking service under the tariff designed to produce annually in the aggregate 500,000 less, and it goes on. So that also is...
I'm sorry, where are you again? I was thinking about my last answer when you were telling me where to go.
Bottom of page 13 of the settlement agreement, page 14, where it's basically talking about the 500,000 number.
Yes.
That's also Mr. Bond.
Well, what that is a continuation of, the reason why, I guess, is a continuation of the past and the settlement agreement. Mr. Vaughn can apply that and say how that's reflected in the numbers.
Okay.
I believe in the initial presentation of the case, we didn't pull out the schools separately, and that came out through the settlement discussion of continuing what we do right now.
So again, the person that asked those questions in the tail would be Mr. Bond.
If you want an understanding of unbundling the numbers and doing a lot of math and focusing on that, of how it works, Mr. Vaughn's the one to talk to, yes.
But you obviously thought it was important enough to make that distinction from the stand just a few minutes ago, what differences were, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I think that's important to show. There's been some concern from yourself about the commercial customers, and I thought it was important to show that the schools are actually, how that relates to what the LGS, if you were to separate them.
And had that number, or approximate numbers that you gave in response, was that had that been previously filed in this case in some form or fashion, whether direct testimony or data responses that you're aware of?
I believe you can get there by doing math on what Mr. Vaughn's provided. I think he has Exhibit 3 to his testimony. It just wasn't, down to the total column. So I asked him to look through what he's provided and provide that to me.
Thank you.
Mr. Chandler?
Who determines, under whose jurisdiction are the amounts that Kentucky Power pays for transmission?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah. If Kentucky pays transmission costs under an open access transmission tariff, do individual state commissions determine those amounts, or does FERC?
That's a FERC jurisdictional.
So the amounts that the company estimate in 2018 of $14 million, those are amounts that are FERC jurisdictional, is that fair?
The oversight of those costs are FERC jurisdictional.
And those costs will be approved by FERC
Yes.
through the tariffs.
That's who has jurisdiction for those, yes.
And so the proposal by Kentucky Power and in the stipulation would be to pass along 80% of those costs, one for one through tariff PPA. Is that correct?
It's delayed a little bit. The way we have it, we don't reset that until later in the year, but it's to track those, and we don't recover 20% of those costs, but 80%, yes, would come into the tariff PPA.
And so when you file that with Commission, you just tell them how much those costs were. Here's an 80% number. These are the rates we're putting into effect with tariff PPA, and you update your tariffs with the Commission?
Essentially, it's a little deeper than that. I mean, there's these costs in this rate case right now. That's provided as part of this. It's in the record. That can be looked at to make sure that those are allocated properly, that those really are the transmission costs, that something else isn't in there. So there's some review by the Commission. But someone to challenge those costs, other than costs that aren't supposed to be in there, that would happen at FERC.
So the Commission would just look at them and say, these are OAT charges, they're in the PPA.
And
That's essentially what you're understanding.
And are these the costs that are eligible to fit in here? That's what's part of this case right now. Are these the appropriate costs that fit in here? Yes.
Are these the OAT charges? Thank you. You mentioned earlier that I think your quote was that the nature of a test year is lag. That's the nature of a test year is lag.
The point I was trying to make is when we're talking about earning an ROE, when you have a historic test year, naturally fit in is some lag to that because expenses can go up in that year. You don't, unless you have that's known, fixed, and measurable, or you don't have a tracker. You don't tend to update those unless you do a future test year. So my point is, as a base standard, typically there's some lag involved of what you're not recovering.
And that's what I wanted to clarify. I think you had just mentioned test year. You hadn't distinguished between historical and fully forecasted or a forecasted test year. So if you had requested in determining what the best way for Kentucky Power to go about recovering these, and I'm talking about the 2018, the $14 million amount of OAT charges you were referring to, you could have filed a fully forecasted test year and included them into the amount and determined what rates were, or you could have filed a historical test year and then asked for this tracker to pass through those costs, and you chose the latter, correct?
Correct. And as we've seen from the updates we've had so far, it was assumed at a higher level, and now we know it's going to be a lower level. So I think it's fair out the tracking is the appropriate way.
You mentioned that it's hard to compare the folks that work at a utility with other, maybe with other industries in the region because it's more of a national. Everybody in the United States is served by electricity, I guess, basically. It's a national thing. You got 300-something million people, and 300-something million people have electricity, right? Is that kind of your...
Yeah, I think the skills translate anywhere in the country, and so when we look at benefits and pay, well, we think more of a national standard.
Do you have KCUC's Exhibit 3 available?
Yes.
And do you mind to turn to the page... And I believe it's unnumbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Page 8.
8 I have is Appalachian Sky on the top.
Let's go back one. Yeah, let's go back one. Sorry.
Okay, the one with the picture on it, yes, of the coal miner.
So I'm going to ask you about some of these, and I just want to confirm that what I say, that these are, I guess, attributes of the workforce in East Kentucky that you market for potential employers, correct?
Correct, and this was focused on the defense and aerospace industry.
Right. So you mentioned an average desired hourly wage of $17, correct?
Yeah, we did a workforce study. That's where all this stuff comes from.
Okay.
And this was a study that was produced that gave us this document.
Okay. And you noted that at the bottom two they have skills in manufacturing, correct?
Yes.
And and all the bottom three, again, wood product manufacturing, but 3 in manufacturing. Over to the right, you have one that states that they're highly skilled in multiple trades,
Yes.
and they're mechanically inclined if they're at the top.
Yes.
Okay. Does Kentucky Power have the opportunity to file taxes on a standalone basis or in the aggregate with AEP?
I'll again defer you to our Mark Pyle, our tax expert, to talk more about what we do.
That was only going to be my question. Do you all have the option to either file on a standalone basis or file a joint return with AEP?
I'm not sure.
You mentioned earlier, and you went back to the questions I had asked regarding studies, and you noted that the company had provided a lot of information, not maybe specifically studies, and I think that's a distinction that you've made before, correct?
What you consider studies and what I consider studies, I want to make sure we were talking the same language.
And so you had mentioned that you believe that you've provided a lot of information, but not necessarily maybe studies per my definition.
Not knowing what your definition is, I wanted to make sure I was just being clear. I know Mr. Carlin has a number of studies that he relies on for the competitiveness of our wages and our pensions. And I was pointing out, as you had said, there's lots of documents and lots of numbers in this case. And you would ask what the evidence is to support those. And I was pointing out all those documents and the fleet of witnesses that we provided here to explain what those are. So I don't know if you would consider those studies, but I was just saying there's lots of evidence in the record to support all that information, which really are, as you were saying, we have to look at expenses. Those expenses are supported by a number of witnesses.
And yesterday I asked if you had conducted a study specifically about whether customers could afford a rate increase either in the stipulated amount or the application amount, correct? And your answer was not a study, specifically a study to that effect.
Right. That was my answer when I talked about, and I was trying to make sure it wasn't confusing. We deal with customers all the time. It's certainly something we're sensitive to, but there wasn't a formal study with how you were asking that's been done.
So where in the application did you provide information that shows that customers could afford the increase?
Again, I don't think we did a study that said that. I think what we talked about is the testimony of myself and other witnesses that talked about how, there's a regulatory compact and utility has to operate, and what we've done to sort of lower that amount so that we can continue to operate and have an opportunity to get our return without having the price tag be higher. The examples I used were I called everybody in, tried to skinny the case down more. Mr. Phillips, I brought him in and said, again, you're allowed to spend $27 million. Do you have to spend $27 million? I think the settlement, the stipulation, as your own witness, Mr. Smith, testified to, was very creative to look in the short term for customer affordability and defer things down the road. We're not crazy about deferrals. We tried to minimize the level of that deferral, but we realized, just like the customers in Hazard that spoke at the public hearing said, is there something you can do just to push this off a little bit? We are focused on that to try to minimize the impact right away as we all work together to change the denominator that we talked about. So that's an example of some of the evidence of what we tried to do to address the affordability. We have to have utility service. The question is, what do we do to minimize and make that affordable? And the only thing I'd add on to that is what we're doing in economic development is our other effort to make it more affordable. The more jobs we bring, the more industry we bring to the territory, help that as well.
Right, but that entire answer was about what you did to determine what the amount the company needed was, what the level of expenses or return would be. I'm asking, and just to clarify, did you provide any information about whatever level was determined, whether customers would actually be able to pay that amount.
We didn't do the study that you're asking for. The answer I gave.
I'm asking for information, just to be clear.
I guess I'm not sure what you're asking for.
Well, yesterday I asked for studies, and you told me you provided information. Now I'm asking for information, and you're saying that you didn't do studies. So I just want to clarify, if you did provide information, where can I find it in the application?
Yeah, I think we're kind of stuck in a circle on studies. I guess I've testified to the information we did look at. There wasn't a witness that testified exactly to the point that you're talking about, but I think if you take everything that we've done overall with our application, which is supposed to just support the expenses that we have, and then the other testimony we have of how that impacts the region, it'll show you that we're a leader in the region focused on affordability for customers.
You mentioned that you have 168,000 customers, correct?
Correct. That's
And
the
that's
customer
not
account.
Not trying to catch you up, but roughly 168,000 accounts.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. But you mentioned that Kentucky Power itself doesn't have someone at PJM to focus on PJM, that it's somebody at AEP.
We have the benefit of having experts at AEP that we can share the cost with all the other operating companies, but they're available to me at any moment. Just last night, I had a question. I asked somebody, they're out in Oklahoma participating in another proceeding, and they got back to me at 2 in the morning with information. So it's real advantage we have.
Can you remind me how many employees Kentucky Power has?
We have about, I believe it's around 550 direct employees, and we have a little over 570 contractors, I believe.
And when you mentioned that you said you had a team, or you asked people to look into going it alone if you were to go transition, Kentucky Power was to transition from FRR to RPM, you had someone look at that on a standalone basis rather than as the AEP zone, correct?
Those are the questions I asked. That's I thought was proper to ask as we look whether we're going to be FRR or RPM, and then it's a deeper question of whether we want to go along with what we put into the capacity market.
And who did you ask that of?
The experts at the AEP Service Corps to run that information for me.
You mentioned the Hazard Wooten line. Do you know if that's a baseline or a supplemental project for Kentucky Power?
Sorry.
Do you know who I can ask for that?
Probably Mr. Wanhas, in charge of my regulatory group. Mr. Vaughn might know too.
And you were able to look at some things last night, it seems like. Were you able to determine what the amounts on the annual reports that I provided, what those represented?
I didn't look any deeper into that exhibit.
Okay.
I left this book here. So.
Okay. So you got answers to, okay. Do we have anything else? That's all the questions we have.
Thank you. Ms. Mansell?
Yes, staff has a few questions. First, because you did provide that answer that I had asked for a written data request, we withdraw that particular data request.
Ms. Vincent, I'm sorry, which one?
I'm sorry, yes. Mentally thinking of something else. The data request in regard to when a decision was last made,
okay.
or
Thank
when
you.
a review
Thank you.
was last conducted, regarding staying in PJM as
Sure.
FRR or RPM. And when you mentioned that this took place in the spring, are there any written reports or PowerPoint presentations or memorandum addressing Kentucky Power's continued participation in PJM as FRR versus RPM?
Yeah, when I asked for the document, I have it with me. It's the report that came out making the recommendation about what we should do that sort of keyed up the conversation that I have. So I have that report.
And would you be willing to provide that to us as a post-hearing data request?
No,
Absolutely.
I can do that right now.
Okay, even better.
Just to be clear, it's marked confidential because as we talk about it, it's considered confidential. But I think now that the decision's been made, it's okay to share that analysis, but it does have a confidential marking on the
So it doesn't need to be filed as a
It is
confidential
not
document?
confidential
Okay,
anymore.
anymore.
anymore, okay.
But at each year as we go through the process, it's confidential until the decision's made.
That would be number 9.
Number 9.
While the remainder of these are being passed out, I'll ask my next question.
Okay.
You mentioned part of that discussion was whether or not Kentucky Power would go it alone, in your own words. When you say go it alone, did you mean that Kentucky Power would leave PJM, or was a consideration whether Kentucky Power, thank you, would leave the power coordination agreement with other AEP entities?
Good clarification, thank you. It's the power coordination agreement. It's looking at the assets that I have as Kentucky Power and deciding whether in the forward market it's better to offer the capacity solely by myself or stay under the protection of the coordination agreement that would cover me in case there's penalties, in case we should fall short.
And following up on one of Commissioner Matthews' questions regarding PJM, does PJM determine the amount of revenue transmissions received by Kentucky Power, or does PJM only determine the amount of transmission revenues for the AEP zone, and then AEP allocates the amount to its affiliates?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Let me answer it this way and see if we're talking past each other or not. PJM is the jurisdictional entity that oversees what's done. They don't pick where, other than the mandated projects, they don't say, we've decided that Kentucky is going to do this much, or Ohio or Pennsylvania is going to make this much investment. That's just the clearinghouse for the stakeholder process for reviewing that. But they don't dictate where that's going to be for a number of the projects other than the mandated ones. Does that help?
Perhaps not quite. Transmission revenues get allocated throughout the PJM footprint. Would that be correct?
From the transmission owner point, there's costs that
Yes.
come from like the LSE.
Yes.
And as a transmission owner, as I make an investment, there's a revenue that comes along with the decision to make that investment. There's a return on that. So that comes from the nature of making the investment.
So I think we may be lining up here. So any transmission revenues are tied only to those investments? There's no particular larger allocation? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. If I'm getting over my skis a little bit, Mr. Vaughn can clarify. But yeah, the revenues that come from are from investments made in the transmission system.
I will follow up with Mr. Vaughn on this question.
Thank you.
And with that, Commission has no further questions.
Commissioner Cicero,
No further questions.
Mr. Matthews.
No.
I just have a couple of, I don't know if they're questions or statements. Mr. Satterwhite, in your testimony, I guess, on redirect or re-redirect by Mr. Overstreet, you talked about the poverty levels in your service area, and you seem to indicate that really you had two counties, at least you referred to, Boyd County and Greenup County, which were not as, economically depressed as the rest of the area, but only 3 of the 30 counties, poorest counties in the United States, were in your service area. And of those, you indicated Clay County, you only had 13 customers, 7 customers or something.
17.
In any event, I would like to point out to you or ask you if you've seen the testimony of Roger McCann, the Executive Director of Community Action Kentucky, at page 7, and I'll just read part of it and ask your thoughts on it. At page 7, quote, many of these counties, and it lists every county and the poverty rate, and they go from a low of 19.7% in Carter County to a high of 42.4% in Owsley County, and most of the counties are like Knott, 33.8, Leslie, 33.7%, Lesher, 33.2, Clay, 46.8, Floyd County, 29.5%. But it says many of these counties report some of the highest poverty rates in Kentucky. 18 counties served by Kentucky Power Company report poverty rates above 20%, a rate that the Census Bureau defines as extremely high. 19 of the 20 counties have reported poverty rates higher than Kentucky's poverty rate of 18.3%. Every county in Kentucky Power's territory is in the highest 50% of poverty rate for Kentucky. Not only are these some of the poorest counties in Kentucky, but they are also ranked as the poorest nationwide in a state that is 47th in the highest poverty rates. Every county in Kentucky Power Company's service territory surpasses the 2015 national poverty rate of 14.7%. These counties are in the top 50% of highest poverty rates of the 3,142 counties nationwide, included in the SIPE data. Do you have any reason to believe that those figures aren't correct?
I haven't checked his sources. I'm not going to say that there's not an economic situation and poverty in my territory. It absolutely is. I know Greenup County and Boyd County. I don't know if that was considered in those numbers or if the old data.
Well, that was considered in those numbers, and they also have poverty rates that are higher than the national average.
Right. What I was going to say is there's been some development there in the recent past since 2015. I'm not sure when the dates were. But I don't want to argue that, to make it seem like there's not poverty issues in Eastern Kentucky, because there absolutely are. I think my job is to make sure I'm running a utility so we don't further exacerbate the problem by not having power to these people. We want to make sure we have safe, reliable service, and my job is to sort of do what I've done in this case, sort of skinny it down to make sure I can provide that. And then beyond that, I can't solve every social issue by being the electric company, but I have a duty to make sure I'm responsible and doing something, and we're doing that with our economic development efforts to make sure we can really help change all of this. And we've done that recently. There's been success in the past. You'll hear about success in the future. And so I'm focused on changing that. It's a reality, and we're very sensitive to it. And I realize any increase in any cost for my customers is difficult. And so I take that personally. And when we make decisions, we want to make sure we're making the best decisions. But at the end of the day, under the regulatory compact, I have to provide safe, reliable service. And I think that's what we provided to the Commission to make sure we can take care of this community.
I know in your testimony, relative to the Kentucky Economic Development Surcharge, you made a statement that, and I know that basically it's changed a little, but you made the statement that to the effect that the charge on customers' meters gave the ratepayer, the residential ratepayer, the opportunity to participate or partner along with Kentucky Power in economic development in the area. But I would suggest to you that some of these ratepayers, old, disabled, people on fixed incomes and Social Security, perhaps shouldn't feel like or don't feel like they ought to bear the burden of participating in economic development. And I know it's only you have the 10-cent per meter charge, but I think in the HEAP program, the per meter charge maybe has been 15 cents, and according to Mr. McCann in his testimony, that hasn't been raised since 2006, in 11 years. And the proposal was in your proposal or in your application to raise that meter charge to 20 cents per meter. Is that still? It wasn't addressed in the settlement, but what is your position now?
Let me check, because I believe it was 5 cents before, and it's being raised to 10.
I was thinking it was maybe 15, but whatever it was, let me ask you this. What would Kentucky Power's position be if the commission determined to eliminate the 10-cent per meter charge on the for the economic development surcharge and add that on to heat? Would Kentucky Power be willing to match that additional heat surcharge? It wouldn't cost it any more money one way or the other.
Interesting. Would the shareholder match switch as well?
Shareholder match.
Because
It just takes it from economic development for residential customers only and puts it on to the heat program to provide additional funds for individuals who have trouble paying their bills, poverty level and below.
Yeah, if the commission wanted to make hopefully the only change to the balance of the settlement agreement that we have, but switch something from economic development over to the heat, I think as long as, the shareholder matching moved as well with the same and didn't still exist in the economic development side, I think that's something that I could be comfortable with as a president to provide more benefit. That would have lower dollars for the economic development efforts that we're trying to do that have an impact on that. But I think that's something that if the commission wanted to make that change, it wouldn't disturb the overall balance, I think, that the parties have put into the settlement agreement.
Well, the reason, too, and I don't know if you've seen these statistics, but they're in there. They're in the evidence in the case that Kentucky Power has approximately 136,344 residential customers. 26.22% of those are at or below the poverty level. That's 35,756 customers of Kentucky Power. 35,756 out of 136 are at or below the poverty level, and during the year 2016, Kentucky Power disconnected 11,438 customers because of their inability to pay their bills. And all I'm suggesting is that maybe there's some help somewhere for some of these people who actually during winter months have a life or death decision on whether they can make their power bill payment or not.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And to the senior citizens, that's something that came up in our community advisory panels as we talk about rates overall and the impact on senior citizens. And what I would add is that I talk to a lot of grandparents who talk about help rebuild the economy here. So my grandkids come home and, there's more work around here. So I think it impacts everyone. The uniqueness of the position we have with the economic development rider and the HEAP rider is it's a guaranteed spend. A lot of utilities can do a lot of things in their test year, and then they don't do it in future years. Because it's earmarked and approved by this commission, whether it's HEAP or economic development, it's guaranteeing that I can't move that money somewhere else because I have a need somewhere else. It's locking that in. So I think the path you're going down is locking more in. You might be interested to talk to Steve Sharp. We've talked to the agencies in the past, as I mentioned before, about trying to find those customers that might need a month or two versus, I don't know if they're handcuffed when someone comes to them and they have to pay the entire bill for someone that they know might be a serial person that doesn't pay their bill. So there might be some room in there, but I think we can continue to work with the agencies if there's more funds available, maybe to make sure we're helping those that need help for a month or two versus those that maybe just unwilling to pay their bill.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Commissioner Matthews?
Sorry. The FRR versus RPM, the information made me have more questions. I apologize. I know we would like a break, and I know the Attorney General's folks want to get their witness on the stand. But my question is, was this decision made with all four companies as a whole, or did you evaluate, because it doesn't seem that it was evaluated as Kentucky Power separated out from the other four, because the language talks to, it's recommended that all four elect FRR. If any or all were to, the PJM rules would require they have to stay for 5 planning years. You said yesterday that once you made the decision, you didn't go back. But
Correct.
It just seems like forever.
Yes.
And it keeps saying by combining them into a plan, the company's capacity position can be managed collectively. My question is, and you are welcome to put this in a post-hearing data request, what are the reserve margins of the other three companies, and are they winter or summer peaking? And how would that change a decision about Kentucky Power versus the other three?
Yeah, I'll give the exact information in a post-hearing data request for you. I believe APCO is winter peak as well. I think they might be because they're a lot like us. So we'll get the other information in that post-hearing data request. But this is memo to the operating committee, which has the presidents of every one of those companies. I asked a lot of questions before this to kind of analyze what my position overall was to see how that related.
Just, I would ask that.
No problem.
No problem.
Anyone else, any questions? If not, let's take a 10-minute break until 11:15, and then Mr. Chandler, Mr. Cook, get on your witness. Thank
And I
you.
think we indicated
Dr. Woolridge.
Dr. Woolridge would be the next witness.
Now, back on the record, Mr. Chandler, as I understand it, you're taking one of your witnesses out of order. Is that correct?
That's right, Chairman.
Do you have anything else to bring before the commission?
I do. I'd like to move to introduce AG Exhibit 1 through 5.
Any objection?
I would have an objection to number 4, which was I think it's number 4. It was the document that Mr. Satterwhite was unsure of, and so could we just hold up on its submission until Mr. Wanhas has a chance to testify about it?
Do you have any objection to that?
I don't have any objection. I'll just note that I asked about it yesterday at about before lunch, and he obviously was able to check on quite a few things and was unable to look into this specific one. But I have no problem asking I think Mr. Cook will ask questions of it and ask to be introduced at a later time. That's fine.
Okay. And let's not forget and leave it unaddressed if we otherwise forget it. So, but we'll rule on it. Well, let 1 through 5 in with the exception of 4, and we'll address 4 at a later date. Do you also have something?
Yes, I'd move the admission of Exhibits 8 and 9.
Any objection? No, we AG, so I'll let those be admitted into evidence. Okay, sir, will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Mr. Cook, Mr. Chandler, whoever is asking questions, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Woolridge, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is the initial J, Randall Woolridge, and that's spelled Woolridge.
And with whom are you employed, and what is your position there?
I'm a professor of finance at the Pennsylvania State University.
And are you the same Dr. J. Randall Woolridge who caused to be filed, pre-filed direct testimony and certain data requests in this case?
I am.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your testimony?
No.
And if we were to ask you today the same questions, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
The witness is tendered, Chairman.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Mr. Garcia will do so, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Garcia.
Good morning, Dr. Woolridge. How are you?
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Likewise. I would like to start with some basic building blocks. Would you agree that riskier investment requires a higher ROE than one that is comparably lower risk investment?
As a general concept, yes.
And other things being equal, a company with a capital structure with more equity and less debt capital is comparably less risky, correct?
Yeah, everything else equal.
Right. And correspondingly, one that has a capital structure with less equity and more debt is comparably more risky, correct?
Yes.
Let me turn to credit ratings. Are you familiar with Moody's long-term credit ratings, such as A3, Baa2, and so forth?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And, Your Honor, before we went on the record, I attended Dr. Woolridge 2 documents that I would like to circulate and mark as exhibits, please.
Yes. Would these be sequentially 10 and 11?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Woolridge, if I may,
Let's make sure Kentucky Utilities would be 10 and Louisville Gas and Electric 11.
thank you, Your Honor. That's very clear. Dr. Woolridge, if I can ask you, would you agree that if you were going to compare the credit ratings in the Moody's scale from, say, A3, if you were to compare that with Baa2, that A3 represents a credit rating that it's stronger and therefore implies less risk, less...
Yes, it would be, according to Moody's, it would be 2 notches. In other words, you go from A3 to Baa1 in Moody's and then Baa2. Yes.
And the less risky investment of the two would be the A3
Yes.
investment, and the riskier investment would be Moody's below A2.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Woolridge, are you familiar with the documents that have been marked as Kentucky Power Exhibits 10 and 11? Those
No.
are the credit opinions from Moody's Investor
Oh,
Service
okay.
for Kentucky Utilities is number 10, and for Louisville Gas and Electric, it's number 11?
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry, yes, I am.
Okay. And would you agree that these documents indicate that both for Kentucky Utilities and for Louisville Gas and Electric, the Moody's long-term credit rating is A3?
Yes.
Okay. Were you a witness in the most recent case, base case that Kentucky Utilities and Louisville Gas and Electric
I was.
had here in Kentucky?
I was.
Do you recall whether the capital structure for these entities was more heavily equity or more heavily debt?
As I remember, as the companies proposed, they had a higher common equity ratio than in this case.
Okay. And if, just to clarify, that would imply that they are less risky investments than a company that has capital structure more heavily debt, correct?
Yeah, again, assuming all else equal.
That's correct.
Yes.
Is there a benefit for customers from a costs point of view for a company to have less equity and more debt
Well, there could be
capital than if it was otherwise, from the point of view of the impact of, say, every basis point in the ROE?
I mean, there's a trade-off. I mean, if there's more debt, then your overall cost of capital can be lower, but it may mean that because you have less equity and more debt, that you have a lower credit rating. And as a result, you know, there's a trade-off in terms of the cost of capital versus your cost of, say, debt and equity. And it's just, you know, it's kind of a normal trade-off when you're talking about how you capitalize a business.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's the cross-examination that I have at this point, and I would move for the admission of exhibits, Kentucky Power Exhibits 10 and 11.
Any objections?
No, Judge.
Let them be admitted as Kentucky Power Exhibits 10 and 11. Any cross-examination from staff?
Staff does, Your Honor, yes. Just
Any other party have any cross-examination of this witness? And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Woolridge.
Good morning.
I take it that you've read Dr. McKenzie's rebuttal testimony, is that correct?
Excuse me?
I take it that you've read Dr. McKenzie's rebuttal testimony?
I have.
Okay. And do you recall that he, on his rebuttal testimony, that he suggested that the ROE that you had recommended would be the lowest in recent history? Do you recall that statement?
I don't recall exactly that statement. I would say, given yesterday, there was an order in Illinois for Ameren, Illinois, and they came in at 8.4% ROE. So at least, I mean, as of yesterday, it wasn't the lowest ROE. I said in my testimony, my ROE, recommended ROE is low, and it's low relative to, because interest rates have been falling, capital costs have been low, despite forecasts for years that interest rates are going up, interest rates have stayed low. I think that's why you see authorized returns have been about 9.6% for the last 3 years for electric utilities. As it turns out, they're kind of up, but I think people believe all these forecasted interest rates are going up. And as I always say, if you can forecast interest rates, you run a hedge fund and you live on a yacht, No one can forecast interest rates. So anyhow, I think that's why they've done it. But it is low, and I just believe, authorized returns have been stuck because of the belief that interest rates are always going up. And but after yesterday, there's one lower than me.
Do you know what the case number for that Illinois proceeding is?
I do not know. It was yesterday the Illinois Commerce Commission came out with a 8.4% ROE.
Okay. As a OCR data request, could I request that you obtain and provide that case number,
Okay.
that docket number
Okay.
for the ICC? Are you familiar with that proceeding at all?
Just what I've read about it.
Okay. Are you aware of Illinois has a formula rate process?
They do.
And outside of the interest rates, is it your belief that the risks associated with Kentucky Power and investors' expectations supports an ROE of 8.6%?
Well, in my testimony, I look at the credit ratings of Kentucky Power relative to the proxy groups. I mean, Kentucky Power is, in terms of they have an A- S&P rating, a Baa2. Moody's, I look at the average of the proxy groups is BBB plus for S&P, Baa1 for Moody's. So they kind of their S&P rating's one notch above it. Their Moody's rating is one notch below it. So I say they're kind of similar. And so I assume that credit ratings reflect the risk. I mean, there's different risk measures. The trouble is a lot of them you can't attribute to Kentucky Power because they're all based on stock market measures. So credit ratings are the one risk measure you can use. You can compare with other companies.
So what would the impact on investors' expectations if the commission were to accept your recommendation of an 8.6% for Kentucky Power?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things. I mentioned in my testimony, and when I summarize my results, the whole thing does it meet Hope and Bluefield standards, okay? And I point out, look, electric utilities in recent years have been earning about a 9% ROE, okay? Now, with a 9% ROE, if you look at the graph I show, their credit ratings have gone up. The percent of upgrades in the last 3 years have been like 70% upgrades. So their credit ratings are going up with a 9% ROE. I said, number two, they're raising $50 billion a year in capital with about a 9% ROE. And number three, you look at their stock prices. I mean, they're not Bitcoins, but they're doing awfully well. They're hanging with the S&P 500. So a return of about 9% is close to where it should be. I mean, Mr. Baudino, the industrials, he was 8.85. He's a little higher than me, but still, I mean, that's, there's a lot of market indicators suggest that capital costs are low, whether it's interest rates, whether the performance of utility stocks earning a 9% ROE. There's a lot of indicators that suggest that, about 9% is about what it should be.
So basically you're saying that it would not have a detrimental impact for Kentucky Power?
Well, no, I mean, well, like
6%.
yesterday, Ameren, Illinois got 8.4%. They have credit ratings which are about in line, maybe a little above Kentucky Power. So, I mean, 8.4%. And last year they were at 8.6% or something like that. I forget. I mean, they kind of redo these yearly. But, they have good investment-grade credit ratings, which are in line with other electric utilities. Like I say, electric utilities on average, BBB plus from S&P, Baa1 from Moody's.
So in Illinois, you're saying in Illinois they recalculate the ROE on an annual basis?
They have annual cases where they go through and redo the ROE.
Okay, and for Ameren last year was 8
I forget. It was
6%,
slightly higher. I forget exactly what it was. 30-year treasuries. It's tied in a way to 30-year treasuries, and they're a little higher last year.
Okay. So do you support an ROE of 8.6%, given recent indications by the Federal Reserve of a December interest rate increase, which could, in turn, imply higher long-term capital costs?
I explained in my testimony, there's a difference between short-term interest rates, which the Fed runs, and long-term interest rates. Short-term interest rates can be influenced by the Fed. The Fed has increased the discount rate, I explained in my testimony, 4 times in the last year. What has happened to long-term interest rates? They've fallen. At the beginning of the year, they're about 3% or so, 3.2%. Today, they're trading, 30-year treasuries are trading at 2.7%. So that's about a 50 basis points decline in long-term interest rates. We're interested in long-term capital costs. The Fed can increase short-term rates, and they're going to impact short-term rates. But long-term rates are driven by 2 factors. Economic growth, projected economic growth, and expected inflation. And especially inflation remains low. Economic growth has picked up the last 2 quarters or so, but still long-term investors see muted economic growth. As a result, that's why long-term rates have declined 50 basis points, despite the Fed increasing short-term rates.
Okay, so given that, you don't see any impact with respect to a potential increase in by the Federal Reserve in its interest rate on your recommended 8.6% ROE.
The Federal Reserve is increasing short-term rates. Investors know that at the same time they're starting to reduce the size of their balance sheet, and long-term treasuries are still at 2.7%.
Okay, so they take.
If investors, as you know, there's an inverse relationship between interest rates and bond prices. If interest rates go up, bond prices go down. Okay, so what would happen if investors expected long-term interest rates to go from 2.7 to 4%? The price of those bonds has to go down. So as an investor, I wouldn't buy a 30-year treasury at 2.7% today if I thought interest rates are going to 3.5 or 4%, because the price of my bond would decline 20 to 30%. Investors don't invest with the expectation of having a negative return. So, in the end, the market says this is what we think long-term rates should be, based on inflation and expected growth. The Fed's going to increase the short-term rates. We know that. But so far, in the last year, they've increased it a full %, and long-term rates have come down.
If I can refer you to Dr. McKenzie's rebuttal testimony, do you have that by chance?
I do not have that.
Do you?
We don't have a copy.
Here, let me provide you with a
Yes, rebuttal.
Well, let me try to walk you through it without having to refer to specifically to his rebuttal. Do you recall his testimony with respect to how ROEs are implied by the expected earnings approach with respect to the utility proxy group? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Yes, you may.
so maybe a little bit easier if you can refer to the rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
I'm sorry. On page 12, lines 14 through 18.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Do you have a chance to read that?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your opinion on Dr. McKenzie's analysis based on the expected earnings approach?
The expected earnings approach, I haven't seen a utility commission. That's how, this was something that was used decades ago. It's not a market-based approach, and I think that's why it hasn't been used. It's basically saying, what are the expected ROEs from these different utilities? Now, there's several issues with that. One, it's not market-based. You don't know if that's what's required by investors, okay? That's why we use things like stock prices and that sort of to see what investors actually require. Also, these businesses, these utilities have unregulated businesses. A number of them have generation riders or incentives, that sort of thing. And as a result, you see ROEs for some of these utilities of up to 17 or 18%. And that's because of these, it's not the regulated part of their businesses, and that's what we're looking at. It's the unregulated or the special, some of the transmission with special riders from FERC and that sort of thing. So these ROEs are above what investors require, or certainly above what the regulated part of the business would generate.
Okay,
And I explained that in my testimony. In my rebuttal, I say there's another reason why the market to books of electric utilities are 2.25. It's because these expected ROEs that you get from the entire business are higher than the returns that investors require. And that's why we use market-based models, and you really don't see this approach being used anymore.
So you're saying that's not an apples-to-apples comparison because there is a premium built into the expected earnings approach?
Yeah, there is premium built into the earnings that utilities are generating, which don't reflect the returns that investors require. And that's why their market to books are over 2.
Okay. And you testified that that one of the criteria that should be included in the proxy group is 50% of the revenue must be from regulated activities. Is that correct?
Regulated electric operations.
Okay, so specifically regulated electric operations.
Yes.
And Dr. McKenzie sort of questions that. Can you explain to the Commission why you believe this should be a criteria for inclusion in the analysis of the utility proxy group?
Well, 2 things. One thing, I think these should be primary electric utilities, and that's why I say 50% of revenues, so they're primary electric. Number 2 is, I use Mr. McKenzie's proxy group, so I don't know why the proxy group's a real issue. And on JRW4, I provide the operating statistics on percent of regulated gas, electric, that sort of thing. So I don't think the proxy group, especially because I use his, is a real big issue.
But I guess my question is why the limitation or the factor to consider 50% of the electric operations group from a regulated operation?
Because there are a lot of utilities that have merchant generation, which is unregulated, and as we've seen in the last couple of years, it's much riskier than the regulated side of the business. There's a holding company. We have to use the holding companies because they're the ones that have stock outstanding. So these are all holding companies. They have more than just regulated electric utilities. So I'm trying to just, and again, I'm using a large sample. You use a large sample because, you know, you're going to have that, I believe you get a better measure of the cost of equity because individual company variations will average out when you use a larger sample. And again, I use Mr. McKinsey's proxy group too, so I don't think the proxy group's a real issue.
And the 50% is, how did you arrive at that?
You comb through the 10Ks, and
I
they.
mean, why the basis for 50%?
I just that they're primarily a regulated electric utility. They're not primarily a merchant generator, so you don't have those in there. Not primarily a gas distribution company. You know, you do have combination electric and gas, and I provide those stats in JRW 4.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Mr. Cicero, questions?
I think you made the statement, correct me if I'm wrong, that investors' expectations for long-term rates are impacted by their expectation on inflation. Is that correct?
It's two factors: expected GDP growth and expected inflation.
So would you agree that short-term rate increases typically impact inflation?
No, I mean, the only thing they could potentially do would probably mute inflation. I mean, as you probably follow, the Fed's preferred inflation measure is this thing called PCE, personal consumption expenditures, and it's been below 2% for some time. The last I saw is still 1.8%, and they've been trying. They were hoping to go up. It hasn't gone up, but that's a short-term measure. But you look at measures of long-term inflation. For example, you look at the tip spread. It's the relationship between the actual 10-year Treasury yield and the Treasury impacted the inflation-protected securities. It's still below 2%. So I mean, obviously, when we're talking about GDP and inflation, I mean those are the factors going to drive interest rates. The reason long-term interest rates are still at 2.7% is there's muted expectations about expected economic growth the next 5 to 10 years and expected inflation.
So from a historical perspective, would you say that's atypical?
Well, I mean, it's, you know, obviously inflation's lower than it was 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. But we know when we can see what the market's expectations are from the market with like the tip spread and that sort of thing, what investors expect inflation to be. And it's still below 2%, even over the next 10 years.
Well, we've enjoyed a period here of no rate increases on a short-term basis, and we've just started to see them implemented, and there's been announcements that this coming year there will be more short-term rate increases. Is there any indication that this will catch up and sooner or later long-term rates will be impacted because of the inflation on the Fed increasing short-term rates?
Well, I mean, like I say, the Fed's reacting to primarily better economic conditions. And you read the Fed minutes, it's not because of inflation, because they don't see the inflation yet. Their measures aren't picking up inflation. I mean, obviously what you're having is a flattening of the yield curve. Short-term rates are going up, long-term rates are going down. You've seen a lot a lot of commentary about the risk of a negative yield curve. Why? Because typically negative yield curves you see before a recession. So I mean, the data are what they are, and we can see, you know, that's why, you know, like I say, people wouldn't be buying long-term treasuries at 2.7% if they thought interest rates are shooting to 4%, because they would get a 30% capital loss, and they would feel like they got fooled by a Bitcoin, right?
And you would also agree that any investment opportunity is always subject to winners and losers.
Yeah. No, well, the stock market's basically all been winners.
Absolutely. So far.
Yes.
But we've also had downturns in several cases that have experienced 20% or greater. And in those cases, the stock market seems to bounce back. But it does have its dips. And there are losers during that period.
It's like one of the comments has said, famous for saying, the stock market's like a gambling casino with the odds in your favor.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews?
I don't have anything.
I have no questions. Mr. Chandler?
Summary direct. You mentioned a case with Amber in Illinois, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of what Ameren's Moody's rating is?
Ameren Moody's rating is A3, I believe.
And do you still have Kentucky Power's Exhibits 10 and 11?
Yes.
Do you mind to tell me on Exhibit 10 what Kentucky Utilities' long-term Moody's rating was?
It is A3.
It is A3.
Yes. And Kentucky Utilities, their S&P rating is A-, which is the same as Kentucky Power Company. So Kentucky Power Company has a slightly lower, no. Let me double check that. I might have misspoke. Yeah, Kentucky Power Company's S&P rating is A-, and their Moody's rating is Baa2.
You mentioned about stock prices generally rising, and I think you kind of said that utilities kind of were joining the party. Is there any way to tell if the stock prices of Mr. McKenzie's and yours proxy group has increased since you provided testimony, or that Mr. McKenzie provided testimony? Is there any metric that could show that?
Well, probably the one that shows up most in our testimonies are the dividend yields. They're the annual dividend divided by the stock price. And so usually when stock prices are going up, the dividend yield goes down because the utilities will increase their dividend once a year. But, obviously in the last 6 months, utility stock prices are near an all-time high. The Dow Jones Utility Index is about 750 or so. And so you see dividend yields for electric utilities, which were maybe 3.5 or 3.6% like 5 or 6 months ago, or like 3.2%. And it's generally because the prices have gone up and the dividends haven't been increased yet.
Mr. Garcia, questions?
Yes, a few more, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Woolrich, you were asked about the Standard & Poor's credit rating, and you made some statements about Kentucky Power's credit rating from Standard & Poor's. Those are done at the corporate parent level and not at the specific company level. Isn't that true?
What's that?
The Standard & Poor's credit rating that you were talking of a second ago about Kentucky Power,
those
those are done at the parent level,
Yeah,
correct?
it's an integrated model, but if you go to standardandpoors.com and you type in Kentucky Power, it'll come up A-. And so it's an AEP / Kentucky Power Company S&P rating.
But S&P gives the same rating to all the entities under the
Generally,
AEP umbrella,
yes.
correct?
Generally, they do.
Okay. The Moody's rating, it's company specific, correct?
It's probably more company specific, but obviously, there's two. S&P is probably better known. I think last I saw, 2/3 of the 2/3 of ratings are controlled by S&P. So I think S&P is probably the bigger brand name. So if you have an S&P rating, Moody's is a little more company specific. And so that's why I think most people average them when they're trying to compare riskiness. I mean, you go to FERC, they average S&P and Moody's ratings just because Moody's are a little more company specific, but S&P also will give individual company comments within the overall rating.
Dr. Woolrich, if an investor wanted to get information that was specific about the credit rating of Kentucky Power and not of any of its sister entities, they would go to the Moody's credit opinions that address them individually, correct?
Well, S&P does the same thing.
The credit metrics that are represented in the Moody's credit analysis are specific to the operating company that they relate to, correct?
Now, they're specific, and if you read them, they also have, but S&P has the same thing. And they mention we look at it as an integrated network, and they look at it integrated network because obviously AEP controls everything Kentucky Power does. So they can make a decision about how they want to capitalize it, how they want to, so the common equity ratio for Kentucky Power is not set by the marketplace. It's set by AEP. So the reason you use an integrated approach is because the parent makes all the calls about the capitalization, the financial risk of the subsidiary.
Are you aware that in 2014, Moody's did a general upgrade of several electric utilities all at the same time as a result of a perception that the industry was essentially requiring a credit rating upgrade of one notch?
Yes, actually, if you look at my testimony at page 61, I have the credit utility upgrades and downgrades from EEI, the Edison Electric Institute, and you can see in recent years the upgrades have been about 70%, but in 2014 it was like 97% because Moody's views the industry as less risky, mainly because of a lot of the riders and that sort of thing. So the overall, as I show, the overall health of the electric utility industry, as measured by credit ratings, has clearly gone up in recent years.
Kentucky Power was one of the utilities that was left behind from that upgrade and that kept their credit rating from Moody's the same when everybody else's was upgraded. Isn't that true?
I believe so. I don't remember.
Can I turn your attention again to Exhibits 10 and 11 from Kentucky Power that I asked you a few questions about before? And if you go to the next to last page of each one of those exhibits, do you see a table there that includes the ultimate parent Moody's rating?
Yes.
What's the ultimate parent of both Kentucky Utilities and Louisville Gas and Electric?
Well,
the ultimate parent is PPL Corporation, correct? And their Moody's rating is BAA2?
no, I'm sorry. I'm missing your point. What am I supposed to look at?
The ultimate parent of both Kentucky Utilities and Louisville Gas and Electric, which is PPL.
Yes.
Moody's gives them a rating as well, and that rating is reflected in this document, correct?
They do, and there's a reason for that.
Okay, and actually,
And they do, and I'll tell you why. If you look at PPL, their common equity ratio is 34%. That means they finance a lot by debt, very heavy by debt, and as a result, they have a lower overall rating because they've made some acquisitions, obviously, and they do that with debt. And so a lot of their rating issues are tied to the amount of debt they use.
okay, and that rating for the parent of both Kentucky Utilities and Louisville Gas and Electric is less strong, it's riskier than the ones that Moody's have assigned to the operating companies, Kentucky Utilities and Louisville Gas and Electric.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Curtis, questions? Anyone else? Any intervenor questions?
No further questions.
Commissioner Cicero? Matthews? I have nothing. Nothing further. May this witness be excused?
Sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You may stand down and you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness at this time, Mr. Chandler, or is someone else scheduled?
You know, if we take a 2-minute, would it be okay to take a 2-minute recess?
Yes, let's do that. We'll take 5. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Safe travels.
We're now back on the record. Mr. Chandler, do you have another witness to call at this time?
I believe Mr. Cook does.
Mr. Cook.
Yes. This time we'll call Dr. David Dismukes.
Dr. Dismuke, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I did.
Please be seated. Counsel, you may ask.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Could you state your name and business address for the record?
David E. Dismukes, Dismukes. My business address is 5800 1 Perkins Place Drive, Suite 5F, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70808.
Are you the same Dr. David Dismukes that caused to be filed, pre-filed direct testimony in this case, as well as responses to data requests?
Yes.
And do you have any, did you at any time have any changes to your testimony or responses?
I did have some editorial revisions, I think, that were provided to counsel yesterday or so, and revised change on an exhibit that changed some markings on it.
And other than those, do you have any other changes to your testimony?
No, sir, I do not.
The witness is available for cross.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good afternoon, Dr. Dismukes.
Good afternoon.
I believe from looking at your resume that this is the first time you've testified in front of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's your first time in Kentucky?
No, not my first time in Kentucky.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Kentucky Power Service Territory?
Yes, sir.
And what is the largest city served by Kentucky Power?
I don't know.
Would you believe, subject to check, that it's Ashland, Kentucky is the largest service territory?
Yes, I can believe that.
And do you happen to know the population of Ashland, Kentucky?
No, sir, I don't.
Would you believe, subject to check, that it's 21,000 people?
Sure.
Would you do you know what the second largest city in the Kentucky Power Service Territory is?
Yes, sir, I do not.
Would you believe, subject to check, that it's Pikeville, Kentucky, with a population of approximately 7,000?
I can agree, subject to check.
Can you? I have provided a copy for reference only. These are all documents that are already in the record, and I'll refer to them by their location in the record as well. Can you refer to page 22 of your testimony, which is not in the packet? I apologize. I presumed you have a testimony with you.
Okay, I'm there.
And this is in the section of your testimony regarding the company's proposed residential customer charge. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you look at line 19 of page 22?
Yes, sir.
There's a sentence there that reads, "The true driving factors of utility distribution system costs are much more complicated and depend on a host of other factors, such as the size of a service territory and the population density within. The incremental costs of constructing an appropriate distribution system to serve an additional customer within an urban area with existing nearby infrastructure is substantially less than the cost to extend an existing utility system by potentially miles to serve an additional customer located in a rural area." Then you go on to say that this fact was ignored by the company. Is that correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to what is the Attorney General's response to Kentucky Power's data request number 15, which is the first page of the demonstrative or referencing document I provided?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this question asked to identify the bases for selecting the peer utility group used in exhibits DED4 and DED6. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the response talks about Dr. Dismukes developed his peer group for exhibits DED4 and DED6 on mainly a geographic basis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then says specifically the peer group chosen represents investor-owned utilities operating in the Appalachian region with a prior focus on neighboring states in the South Atlantic and East South Central regions. Can you explain what you mean by prior focus?
It probably should be particular focus.
Particular focus. And then the company requested whether or not, or requested the number of customers per distribution line mile and the nature of terrain for each of the utilities identified as peer utilities in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had not done that analysis?
Yes, sir.
You turn to the next page within this packet I provided, which is Exhibit DED6. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So Exhibit DED6 identifies the utilities that are part of your peer group, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have identified, just looking at it, probably about 15 different utilities. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's 13 or 14.
13 or 14? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so we discussed earlier that the largest city within the Kentucky Power Service territory is Ashland, Kentucky at 21,000. You've identified Alabama Power Company as a peer utility. Does Alabama Power Company serve Birmingham?
It does.
Okay. And you identified Ameren, Missouri as a peer utility. Does Ameren, Missouri serve St. Louis?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Then you identified Appalachian Power Company, Virginia, and that serves Roanoke. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Appalachian Power Company, West Virginia, serves both Charleston and Huntington. Is that correct?
I don't know for a fact, but I can agree subject to check.
Okay. Duke Energy Carolinas LLC serves Charlotte, North Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Duke Energy Carolinas LLC also serves Greenville, South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
Duke Energy Kentucky serves the Covington and Northern Kentucky suburbs.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
And that's I don't know if how familiar you are with those, and I don't know if the Vice Chairman's familiar. There's lots of cities up there, but together they're a fairly dense urban area. Duke Energy Progress serves the Raleigh area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Duke Energy Progress also serves Florence, South Carolina. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. Entergy Arkansas serves Little Rock. Is that correct?
Yes.
Entergy Mississippi serves Jackson.
Yes.
Kentucky Utilities Company serves Lexington.
Yes.
Louisville Gas and Electric serves Louisville. Is that correct?
Correct.
South Carolina Electric and Gas Company serves Columbia, Charleston.
Yes,
South
that's
Carolina.
correct.
Okay, the Virginia Electric Power Company serves the D.C. suburbs and also Norfolk. Is that correct? Alexandria and the
Yes.
Norfolk Road area. Okay. So, Dr. Monbright, who's the seminal work in public utility rates, identified the need to look at population density as one of the things in determining utility distribution costs, correct?
Yes, I think that was one of the things that he raised in terms of the shortcomings in minimum distribution studies, which is a methodology that was, the methodology is comparable to what the company had used in calculating their customer share off their primary and secondary voltage costs.
But your peer group includes utilities that have much larger urban areas than Kentucky Power does.
They
correct?
do, but I think something to keep in mind, though, is I think there's a little bit of mixing apples and oranges here. I mean, there's one discussion that we're talking about with regards to the distribution and appropriate methodology for doing a minimum distribution study, and then there's this comparison that was made on customer charges, which was presented more from a perspective of affordability and relative ranking of customer charges to other types of utilities that operate in this region. So one is really discussing methodological issues on demand and customer-related costs with primary and secondary voltage, and others just making essentially an affordability and a rate comparison. And I don't know that it's not that there's a disconnect between the two, because rates often measure those costs, but they're not as closely aligned as I think is suggested between kind of this discussion here.
Right, but in fact, there are, in these utilities, I mean, the the difference between eastern Kentucky and the Washington, D.C. suburbs is pretty significant, yes?
They are, but I think you need to keep in mind when customer charges are set, and it's been my experience in working in several hundred rate cases and regulatory proceedings throughout the country, is customer charges are often, if not most of the time, set with regards to public policy issues as opposed to cost-related items strictly. So this is usually the case in my experience that not only are demand-related costs not included in a customer charge, but it's often the case that the full range of customer-related costs that I outlined in my testimony aren't usually included in there either. I mean, it's very uncommon to see a utility that gets customer charge-related revenues that are in excess of, say, 75-76% of their customer-related costs. So that's where you get that disconnect between the cost that you're trying to get at here with the geographic differences and the customer penetration versus the kind of the public policy of setting customer charges for residential and commercial customers.
You turn to the third page that's in that document there, in the package, the demonstrative. And this is an exhibit to the rebuttal testimony of company witness Vaughn, which compares the Kentucky Power current and proposed residential basic service charges to those with the cooperatives and utilities providers that are, in fact, immediately adjacent within the state of Kentucky to the company. Are you familiar with what the proposed residential basic service charge is within the settlement agreement?
It's $14.
$14, and the average of Kentucky utilities here is $15.51. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's below average. Is that right?
It's below this average that's been presented here. Yes.
Just want to enter an objection for the record as to this being an accurate reflection of the customer charges of Kentucky utilities. It's just for the record, not as to the admissibility.
You may proceed.
I would note that Mr. Vaughn will be available for cross-examination, but we can proceed as well. Okay, can you please turn to page 30 of your testimony?
Okay.
And there's a question that begins on line 3.
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the HEAP program?
Yes.
And that is the program through which customers are able to receive assistance on their electric bills.
Correct.
And would you assume that, or you'd agree that it's a reasonable proxy for low-income customers?
No.
And why not?
Well, I mean, there's a participation requirement associated with the programs that are tied to low-income households, but and I think this gets to the questions that the chairman had earlier. Those programs and the subscriptions to those programs don't match one-for-one to the poverty levels that you would see in a particular area. So if you look at the participation rates of the HEAP program for the company, I think they have somewhere around 9,000 participants in there. That's probably about 5% of their overall customers, give or take. As the chairman pointed out, most of the counties in eastern Kentucky have poverty rates that are in excess of 20%. So you can't say that the HEAP program is a good reflection of the overall low-income population when it's at 7% and the census data is at 20%.
But the people who participate within the HEAP program are low-income customers.
That's true, but I think your question was, does it reflect low income in that service territory? And I can't agree with that.
Fair enough. On page 30, line 3, you were asked, have you conducted any analysis examining the relationship of electricity usage and income? Is that correct?
Yes. Is this of his testimony?
His testimony, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can you read the first sentence, or I guess the first 2 sentences, if yes is a sentence, of your testimony beginning on line 5 with yes?
You want me to read it out loud?
Please.
Yes, page 1 of Schedule DED 7 provides the results of an analysis I performed using data from the 2009, it should say 2005 and 2009 Residential Electricity Consumption Survey, or REX, produced by the United States Energy Information Administration, and household data from the Census Division in which Kentucky is located.
And this census division includes Alabama, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is what's shown in exhibits DED 7 and DED 8.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. So is it your testimony that the commission should rely on data from a 12 and 8-year-old general survey of household data regarding the relationship between low-income customers and electricity use over the actual data within the company's system?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any questions?
No questions.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Staff?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Dismukes.
Good afternoon.
You recommended in your testimony to reject any increase to the economic surcharge and the elimination of the total charge, and said that the program shifts performance risk onto the ratepayer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had a chance to read any of the provisions of the non-partial settlement agreement?
I have.
Okay. And are you aware that the settlement agreement includes provision to decrease the economic surcharge to residential customers to 10% per meter per month?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay. And it also provides for an increase in a per meter charge for any non-residential customers to $1 per month. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you still believe this proposed allocation shifts the performance risk onto the ratepayer, specifically onto the residential class?
Yes, I mean, the performance risk has nothing to do with the fee itself. The fee could be 10 cents, it could be 80 cents. It's the nature of what those dollars are being used for that addresses the performance risk issue. And that is, if these funds don't yield the returns that they are anticipated, there's no accountability for going back and clawing those dollars back. Ratepayers had to pay for it, and there's no accountability for that. So that's the performance risk in all this. It's not tied to the rate itself or who's paying the relative share of the rate. It's the fact that there's no way of going in and essentially figuring out whether or not these costs were prudently incurred, because the company is taking those dollars, they're essentially taxing ratepayers for them, and they're turning around and using and essentially filling in as a legislative function of allocating those dollars to various different categories of institutions in their region for economic development purposes.
Do you have any recommendations for sort of mitigating against those performance risks?
Well, I don't, because I don't think the nature of a plan like that probably lends itself very well to that kind of performance metric. That's why those kinds of programs need to be left at the legislature and not with utilities. It's not that the utilities don't have a role to play in promoting economic development, but a lot of times these kinds of expenses, much like they are for private industries, just like ExxonMobil or Dow Chemical or PPG or others who help promote economic development in their regions, they do those below the line if they want to make those grants or those kinds of contributions to their areas. So there is a role for the company. They have an economic development rider. There are performance guidelines that are included in that require increasing load, that require increasing employees for the supplemental discount. It's a relatively generous program. I mean, those are the kinds of things that you typically tend to see in economic development programs for utilities, at least that are regulated for surcharge or for rate-making purposes around the country.
So there are no metrics that can be measured against for a private entity, corporation to measure to see whether the performance is producing some sort of return?
I don't, because I think even as the company has testified, the purpose of these programs wasn't directly to create jobs, but to facilitate, for lack of better words, the economic development infrastructure in those areas. And again, it's well-intentioned, but just for rate-making purposes, I don't see how you can assure that the rates are fair, just, and reasonable when you don't know how those dollars are being spent.
May I jump in here for 1 second?
Yeah, those are all the questions I have, by the way.
So, given the fact that the settlement agreement talks about a split of 10 cents and $1 for the economic development, where the residential is 10 cents, and the chairman asked Mr. Satterwhite if he would be willing to move that 10 cents over into the HEAP program, which basically leaves it at 0 on residential and $1 on the other participants in the settlement who have agreed to that $1 per meter charge. Do you still believe that it's an unfair rate-making decision based on the fact that the participants in the settlement agreed to that dollar and you're moving the other 10 cents off?
I don't know if I understand your question. Try one more time. Are you saying, is the chairman's proposal to move it to low-income support make it any better or different?
Yes, that's my question.
So I would say that that's a little different proposal, because if those dollars were shifted into a social support program, such as the Home Energy Assistance Program, that has broader benefits for the broader class of ratepayers. It winds up helping ratepayers generally. It could potentially help in reducing uncollectibles and disconnects. It could wind up keeping sales on the system and maybe by a very small amount, but at least some amount, reducing this attrition problem that the company's had with its sales. So there are some external benefits that could be tied to that from a public policy perspective that I would argue are a little more strained and a little more tenuous relative to how those dollars are being used for economic development right now.
Yes, but the dollar remaining is being shared by those in the settlement agreement that believe that their classes can absorb that dollar per meter charge, and they don't believe that it's unreasonable. So the ratepayers that are going to pay that fee are okay with that. So do you still believe that that's...
Yeah, I subject to check. I don't think that's true with all the... Well, for the people who... there's another class of customers, I think the commercial customers, that would be subject to that dollar increase.
And I'll agree with you on that part, that there may be a participant that hasn't settled, that doesn't agree with the settlement, that could be impacted by it. But looking at just the dollar for those that are in the settlement piece, you would agree that those ratepayers have agreed that that is acceptable?
I don't think that's relevant, though, to my position in this, and that is you're the commissioner's responsibility to determine what's fair, just, and reasonable in terms of setting rates and having the accountability for that. The rate-making process isn't kind of up for vote. They may have agreed to that, but it's up to you to be able to account for those dollars regardless of where they're spent. And it may be that some of those customers are benefited by that, but other customers are having to pay for it, and they have no way of going out to seeing if what that benefit is that they're paying for.
I think the question that was asked by staff, though, was did you agree as far as economic development, if it was based on the split, it was okay, and your answer was you didn't believe that, you believed it was a legislative process. It was not left to private companies to make those determinations because there was no measurement of how those dollars were being spent or if they were actually beneficial. And so my comment is, if you have a settlement agreement where the ratepayers are actually paying the fee, believe it's beneficial enough to include it in the settlement, do you not believe that the ratepayers believe that there's some benefit to that?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't know that those customers represent the entire customer class. They represent their intervener group and the customers that are part of that, for one. Secondly, the residential customers are still making a payment in that, and we're not part of that settlement process.
And I qualified mine by saying if you took the 10 cents and put it in HEAP and took that off of there, I'm not quite understanding how you're defending your position.
Well, because if they think it doesn't matter if those customers think it's a good expenditure of money. What it matters is do you think it is, and can you justify the fact that those dollars are used and useful?
And I agree, it is the Commission's decisions to make the determination.
And one other thing, if I could just interject. I mean, once you start going down this slippery slope as a policy perspective of delegating that authority and saying, well, if customers agree with it, you start today with economic development, then tomorrow you add on renewables, the next day you start other social programs, and before you know it, you've got a host of a precedent that you've set up, and you're using essentially the regulated rate base for funding social programs that go well beyond the provision of providing electricity service.
I can see you're obviously not familiar with this commission because this commission hasn't delegated anything to anybody. It's taken probably more than what people would like it to take. I would say at this point, we are trying to take testimony and make a decision based on all the parties participating and trying to work, at least reviewing the settlement and seeing if it has any valuable points to it, looking at the past rate, looking at the future rate, and trying to determine what our position should be on it. And that's why I'm asking the question specifically about the economic development, because while it's not a consensus settlement, we still have to take into account the parties that are most impacted by it to determine whether it has benefit or not. And I understand your comment that it's not measurable in terms of determining whether it did actually provide any benefit or not. But I mean, it's kind of like the stock market with the last witness we have. Yes, it goes up and it goes down. If you can pick exactly what's going to happen, you're going to make a fortune. But unfortunately, it's all unknown. So we've got to base it on the testimony and what's presented to us. So that's the extent of my comments or questions.
Have you completed your call?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Matthews, questions?
I just had one. I believe your argument on the customer service charge was more on affordability and not whether or not that was an attempt to shift more fixed cost into the service charge.
Well, it was both. I mean, the company has attempted to take not only its customer-related costs, those costs such as metering, the service drop, customer service expense, et cetera, and recover those through the customer charge, but they're also trying to recover a portion of their distribution-related investment costs and putting that into the fixed customer charge. So the combination of what I would say is methodologically inappropriate allocation of those costs into the charge is one issue. And the second issue is, in addition to that, and as a result of that, it creates an affordability issue in terms of where that customer charge is going to be relative to other regional investor-owned utilities.
And the $14 that was agreed to in the settlement, is that higher than the fixed cost associated with serving those customers?
That would, I have not run the exact numbers, but it would likely be, well, it was still less than that amount, because I believe that the company actually reduced that amount from what was a full estimated cost of somewhere around $30 a customer. So they had already reduced it for a gradualism adjustment already. So the full cost was estimated, I think, $30.57 a customer, something like that. They reduced it down to a proposal of, I think, around 17, and now the settlement is down at 14. So 17 would have been a 59% increase in the customer charge. You're still looking at an increase that is 27%, which is still well over 2 times the system average request that is in the settlement, and it's still relatively large. And the company is already recovering 100% of their customer-related costs anyways through those charges. So I would argue they don't need to be increased.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cook? Mr. Chandler? Anyone?
Thank you. Can we go back to page 22 of your testimony, Dr. Disney? And I believe you read into the record a sentence or two that runs from 22 to 23. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can I ask, do you know how Kentucky Power determined their customer charge?
Yes, sir.
And what did they use to determine the proposed customer charge?
They took their customer-related costs and a share of their essentially primary and secondary distribution costs and put them in the customer charge.
And so did they take into account specifically density?
No.
Okay. Can you also refer to, I believe it's your DED 6. It's the second page of what I assume is going to be an exhibit from the company, but I didn't write it down if they had announced it. Your DED 6. Is it your understanding, I believe your testimony speaks to this, but is it your understanding that all of the companies listed on this are investor-owned utilities?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that Kentucky Power is an investor-owned utility?
Yes.
Can you turn the page to what I believe is Mr. Vaughn's rebuttal 2R2 exhibit?
Okay.
And do you mind to let's run through this list if you don't mind. Subject to check, would you agree that Grayson RECC is a rural electric cooperative?
Yes.
And then that the RECC part kind of stands for Rural Electric Cooperative?
think
So
we
can we
can
mark
see it.
off Grayson and Meade, Licking Valley, Big Sandy Farmers, Nolan, South Kentucky, Taylor, Pennyrile, Warren, West Kentucky, all of those are RECCs by name.
Correct.
And that Jackson Energy, Shelby, Owen, are all by name cooperatives. Would you agree that none of these seem to be investor-owned utilities?
They don't appear that way to me, except for Kentucky Power.
So it appears that in looking at this chart, none of the, at glance, none of these appear to be investor-owned utilities.
That's correct.
May I?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Actually, I'll just give you the Shows you all anything to do with history. Do you mind to turn to page 13 in this order, please?
Okay.
This is an order, recent commission order in 2016, 365, application of Farmers Rural Electric Cooperative Corporation for an increase in retail rates. Do you mind to look on that list for a second in AEVR2 and see if Farmers is on there? I believe it maybe 3 notches above Kentucky Power.
Yes, it is.
Do you mind to take a second and read under section rate design the first full sentence in the second paragraph on page 13?
You want me to read it out loud?
Yes, sir.
The commission concludes that for an electric cooperative that is strictly a distribution utility, there is merit to the argument that there is a need for a means to guard against the revenue erosion that often occurs due to the decrease in sales volumes that accompanies poor regional economics, changes in weather patterns, and the implementation of demand-side management and energy efficiency programs.
Is it your understanding that Kentucky Power has a demand-side management surcharge that it recovers?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And is it your understanding that Kentucky Power is a vertically integrated utility as opposed to a distribution-only utility?
Yes.
That's all we have, Chairman.
Is there any cross-examination, Mr. Hughes?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else have any further questions of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cicero, Matthews?
Mr.
I'm
Gardner
sorry.
does.
Oh, Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, I guess at the last break, Mr. Rhodes, who operates our system, asked that you speak louder so that the equipment could pick you up on the
Thank you,
video.
Your Honor. If I could approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
And raise that mic, because it's not working.
But while we're waiting for Mr. Gardner, if I can number this exhibit number 6.
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you like to, are you going to offer this into evidence or just have it marked?
I'm happy to move it into.
Is there any objection?
There's no objection.
And let it be marked as Attorney General Exhibit 6 and filed into evidence. That is just a demonstrative. Mr. Gish, the handout that you had is not to be introduced. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Those are all documents that are in the record, and I hope I referenced them by their proper location.
Okay, Mr. Gardner, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dismukes, I've handed you what has been marked and introduced, KCUC Exhibit 4. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And this is in response to Commissioner Cicero asking you a question about the KEDS, the Economic Development 10-cent and dollar. In looking at that chart, does it appear that GS category and LGS PS category have by far the greatest percentage of the total dollars of $326,687 that appear to be going into these programs?
They're large, yes, relative to the other customer classes.
And in fact, is it your understanding that the commercial customers have not consented to the settlements?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding. I'm sorry.
That's all I have.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Any questions from anyone else?
Still no.
Anyone?
No, Your Honor.
Then may this witness be stand down and be permanently excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Duke. You may stand down. We still have a few minutes. Maybe we ought to call another witness and get started if we can.
I think we're going to do Mr. Higgins next. Wasn't that the deal?
That's correct. I agree with the parties. I believe that Kevin Higgins will be called on behalf of the commercial utility customers.
Discount, can I move for Exhibit AG's Exhibit number 6 will be introduced?
I think we just did that.
We did
yes,
that?
Attorney General Exhibit 6 will be filed in there.
I completely forgot about that.
That's
Thank you.
okay.
It's been a long 2 days.
It ain't over.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Mr. Oslo, you may interrogate or ask of your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Higgins, can you please state your name for the record
My name is Kevin C. Higgins.
and your business address?
My business address is 215 South State Street, Suite 200, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84111.
Did you cause to be filed in this case direct testimony dated August the 3rd, 2017, and settlement direct testimony dated December the 4th, 2017?
Yes, I did.
If the same if the same questions in those documents were asked today, considering them collectively, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Olson? Oh, Mr. Dish, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions. Can you turn to page 15 of your testimony?
Of my direct testimony?
Direct testimony, yes.
Yes.
Can you read the question? I think the question on line 11 says, do you recommend any changes to Kentucky Power's proposed revenue allocation? And your response begins, yes, I recommend that the current residential subsidy, according to the company's 12CP cost of service study, be reduced by 50% in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that still your recommendation?
No. That is, while I believe that that is a reasonable premise for rate making, my current testimony responds to the settlement agreement. And with respect to the settlement agreement, which is a compromise among other parties to this case, KCUC is also adopting a position of compromise. And for purposes of response to the settlement agreement, no longer challenges the revenue allocation to the residential class, but rather focuses in on a specific element of the settlement agreement that we believe is unreasonable.
And in your settlement testimony, you suggest that if the commission were to change the revenue allocation by reducing the return on equity, that revenue allocation should first go to the first $500,000 of that should go to the LGS customers. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you don't mind, I would just like to clarify a little bit of what you said. I think if the commission changes the revenue requirement below or what the stipulating parties agree to, then as part of the revenue allocation, my recommendation is that the first $500,000 of any reduction in overall revenue requirement should go to reduce the rates for the LGS class.
But you have not, in this case, provided any testimony regarding the revenue requirement itself, correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any, testimony regarding the revenue allocation that's agreed to by the parties in the settlement agreement?
Is your question whether or not there are aspects of the settlement agreement that are consistent with my recommended
I'm asking if you have provided testimony in this case regarding any potential change to the revenue allocation, or the revenue requirement that was agreed to by the parties in the settlement agreement.
To the extent that the revenue requirement does not change as a result of the Commission's decision in this case, then my recommendation would not change the revenue allocation that's been stipulated.
But you have not prepared or proposed any testimony on what changes should be made to the revenue allocation in the settlement testimony. Is that correct? I'm sorry, not the revenue allocation. That was my mistake. The revenue requirement that was agreed to by the parties in the settlement agreement. Correct? Correct. Okay. I have no further questions.
The AG have no questions.
I do, thank you. Just a few. Good afternoon, Mr. Higgins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kurtz.
For full disclosure, we've known each other quite a while.
That is quite a disclosure.
We worked probably on cases in 6, 7, 8 states over the last 15 years.
Yes, we have.
Okay. You did 2 additional cost of service studies in your initial testimony, the winter-summer peak as well as the 3 winter peak studies?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And those studies showed that the residential customers were even being more subsidized than the 12 CP, which the company relied on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Will you turn to page 16 of your original testimony?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to read a little bit. On line 3, the sentence beginning, although. Can you read to the end of the paragraph, please?
Sure. Although the winter 3CP and summer winter CP methods indicate that a rate decrease for the IGS class would be warranted, I conservatively recommend that the IGS class revenue be set at full cost of service under the 12 CP method. At Kentucky Power Company's proposed revenue requirement, this will result in an increase of 4.38% for the IGS class compared to Kentucky Power Company's proposed 8.54% increase.
Would it be fair to say what that means is instead of the 5% subsidy reduction for IGS, the industrial general service that the company recommends, you recommended a 100% subsidy reduction, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the same recommendation that KIUC witness Mr. Barron made, correct?
Correct.
And that your recommendation and Mr. Barron's recommendation found their way into the settlement agreement, correct?
Correct, with respect to the IGS class, yes.
And you support that still?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Counsel for any intervenors? Mr. Malone?
Mr. Higgins, my name is Matt Malone. I represent the school boards.
Good afternoon.
Let's see if that mic works now.
Hello? No?
Someone maybe
It's
switch
still
out.
not
Let me
working.
stand up.
Yeah, if someone would give up a seat, Mr. Overstreet, thank you.
It's glued there for 2 days.
Sir, I've just got a few questions for you. I just was going through your, I guess we call it the direct settlement testimony, the most recent testimony that you filed.
Yes.
Wanted to ask you, as I understand it, KCUC represents a sawmill that's in rate LGS. Is that your understanding?
They are included in the membership, yes.
And as I understand it, you suggested that other benefits should be found to support a approximate $500,000 benefit to LGS. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure what you mean by other benefits should be found.
Cutting expenses or some other way to support the $500,000. How are you suggesting that the commission would come up with this additional $500,000?
what my testimony says is that to the extent that the commission changes the revenue requirement below the stipulated level, because revenue requirement is still an issue that's being contested in this case, and to my understanding, the commission also reviews the revenue requirements and stipulations and has on occasion reduced those revenue requirements. To the extent that the revenue requirement is changed by the commission, my recommendation is the first $500,000 of any reduction should go to correct what I believe is an inequity in the revenue allocation of the stipulation, and should go to the reduce the rates for the LGS class.
Given that KCUC represents the sawmill, have you calculated basically what that benefit would mean for the sawmill?
Not specifically for the sawmill. It's approximately about a 1% reduction in the rates for the LGS class.
Okay. Taking that logic, giving you a hypothetical question, imagine that the reduction that the commission, let's say the commission went along with that logic and suggested rather than a $500,000 benefit, they did a $100,000 benefit for easy math.
Okay.
And let's imagine that the sawmill pays $100,000 in expenses in electric cost per year. What does that mean to their bottom line?
Well, your hypothetical is you're assuming what the sawmill's
correct
usage is, and I believe that would be quite a bit lower than what it actually is. But for a $100,000 a year customer, if the commission reduced the revenue requirement by $100,000 and that went to the LGS class, that would be a reduction of about 0.2% for the LGS class. So that would be a 0.2% reduction on a customer that had a $100,000 bill.
Going to the schools, do you know anything about the load profile of the schools versus the commercial class?
Well, I know something generally about the load profile of schools.
Okay. Would you agree that the load profile of the schools is fairly homogeneous? In other words, most schools track similar load profile.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. Turning to the commercial class, do you agree that there's much more level of difference between them compared to the schools?
They're more heterogeneous, which actually from a cost allocation standpoint is favorable. Because when you've got diversity in your load profile, that actually brings down the unit cost of serving, of spreading the fixed costs of the utility.
But in determining rate design of a certain tariff, wouldn't you agree that a homogeneous class provides some benefit to the company in determining how to design the rate?
I don't know that it provides benefit to the company. It would provide information to the company, but it doesn't necessarily, for example, by itself mean that that class should get a discount off of the rate that would otherwise apply. But the fact that its load profile looks a certain way may give the utility some information that it could use to design rates.
In your testimony, you pointed out some, and I'm speaking of your most recent testimony.
Yes.
You spoke of public policy benefits for economic development and whatnot with respect to the commercial class.
Yes.
Would you not also agree that there are some significant, if not more significant, public policy concerns supporting schools here?
Well, certainly, education is an important component of public policy. And I want to clarify that my recommendation does not object to the discount that schools receive as part of the settlement agreement. My recommendation points to the fact that it was only one group of customers, the LGS customers, who pick up the tab for the discount. So if it's a matter of broad public policy, then the right thing to do, in my opinion, is that you spread that discount cost across the system, or if the utility believes that that's an important matter of public policy, the utility absorbs the cost, rather than a single class of customers. So I just want to be clear. The KCUC position is not to object to the school discount. It's how it's funded. That is where the objection lies. And as an evidence of the fact that we wish to be reasonable, we're not even asking the commission to undo that discount as part of the stipulated revenue allocation, but simply to address the issue going forward to the extent the commission has reduces the revenue requirement further.
Understand. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff, questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, so just to clarify one more time, you're no longer recommending that the residential subsidy be reduced by 50%, correct?
That is correct. Not in the context of the settlement agreement that's been presented.
KCUC is representing 2 clients in this action, is that right?
Well, my understanding is that it's an association, but there are 2 customers that I'm aware of that are served in the Kentucky Power Service territory. They're members.
And which rates are each of those clients on?
The hospital the hospital group is served under the industrial rate and the LGS rate, and BPM Lumber is served under the LGS rate, primarily.
Okay, so BPM Lumber is only under the LGS rate.
They have some load is on medium and small as well, but
okay.
The largest amount of their load is on LGS.
For each one of those 2 entities, what percent of their power bill is a result of each one of those rate classes?
For the hospital, the split between their bill on LGS and the industrial rate is about 50-50. And for the sawmill, it is almost 100% LGS.
No other questions.
Mr. Cicero, questions?
No questions.
Mr. Matthews?
Nope.
I have no questions. Anyone else?
If I could just clarify 2 points. Mr. Higgins testified earlier to Mr. Malone's questions that if the commission were to accept your recommendation of a $500,000 reduction in the LGS class, that you thought that would be approximately a 1% reduction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just to clarify that, is that a 1% reduction to current rates, or is that 1% less than what the proposed settlement proposes for the LGS class?
It's a 1% reduction to current rates.
And then with respect to BPM Lumber, it was a suggestion that it may have been a sawmill. Do you know how many, or whether BPM Lumber only operates 1 sawmill in Kentucky Power's territory?
Let me just clarify the question, my answer to your question before. When I said 1% reduction, it's 1% of current rates. So it's not reducing current rates by 1%. So $500,000 is approximately 1% of the LGS current revenue requirement. Slightly more than 1%, but it's in that ballpark.
In other words, your proposal would not result in a reduction of rates to the LGS class?
No, they would still get a rate increase. It would just be 1% less as a proportion of their total bill than is provided in the settlement agreement.
Thanks for that clarification. And then, do you know if BPM Lumber operates 1 or more sawmills in Kentucky Power's territory?
My understanding is they've got more than 1 operation.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Malone, questions? Anyone else? Any other? Is there any reason why this witness cannot be permanently excused? You may step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it's 5:01. Why don't we take a lunch break until 2 o'clock, and then we'll come back and see how far we can get. Thank you. We're now back on the record. As I understand it,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chandler, sorry.
Sorry.
It's all technical.
Come on,
You better ask him something. It'll pay about $4,000. Which one of you guys?
Okay, you ready? We're now back on the record. Mr. Chandler, Mr. Cook, as I understand it, you've completed all your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
And that at this time, then, parties have agreed that Kentucky Industrial Utility Customers will present its evidence. Is that right, Mr. Kirk?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a witness to call at this time?
He's up there. Yes, sir. Mr. Collins.
Okay, Mr. Collins, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Mr. Kurtz, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Collin, will you state your name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Lane Collin. My business address is J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 305 Colonial Parkway, Suite 570, Roswell, Georgia 30075.
Do you have in front of you a document marked direct testimony and exhibits of Lane Collin?
Yes.
Was this prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
I would ask you the same questions as those contained herein. Would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Any corrections or additions?
No.
Your Honor, tender the witness across.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll go with those of like mind. Mr. Overstreet, do you have any comments? Any intervenors who participated in the proposed settlement have any questions? If not, Mr. Chandler, Mr. Cook, do you have cross?
The Attorney General does not have any cross for Mr. Collins.
Okay. Mr. Gardner, no? Staff?
We do, Your Honor, just very brief. Do you have KIUC's responses to Commission staff's data requests by chance?
I don't.
Okay. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
This is KIUC's response to Commission staff's data request. Item 1, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you are the witness that responded to this question and the subparts?
Yes.
Okay. 1A asks you to confirm that the revenue requirement for deferral of the expenses related to the Rockport Unit 2 unit power agreement would be reduced by $20.307 million per year through 2021, and $341,365 of that amount in 2022, based upon your recommendation, your pre-filed testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, and that's because the recommendation in my direct testimony was focused on the Rockport 2 unit only. That unit is under lease, and our proposal was for $20 million of that lease expense to be deferred through December 8th of 2022. And that's where the 341 divided by 365 comes into play. And that also is consistent with the termination date of the unit power agreement, which covers both Unit 1 and Unit 2.
Okay. So, and when asked in Part B, explain why the carrying charge should not be based on Kentucky Power's cost of debt. Your response is that under KIUC's proposal, Kentucky Power will be required to finance nearly $100 million over the approximately 5-year period until the lease is terminated in 2022, and that the company is unlikely to finance a deferral of this magnitude solely through debt, given its present capital structure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But then it says, however, it could be appropriate to assume that the deferral is financed through debt if such deferrals are significantly less than under the KIUC proposal. Was that your response?
Yes.
Okay. So with respect to the settlement, the non-unanimous settlement agreements, that includes the provision of the Rockport unit power agreement, deferral of those costs, is that for both units 1 and 2?
It is not unit-specific, so it's just a generalized deferral of the UPA expenses.
Okay. And so the expenses associated with that provision to defer the costs associated with the Rockport UPA, would that be significantly less than the $100 million over the 5-year period as you had recommended in your testimony?
It would be about half, because we had recommended a $20 million deferral, and over 5 years, that would be $100 million. And under the settlement, it's 15, 15, 10, 10, and 5.
Right.
And so that adds up to $50 million.
Okay. So given your, I guess, your qualification in responding to staff's question 1B with respect to Kentucky Power's ability to finance the carrying charge to be based upon the cost of debt, would that reduction in the amount of expenses be considered a significant reduction such that Kentucky Power would be able to finance it based upon its cost of debt, given its capital structure?
Well, I think it is a significant reduction in the deferral. There's no question about that. It's half of what my proposal was initially. But then the question is, the next question is, what is the likelihood of the company financing it with debt? And I think that right now, if you look at their capital structure, and it's roughly 43% common equity, if they finance that additional $50 million with debt only, that would end up leveraging them more, and it could result in a down rating of their debt, for example. Now, I didn't really investigate this. It wasn't our proposal. Our proposal was for a full rate of return, but in certain circumstances, it could make sense to do it on a debt only. I don't think that it is appropriate to do that in this case.
Okay, even based upon the amount of expenses associated with the settlement agreement?
Yes, I think it's unlikely that the company would finance this exclusively with debt.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Cicero, questions?
No question.
Mr. Matthews? Yep. I have none. Any?
I do have one redirect a little bit. I know you're not a lawyer, but I do want to ask you this. In order...
Praise God. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry, what?
I said thanks a lot.
Okay. I don't want a legal
I have a lot
opinion.
to be grateful for, yes.
Yeah. The Rockport Unit Power Agreement is a FERC-approved rate.
It is.
Okay, and under federal law, federal preemption, the commission must give effect or allow the utility to recover the FERC-approved rate, correct?
That's my understanding now. The retail recovery can vary, but over time it has to provide recovery unless there's a determination of imprudence by the retail regulator. But that's not the case here, for sure.
And that's not even really true. This is the Nantahala decision in Mississippi Power and Light, U.S. Supreme Court, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And full recovery would be the weighted average cost of capital pursuant to your recommendation and pursuant to what's in this stipulation.
I would agree with that, yes.
And in fact, if it was a debt-only return, one might argue that the commission is trapping costs and not giving full recovery and stepping into this federal preemption minefield.
One might argue that. But this is fair. It's equitable to provide an overall rate of return.
And just for the record, it's a $9 million carrying charge on the $50 million over 5 years.
That's correct. And in conjunction with that, the company has agreed to amortize it on an annuitized basis over 5 years. So what that means is that rather than starting high and then amortizing a certain dollar amount each year, what you're doing is you're getting the same dollar amount of recovery from customers, just like paying off a home mortgage. And so that's extremely beneficial to customers, and it minimizes the effect on customers. So essentially what we're doing now is we're cutting the peak of the rate increase, and then there would be a rate reduction in December of 2022, when the UPA is either Unit 2 portion of it is not renewed, or maybe the entirety of it is not renewed. There would have otherwise been a very significant rate increase. All this does is mitigate the amount of the rate decrease. All this does is mitigate the decrease to some extent. So what you've done is you've cut off the peak of the revenue requirement for the next 5 years, and you've raised slightly the revenue requirement over the 5 years starting in December 2022. It's really a tremendous result.
No further questions?
Any cross-examination?
None, Your Honor.
Just two questions.
In your testimony, when you discussed your deferral position, did you consider or include anything in your testimony that looked like or was similar to the credit offset that's provided for in the stipulation? Where following the expiration of the UPA in 5 years, that the company will be allowed to essentially earn its ROE, the guaranteed earn on its ROE?
I did not address that.
You did not address that. So that wasn't your proposal in your
That
testimony.
was not included in my direct testimony. That's correct.
And generally, the discussion's been about the weighted average cost of capital. And the weighted average cost of capital, there are generally two components, debt and equity, correct?
Yes.
And does the debt portion contain a time value of money component?
Well, by definition, it is a time value of money because you provide a rate of return on the investment cost for whatever period of time it's providing service to customers.
No more questions.
Any other questions, Cross?
One additional, Your Honor. So in your follow-up to Mr. Kirk's question with respect to the FERC preemption and, excuse me, the full recovery, Kentucky Power's full recovery of that cost under the EPA. In your response to Commission Staff's 1B, even though you qualified it as it could be appropriate to assume that the deferral is financed through debt if such deferrals are significantly less than the KIUC proposal, there was no limitation with respect to FERC jurisdictional grounds on the ability of Kentucky Power to recover fully those costs under the EPA.
In the response to the discovery, that's correct.
So were you not aware of that limitation when you provided this response?
I was aware of that limitation. The only point here was that there might be certain circumstances where it could be appropriate. I didn't say it would be. I said perhaps it could be appropriate if it was a much smaller dollar amount. And I can think of one instance, for example, if the deferral were a few $1 million and it was for 6 months, then you probably would assume that it was financed with short-term debt. But the longer the period of deferral and the greater the magnitude, the more necessary, in effect, it is that it be the full weighted cost of capital unless there's an exclusive or dedicated type of financing associated with that deferral. And, just to add on to that a little bit, in some of the states that have gone to open access or deregulation, a portion of the costs have been considered stranded. And rather than allowing those utilities a full rate of return on the stranded costs under state law or through some other mechanism, the utilities have securitized those costs through low-cost forms of debt. And so, there are certain circumstances where it makes sense to do a debt-only financing. In this one, I don't think it is, given the magnitude still of the $50 million, the 5-year time frame for the deferral, and then another 5 years until the company fully recovers. So you're looking at a span of a 10-year period. It's really kind of unlikely that it's going to be financed with either short-term debt or exclusively with long-term debt.
Those are other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Cicero? Commissioner Matthews? Anything further?
Yes, sir.
If there's no other cross-examination of this witness, may he be finally excused?
Yes, he may.
Thank you. Mr. Cullen, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
We call Mr. Barron.
Barron, you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Stephen J. Barron. My business address is J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc., 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30076.
Do you have in front of you a document marked the direct testimony and exhibits of Stephen J. Barron?
Yes.
Was this prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the same questions as those contained herein, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Any corrections or additions?
Not that I'm aware of.
Your Honor, I tender the witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any counsel for any of the settling intervenors have any cross-examination for this witness? If not, Mr. Cook, Mr. Chandler, any?
The Attorney General has no questions for Mr. Barron.
Mr. Gardner or Osterflow? Staff?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Cicero, Mr.
No.
Matthews, I have none. In that case, may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, he may, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may stand down.
Thank you. Well done, Matt.
You're our favorite witness.
This was one of my toughest appearances.
In that regard, does that mean Mr. Satterwhite was your least favorite since he was on the longest?
No comment.
No comment.
I'm going to have to give this to Curtis.
Yeah, you have another one.
Yeah, we have a rate of return witness, Mr. Baudino.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Richard Baudino. My business address is 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Do you have in front of you a document marked the direct testimony and exhibits of Richard A. Baudino?
Yes.
Was this prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was prepared by me.
If I were to ask you the same questions as those contained herein, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Any corrections or additions?
No.
Your Honor, I tender the witness for cross.
Overstreet.
No questions, Your Honor.
Counsel for any of the settling intervenors have any questions of this witness? If not, Mr. Chandler, Mr. Cook, questions?
We do have questions, Your Honor. May I approach and?
Yes, you may.
No, thank you.
Oh, if you don't, I'm just going to put it in.
I'll come back to you.
I'm just going to put it in the binder.
Okay. Okay.
I don't need to.
Good morning, Mr. Baudino. Good afternoon, Mr. Baudino.
Good afternoon.
It's a long day yet. So first, I would like to just confirm you did provide testimony in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
And your testimony was on the on a reasonable return on equity for Kentucky Power Company, correct?
Right.
And what was the recommendation that you provided for return on equity?
8.85%.
Now, if you don't mind, can you please turn to tab B in the binder that I provided you?
Okay, I have that.
On tab B, can you confirm that this is page 29, or subject to this, page 29 of your testimony?
Yes, this
In
is
this
page
case?
20. This is page 29 of my testimony.
So this table on page 29 notes the outcomes of your DCF results, or the outcome of your DCF methodology and the CAPM, correct?
Right.
And the CAPM stands for the capital asset pricing model, correct?
That's right.
And the DCF stands for?
The discounted cash flow.
Discounted cash flow. Now, can you look towards your CAPM results there? And can you provide what the CAPM results were based on the 5 and 20-year Treasury bonds?
Sure. Those results ranged from 6.9% to 7.15%.
And using historical returns, what was the range that you had there?
Well, that's 5.99 to 7.32%.
Now, looking at those numbers, did you give any weight to those amounts when you recommended your 8.85 recommendation?
No.
Do you ever give weight to CAPM results?
I haven't in my memory. I have not. I just used it for excuse me. I use it for additional information for the commission, since often CAPM and risk premium models are presented for the commission's information, and as also to form the basis for certain witnesses' recommendations. For me, I primarily rely on the DCF.
And so other witnesses, though, do use the CAPM or variations of it, like the empirical CAPM, correct?
Certain witnesses do use a variety of methods, yes.
And with CAPM being one of them?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, if you had given weight to your CAPM, all things equal, would your 8.85 recommendation have been, would it have been higher or lower?
Well, if I had incorporated these results, it would have been lower. I didn't really incorporate it. I'm sort of speculating in a way because, I think 8.85 is reasonable. But obviously, if you'd chosen to give some weight to those lower results, the number would have been below 8.85.
All things equal, of
Yeah.
course, the caveat.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on page 29, you ask yourself the question, or you're asked the question in testimony. On line 9, Mr. Baudino, are you concerned that your recommended cost of equity is too low? How do you answer that question?
Well, I can read. Would you like me to read?
Just the result there of the answer.
Okay. No, I said I'm not concerned about it at all being too low. In fact, I think it's very reasonable for an BAA A-rated utility like Kentucky Power in this current interest rate environment, as I said.
And you stated that you state that one of the bases for that is the low interest rate environment, correct?
Right.
Looking back to Table 3 on page 29, do any of the amounts you have presented there support a 9.75 ROE?
No. In fact, really the high end is 9.55% in the median growth rate method.
If we turn one page in tab B to page 30.
Okay.
Would you agree that on line 4 through 7, you address the inclusion of short-term debt in the Kentucky Power capital structure?
Yes.
Was that incorporated in the settlement?
I believe it was. I believe the cost was agreed to was 1.25%. I believe. I can double check that, but I believe that's right.
Okay. Now, I've provided you a copy on tab C of your testimony in this case, and for everybody else, it's just telling them that's what I did, since it's already a record in this case. But in case you need to refresh your memory, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about your direct testimony, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, you discussed Mr. McKenzie's testimony in your direct testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
So do you agree with Mr. McKenzie on the outlook for capital costs? Are you incorporating an outlook for capital costs?
No, I do not. Definitely not.
Do you agree with the forecasted interest rates of 4.2% that he used in his CAPM and URP studies?
Well, I mean, I agree that those are what the consensus interest rate forecasts are right now. However, I do not agree that they should be used in a risk premium or a capital asset pricing model analysis. They should be used, current interest rates should be used for those analyses.
Do you agree with Mr. McKenzie omitting low-end DCF results in his DCF study?
No, I think that was, I criticized that as being sort of an asymmetric analysis, and I had, if you can just hold on.
I believe you discussed that on page 36.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go to that. Right. In fact, I presented an analysis on Table 6, page 38, where I incorporated all of the numbers and presented an average and median set of results from that.
Using his proxy group, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you agree with Mr. McKenzie's, excuse me, do you agree with the expect...
Well, I'm sorry. Let me just... Yes, that's right. It was from his proxy group, yeah.
Do you agree with the expected market return component of Mr. McKenzie's CAPM or empirical CAPM analysis?
No.
Do you agree with Mr. McKenzie's application of the utility risk premium?
No.
Why don't you agree with Mr. McKenzie's application of the utility risk premium?
Now that, I believe this was, when you talk about utility risk premium, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
I believe you discussed it on page 41.
All right, 41, yes. Okay, this was an historical analysis using commission-allowed returns from 74 through 2016. And what I said on page 41 was generally the bond yield plus risk premium approach is imprecise and can only provide very general guidance on current authorized ROEs for regulated electric utility. And risk, I say risk premiums can change over time, and they're sort of a blunt instrument.
How can they change over time?
Investor perceptions of risk, changes in interest rates, those sort of general things.
The idea being that maybe not relative, but individually, the risk of a single utility changes between 1970, or let's say the utility sector, the risk of the utility sector may change between 1974 and 2016.
Well, it could. The other thing I think that, if I can, I'll give you my interpretation of what Mr. McKenzie did was we know that as interest rates change, required risk premiums change. So on other things being equal, when interest rates rise, the required risk premium in terms of the required return on equity tends to get smaller. And likewise, as interest rates fall, that required risk premium tends to get bigger. And I think that's what Mr. McKenzie was trying to measure with that.
And in that risk premium, he used forecasted bond rates, correct?
He did.
And those are forward-looking for 4 years, is that correct?
I need to go back and see.
That's okay. I'll withdraw the question.
Oh, okay.
Do you agree with Mr. McKenzie's application of the expected earnings approach?
No.
Why don't you agree with Mr. McKenzie's application of the expected earnings approach?
Well, now, expected earnings, he used expected earnings, just to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Oh, the next page.
Yeah, on page 42. These were value line forecasted returns for the 2020 to 2022 period. I said the Commission should not rely on those for the same reason you shouldn't rely on forecasted interest rates. And instead really should be looking at current required returns from investors as measured by current stock prices through the DCF model.
And is there any way to know whether, are there any metrics available to determine whether or not the current market book value, the current value of stocks exceed investors' expectations? such as possibly the use of the relationship between book value and market value?
You can infer that. You can infer some of it, but right now it's kind of a guess because, I mean, one theory is that if a utility company is expected to earn more than its required return, the market-to-book ratio will be greater than 1. So in other words, since utilities earn on their rate base or earn on their capitalization, if the investor required return is set by the commission according to the investor required, what it really is in the marketplace, the market-to-book ratio should be about 1. Now, for some time now, for some number of years, utility market-to-book ratios have been significantly above 1. And they've certainly been above 1 in this low interest rate environment, and I think a lot of that is due to investors reaching for yield, reaching for yield and safety in the current market environment. Obviously, you have a very low, Treasury yields are quite low right now, and investors are looking for a higher yield with some growth, which utilities offer, and safety. So some of that, and in fact, I would say a good deal of that greater than market-to-book ratio of 1 now is being driven by the current low interest rate environment.
Do you agree with Mr. McKenzie's I'll go ahead and please refer to your page 43. Do you agree with Mr. McKenzie's application of the non-utility benchmark approach? I believe it's page 43.
Okay. No, I do not.
And why don't you agree with the non-utility benchmark approach?
Because the non-utility companies he used are from unregulated companies. And I describe here beginning on line 18, utilities have protected markets, service territories, and may increase prices they charge in the face of falling demand or loss of customers. And unregulated companies cannot do that. So, and investors know that. And so, other things being equal, you would expect unregulated companies to, for investors in unregulated companies to expect and require returns on equity that are greater than regulated utility companies.
Due to that additional risk?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So we'll cross that, Mr. Benito.
Mr. Williams, Osterwell, staff, Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Baldwin.
Good afternoon.
I take it that you've read Dr. McKenzie's rebuttal testimony with respect to your recommendations in your testimony?
I've reviewed it.
Okay. Do you recall his review of your dividend data use in the growth rate portion of the DCF analysis? Do you recall that?
What are you referring to? I don't have his testimony in front of me.
You do not have his testimony?
I have it on computer. I have it on my computer.
If you can bring that up, can you bring that up?
Sure.
It's on page beginning 63 of Mr. McKenzie, or Dr. McKenzie's report.
Okay. And which page did you say that was?
63, the bottom of 63, the beginning, top of 64.
Okay.
It's the question and answer to number 88.
63 and 64?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just need a few moments to review this.
Go right in.
Okay, I've read that. What's your question?
Okay. So Dr. McKenzie states that the growth rates in dividends per share are not likely to provide meaningful guide to investors' current growth expectations. Is that correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. But that professional analysts rely on growth rates provided by the earnings per share approach. Is that correct?
That is what he said.
Okay. Can you provide the Commission with your view of why also looking at dividends per share is appropriate in a discounted cash flow analysis?
Sure. It's because dividends represent the cash flows that are actually received by investors, not earnings. The DCF model assumes that dividends and earnings grow and book value grow at the same rate. So investors obviously would take into account forecasted growth in dividends if they had that kind of forecast available. Now, there is evidence in the literature that suggests that that earnings are important and perhaps the more important forecast that investors would look at, and I would agree with that. But I think it would not be a good idea to exclude or ignore dividend growth forecasts that are available to investors through the Value Line Investment Survey. So I have included that. And really in my weighting, I use 4 sources. 3 sources are earnings growth forecasts. 1 source is dividend growth. So dividend growth should be weighted. It's weighted 25%. The earnings growth forecasts are weighted 75%. So I do give greater weight to earnings forecasts, but I think you should have dividend growth in there.
Okay, but are you saying that one should also factor in the earnings approach as well?
Oh, absolutely. And I do that too. In fact, that's the bulk of of the weight given to my growth forecast is earnings growth forecast.
Okay. Those are all the questions. Thank you.
Mr. Cicero? No questions. Mr. Matthews? I have none. Is there any other questions to be asked of this witness?
Well, I would do so very quick redirect. How many rate cases have you testified to our return on equity about?
I was afraid somebody's going to ask me that one day. I haven't actually counted, but quite a few since I've been doing this work since 1982.
Is it typical in your experience that the utility will bring in an expert that comes in high, the consumer advocates or ratepayer interests will come in with an expert that comes in low, and the commission typically ends up somewhere in between?
I'd answer that this way. I mean, that's sort of been like the end result, but I will say that, Mr. McKenzie and I and Dr. Woolridge all really believe in what we're testifying to. And, typically the utility is higher, consumer advocates and staff may be lower, and often I've seen commission come in between those numbers, and sometimes they go for one of the witnesses' numbers.
In the context of the settlement that's presented to the commission here, in your opinion, is 9.75% reasonable?
I think within the context of a global settlement, like the parties have, even though it's non-unanimous, that the parties have agreed to, it's certainly within the range of recommendations to this commission.
Thank you. No more questions.
Any further cross-examination?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Anyone else care to further question this witness? If not, may Mr. Ladino be excused permanently? Thank you. You may stand down.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirst, do you have any other witness, or does this conclude your proof?
This concludes. We had 2 other witnesses, but they were not called by the commission. We had Mr. Kornstein, who's an economic development kind of expert, as well as the plant manager of Marathon Petroleum, Brad Levi, who testified, but staff did not request them, and nor did any of the parties. So their testimony, I guess, is in the record.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Overstreet, you may ask.
Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, you may ask.
Thank you, Anna. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Adrian McKenzie, and my business address is 3907 Red River Street, and that's in Austin, Texas, and the zip code is 78751.
And Mr. McKenzie, did you submit in this case direct testimony consisting of 78 pages of question and answers and 11 exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and were these prepared by you or under your supervision?
They were.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would you provide substantially the same answers?
I would provide exactly the same answers.
Do you have any corrections or changes?
I have one small correction. This was actually addressed in a data request, but I'd like to go ahead and correct it formally here. On page 24 of my direct testimony, on line 13, the sentence reads, a value line safety rank of 1 or 1. That second 1 should be a 2.
And does that change in any way your analysis?
No, it does not. It was just a typographical error.
Thank you. And did you also cause to submit rebuttal testimony consisting of 77 pages of questions and answers, and an appendix containing 3 exhibits?
Yes.
And those exhibits were numbered 12, 13, and 14 to reflect that the last exhibit of your testimony had been 11 in your direct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have any changes to that testimony or exhibit?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, will you provide substantially the same answer?
Yes, I would.
And did you also cause responses to discovery answers to be submitted in this case?
I did.
Do you adopt your direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, exhibits, and the discovery answers that you provided as your evidence in this case?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, the witness is tendered for cross.
Okay. Mr. Kurtz, you have any questions for this witness?
No, I do not.
The counsel for any of the settling intervenors have questions for Mr. McKenzie? If not, Mr. Cook, Mr. Chandler, any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. And may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Can I just set this over here?
Yeah, that'd be great. I think you can actually put that if you want to, but this is there to make it a little easier to read.
Thank you.
Let me check again, though.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie.
Good afternoon.
You provided direct testimony in this case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And your testimony was on your recommended return on equity for Kentucky Power Company, correct?
That's correct.
And can you remind the commission of what that number was?
Well, the bottom line number was 1031. It was based on a range of 9.71 to 1091.
9.71 was the lower end of that range?
That's correct.
In the company's last rate case, the case, to the best of my memory, 2014-396, you provided testimony for Kentucky Power along with Dr. Rivera, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And in that case, do you remember what your recommended ROE was?
I do not.
Do you mind to turn to tab A in the binder I provided you?
Certainly.
Subject to check, and you may check on your own, and tab B that I provided you has your entire direct testimony from that case. But subject to check, would you agree that this is page 4 of your testimony from that case?
Yes, I would.
And do you mind to reacquaint yourself with the recommended ROE in that matter?
Yes, it's 10.62%.
Based on your recommendations in the last two cases, would you agree that the equity cost rates for the company have decreased?
Yes.
If you would please turn to tab C. And tab C, and this is subject to your own check, but this is page 16 through, I believe, 23 of your testimony. Does that look right?
In the prior Kentucky
In this
Power
case, excuse me.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay.
I believe that anything in the prior case notes Avera/McKinsey at the top right-hand corner.
Understood. Okay.
I've confused myself a few times in the last week between them. So, does this subject check look like page 16 and 23 of your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Now, on these pages, and it's starting with between lines 17 and 18 on page 16, you discuss your opinion on the outlook for capital costs, correct?
Well, I'd clarify that somewhat. I don't regard it to be my opinion. I regard it to be my presentation of really what I see in the market. I'm not making a personal prediction.
Okay. On page 21, that's there. I guess this will be 5 or 6 back. You cite to Blue Chip Financial Forecasts, correct? Which I guess your short reference there is Blue Chip.
That's correct.
And you cite the Blue Chip as your reference to what you believe excuse me. Let me try to ask this question in light of your recent clarification. You provide these figures as what Blue Chip expects interest rates to be between now and 2022, correct?
Well, Blue Chip is one of the sources that I rely on, and that's one of the forecasts that is considered in developing this graph. So I would agree with that, subject to the proviso that there are others included in there.
And if you'll turn to page 22, I believe it's 23. Do you mind to read into the record the paragraph starting on line 12 through line 17?
Certainly. Given investors' expectations for rising interest rates and capital costs, the Commission should consider near-term forecasts for higher public utility bond yields in assessing the reasonableness of individual cost of equity estimates and in evaluating the ROE for Kentucky Power. The use of these near-term forecasts for public utility bond yields is supported below by economic studies that show that equity risk premiums are higher when interest rates are at very low levels.
Now, do you mind to turn to tab D, please? And subject to check, would you agree that this is your exhibit AMM 7 in this matter?
Yes.
And in AMM 7, page 2, what is the risk-free rate that you use in your analysis there?
Okay. Well, first, just to clarify, page 1 of this exhibit presents the capital asset pricing model using the current risk-free rate. So I do consider current rates. Page 2 presents the CAPM using a forecasted rate of 4.2%, which is roughly comparable to the 4% that Dr. Woolridge used in his CAPM.
So, thank you for clarifying that. I will follow up. On page 1 then, what's the risk-free rate you used for current?
3%, and as I indicated in the footnote, that was based on an average yield for the 6 months ending May 2017 when I prepared my testimony.
And are you aware of what the 30, and that's based on the 30-year Treasury bill, correct?
30-year Treasury bond, yes, sir.
Treasury bond, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the current 30-year Treasury bond is at today?
I don't know today's yield.
Today.
No.
How about, do you mind to turn to tab E? What it was as of the 4th of December per the U.S. Department of Treasury?
The 4th of December, just a one-day spot yield was 2.77% by the looks of it.
And would you be surprised to find out if yesterday the one-day spot yield was 2.71%?
That wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't be my recommendation to use a spot yield in this analysis. I use 6-month averages.
6-month historical averages,
That's
correct?
correct. Yep, as one basis.
And so what did you use, going back to tab D, what did you use as the current rate?
%.
3%. And on page 2, what was the forecasted amount you used as the risk-free rate?
4.2%.
4.2%. And that was based on a 2007 to 2022 time frame that we looked at previously, right?
I think you said 2007, 2017.
2017, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Correct.
2017 to 2022.
Yes.
And so when you incorporate the forward-looking or forecasted risk-free rate, the expectation is that in the next 4 years, when using that risk-free rate, the calculation anticipates an increase from the current interest rate to the risk-free rate you use in the calculation, correct?
Right. In other words, just as Dr. Woolridge did not use the current 30-year Treasury bond yield in his CAPM, I used a higher rate in this example. My rate in the previous page is actually lower than the rate that Dr. Woolridge used. The idea being that the Commission is trying to establish a cost of equity that's going to present a meaningful estimate of investors' required return over the time when rates are set. So this is one gauge that I offer the Commission in making that determination.
And so if we just assume that, and I agree, the one-day snapshot, we'll throw out the one-day snapshot, that over the last few weeks, we'll say, the Treasury rate has been at roughly 2.8%. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the forecast on page 2 here anticipates a 140 basis point increase over that time frame that you've applied.
Over the 5 years,
Over
yes.
the 5 years. Do you mind to also turn to tab F? And on page 2 of that, well, to be fair, we'll go to page 1. For your implied cost of equity, under implied cost of equity, under B, what percentage does that represent? What number does that represent?
That's the 6-month average yield on BAA utility bonds as reported by Moody's for the month end of May.
So looking at corporate utility bonds, that rate is sort of comparable to the 3% we were discussing on the last.
That's correct.
It's a 6-month historic.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the next page, you do the same calculation. I believe the only difference between the two calculations is a different utility bond yield and a different adjusted equity risk premium, correct?
Yes, because the equity risk premium moves inversely to the bond yield, so by substituting a new bond yield, we need to calculate that.
Yeah, you can't use the current interest rate and a future risk premium and vice versa, right? Okay. So what does the 6.28% represent?
The 6.28% is a forecast of BAA utility bond yields for 2018, 2022 It's actually based on forecasts for AA utility bond yields. Those are the only forecast rates that are available. And then onto that, I add an average spread, the difference between a AA and a BAA bond yield.
Which, would you agree that those, is it your opinion that those, the difference between those two are very similar over time? The spread between the two?
They can fluctuate depending on risk perceptions in the market. So,
do you feel the adjustment you made was reasonable?
Yes, I do.
Now, if you'll turn to tab G, and I apologize to additional counsel, we ran out of G's. So for some of you, it may be tab T. If you'll turn to tab G, and this is a copy of the Mergent Bond Record. Are you familiar with this publication?
I am.
And this is a trustworthy publication to determine what the bond yield has been?
Yes.
On page 2 of that, will you please note what this is the most recent version that we could come about, what the September 2017 BAA public utility bond yield was?
It reports it as 4.24%.
And do you have any reason to believe that this is incorrect?
No.
And so between the September rate, which caveat is a snapshot in time, to the rate you use on AMM 9, page 2, would you agree that that's about a 200 basis point difference?
Can you tell me which tab you were on?
Yeah, I apologize. It's tab F, page 2 of tab F. And I'm more than happy to give you time if you'd like to put it into the 3-ring binder. It'd make it easier.
No, that's correct.
Okay. So 200 basis points.
Approximately.
Approximately 200 basis points. And again, with the caveat that the Mergent September is a snapshot in time. It's not an average of the past 6 months rate. It's just a snapshot on today.
Correct.
And so in this case, you've given consideration and incorporated an outlook for higher capital costs in your ROE determination. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one aspect of my recommendations.
Now, do you mind to turn to tab H, which we had plenty of? And I believe you have a copy of yours and Dr. Revere's testimony if you would like to check. But subject to check from the 2014 rate case, would you agree that this is page 19 of that testimony?
Subject to check, I don't have any reason to. I don't have any ability to confirm or deny. But
I do believe I gave you. You do have a copy of the full version up there if you would like. I believe it's tab.
I'm going to trust you on this one.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Do you mind to read into the record line 12 through 18?
Certainly. Given investors' expectations for rising interest rates and capital costs, the KPSC should consider near-term forecasts for public utility bond yields in assessing the reasonableness of individual cost of equity estimates and in evaluating a fair ROE for Kentucky Power from within the range of reasonableness. The use of these near-term forecasts for public utility bond yields is supported below by economic studies that show that equity risk premiums are higher when interest rates are at very low levels.
So would it surprise you to know that this is nearly the exact same paragraph that you provided on page 23 of this current rate case?
No, not at all. In fact, the expectations for bond yields and what investors are looking for in the capital markets haven't changed substantially based on the projections that I've looked at.
And it would be fair to say that you've been consistent on this point since the last rate case?
Yes.
So if you'll turn to tab I,
I'm there.
and this is exhibit WEA-AMM8 from the last rate case. I believe this is your CAPM, your empirical CAPM analysis worksheet from the last rate case. Subject to check, would you agree?
Yes.
And can you provide the commission with the number in that you used in the current risk-free rate?
It was 3.3% at that time.
And would you agree that we discussed earlier that, at least recently in the last few weeks, the 30-year Treasury bond has been roughly 2.8%?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you turn to the second page of that exhibit, or that, your exhibit, and tell the commission what the risk-free rate you used in the forward-looking determination was?
It was 4.7% at that time.
4.7% at that time.
Correct.
So the current risk-free rate is roughly 2.8%. Excuse me. The risk-free rate you use is a 30-year Treasury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we discussed that that is roughly right now at 2.8%.
Yes.
And your forecast for the last rate case forecasted it, not your forecast, excuse me, the forecast you used that was provided pursuant to the, I think one of the things you included was the blue chip financial forecast, correct?
Yeah, I've used those sources consistently. I'd have to look back to see if that source was applied then, but I would expect it would have been.
I think in footnote C there you note that it included blue chip financial forecast,
Thank
volume
you.
33.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your forecasted interest rate from the case 2014-396, in which you filed testimony in, the forecasted interest rate for the time period 2005 to 2019 was 4.7%. And the current risk-free rate of a 30-year Treasury bond is 2.8%.
Right, that's correct. Yeah,
Thank you.
We don't have any dispute about the fact that the forecasts don't necessarily turn out to happen in real time. Dr. Woolridge makes a big point about this in his testimony, and my point is it's expectations that matter, not the comparison of what people thought and did it actually happen.
Would you agree that the Commission used your ROE recommendation in the last rate case to determine whether the rates were fair, just, and reasonable?
I don't know that the Commission used our ROE determination in the last case solely. I'm sure they considered the evidentiary support in the record and made their own determination.
Would it surprise you to know that the only ROE that came out of the last rate case was a stipulated 10.25 that applied to a single tracker?
No.
And would it surprise, and do you mind to reconfirm with the Commission what your ROE recommendation was in the last case? Subject to check 10.62%. Sound okay?
Yes.
And do you mind to turn to tab J? This is Exhibit WEA AMM9 from the previous rate case.
I'm there.
We go to page 2 and allow the tell the Commission what the BBB utility bond yield 2015 to 2019 that was using the implied cost of equity in this. What percentage it was?
At that time, it was 6.77%.
And so according to Mergent, in September, a snapshot in time, it was 4.24% in September.
That's correct.
And so it's 2000. It's 25 days away from 2018, which is essentially 3 years through the time period in which Blue Chip forecasted interest rates. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, it's not just Blue Chip. It's
Excuse
also
me.
Global Insight and the Energy Information Administration of the U.S. government.
Okay, the U.S. government. Thank you. And it looks like okay. So we're 3/4 of the way through the time period they estimated and forecasted through, and the current bond yield for a comparable bond yield is for a comparable risk. Excuse me, is 4.24%, and you incorporated as one of the items you incorporated to come to your 10.62 in the last rate case was a forecasted 6.77%. Correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
And
we don't have any dispute about the fact that the forecast did not materialize. The question is, sitting here today, what's the basis of investors' expectations? And I'm telling you again that I believe it to be forecast, not backward-looking information.
But you recommended the same thing in the last case, correct? Using the same sort of forecasts, the same data?
My approach in this case is consistent with the last proceeding, yes, sir.
Now, do you mind to turn to tab? Hope I'm right here. Tab F, please. There we go. And page 3 of F.
Okay.
As a general proposition, has the investment risk of electric utilities gone up or down over the last 40 years?
It's gone up.
You think it's gone up? And what studies do you have that?
Well, I've looked at bond ratings for the electric utility industry over time, and back in the 70s and early 80s, probably the industry average was a AA. There was certainly an A average, and much fewer companies in the BBB category. Over time, they've migrated, and today I would say there's the majority of firms in the electric utility industry are rated BAA, and fewer are rated single A or above. In fact, there's really only one company I'm aware of that's rated AA, Madison Gas and Electric Company.
Okay. Would you agree? Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. What risk measures do you use for Kentucky Power?
Are you referring to the establishment of the proxy group?
No, excuse me. Not trying to trip you up. I'm trying to ask it. What do you believe the most appropriate measurement of risk is to compare two different utilities to each other?
Well, that depends on what you're trying to compare. If you're trying to compare the risk of a utility bond, for example, the easy and most objective benchmark would be a bond rating. On the other hand, two publicly traded utility companies, you would presumably look to other risk measures such as financial strength ratings and other ratings that are published in the investment industry, which beta is another example of a risk indicator that's related to the risk of common stock.
Would you please turn to tab M, please? A lot of pleases. Would you please turn to tab M? And this is an exhibit that's located in Dr. Woolridge's, along with Dr. Woolridge's testimony, and is industry average betas according to Value Line's investment survey, February 2017. Do you have any reason to believe that the information on this is incorrect?
I don't have any reason to believe it's incorrect, but I haven't verified any of it.
Would you please look at the bottom right-hand corner of it?
Yes.
And would you agree that natural gas, water utilities, electric utility central, electric utility west, and electric utility east have the 5 lowest betas on this?
Yes, they do have the 5 lowest betas on this.
And as a general proposition, would you agree that in recent years that of the ratings changes, the credit changes, excuse me, that the majority of credit rating changes in recent years have been upgrades to electric utility stocks? To electric utilities, excuse me.
I think you'd have to be more specific. I mean, certainly, there's a graph in Dr. Woolridge's testimony that shows over some period of time a general strengthening in credit ratings for utilities. We spoke this morning about a Moody's article that actually involved pretty much an industry-wide upgrade based on perceptions of support from regulatory mechanisms, although Kentucky Power was not upgraded at that time.
And perceptions of why make the qualifier perceptions?
Well, it's the perceptions of the credit rating agencies in terms of their view of how those mechanisms impact the solvency and default risk associated with the bonds that they're rating.
And do you believe that those rating agencies are a valid measure
Absolutely.
of actual risk?
Yes, sir, and I rely on those in my testimony.
And so if you'll turn to tab L in your testimony, I believe this is the page from Dr. Woolridge's testimony that you were just referring to. And you note, and I believe Dr. Woolridge admitted this earlier, that in response to Kentucky Power Council, that the single-year upgrade that you were just referring to was in 2014, correct?
Yes.
And that was where 97.2% of utilities were upgraded?
Right.
And since that, in 2015, according to EEI, do you know if Kentucky Power belongs to EEI?
Kentucky Power, no. I imagine that American Electric Power Company does, but I don't know.
So according to data from EEI, is it true that 70% of utility credit rating changes have been upgrades?
I haven't reviewed that report. I don't know that to be the case.
Subject to check. Does this chart depict that?
Yes. What time period were you referring to?
The year 2015.
Yes, that's correct. According to this chart, that's what it says.
Do you mind to turn back to tab F?
I'm there.
And column A, allowed ROE.
Oh, excuse me, I must have the wrong tab.
That's okay.
Column F?
Column
Which
A.
page?
Oh, it's tab F, page 3.
Page 3, that's...
Row A. It's your authorized returns in the electric utility risk premium.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that the percentages in column A were taken from major rate case decisions, regulatory focus from RRA?
Yes.
And the 9.7% that you use there, is that the overall average for 2016?
Yes, I just used the overall averages in every year for the study.
And in 2016, RRA reports authorized ROEs for individual cases. Is that right?
Yes.
But you did not use the individual cases. You just took the overall
I took
average.
the reported average in each year.
Does RRA provide more than one average every year? One that incorporates Virginia cases that provide additional bumps to ROEs, and one that does not?
They do now, although that's a recent feature of their reporting. So going back, there would be no way for me to develop a comparable measure. For instance, they also report ROEs that include penalties, like the Indianapolis Power case last year where the company was penalized. So I just use the average.
So this does incorporate cases from Virginia, for instance, where they add additional basis points to the ROE.
That's correct, it does.
And do you know what the 2016 average ROE was without those Virginia cases?
I may be able to tell you that. Uh, 2016, I believe it was 9.6%.
That's all the questions. Attorney General Lassen.
Mr. Gardner, Mr. Oslo, any questions? Staff, questions?
Yes, I have a few questions. I'm going to pass out a packet. Ms. McKenzie, this is not all geared to you. This contains information that's in the case record for several of the witnesses that will come up.
Now that I see the size of the stack, I appreciate the preamble.
Ain't you put some of those in? You want your stack together?
No, I'll just take one.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got it. I already have one.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Ms. McKenzie, can I have you turn to tab number 14? We're in the very last page there. We'll discuss that in a minute, but I thought we might as well go ahead and do this. As you know, in the proposed non-unanimous settlement, it recommends a 9.75 return on equity, and your recommendation was 10.31, correct?
That's correct.
Could you provide us with a general analysis of the 9.75 return as compared to your recommended 10.31?
Well, clearly I would view the 9.75 as a conservative return given my recommendations and given the methodologies that I apply in my testimony. However, it is within the range that I identify in my testimony, albeit right at the bottom end of the range, or close to it. My view is that it's a very positive, reasonable settlement, although it's, I think, a conservative ROE for the company, both based on the evidence that's presented in my testimony and my analyses, as well as comparisons to other recent decisions of the Commission, in particular the 9.7% ROE that was approved for Kentucky Utilities in June this year, and as was discussed earlier in the cross of Dr. Woolridge, Kentucky Utilities is a less risky utility than Kentucky Power. So that argues for a higher ROE, and I think 5 basis points is really not enough to compensate for that risk difference.
To follow up on what you've just said, is it your opinion that the 9.75 ROE reflects the risk and return requirements of investors?
Again, I think all things considered, which I think is the proper way to consider the ROE in this case, given that we have a settlement agreement. I think a settlement agreement inherently involves trade-offs between all the parties to reach a comprehensive, positive solution that the parties can agree to. So I would view this ROE as being somewhat on the low side, considering my recommendation. I think it's, again, a little bit lower than it should be given the differential in risk between Kentucky Power and Kentucky Utilities. But I think if it's examined within the scope of all the evidence, that it would be reasonable. I don't think it's the type of recommendation, the type of finding that would cause concern among the investment community, unlike an ROE of 8.6 or 8.82, which is essentially off the charts in terms of ROEs.
Do you believe that the 9.75 ROE aligns with the current economic conditions, but also with the indications that the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates in December?
Again, I think it generally aligns with the present conditions, given recent authorized returns in the utility space. I think my concern with it, in light of widespread expectations for interest rates to rise, we have a very stimulative tax reform act that may come to pass. We have the Federal Reserve, which is winding down its balance sheet investments and raising short-term rates. All of those, in my view, are confirming the forecast, the independent forecasts that are in my testimony, which suggests investors expect interest rates to go up. And I think that's consistent with Dr. Woolridge's own analysis, which uses a higher Treasury bond yield for his CAPM. What that suggests to me, given that there's a stay-out provision in the settlement, the investors are locked in at the ROE now and facing the prospects that capital market conditions could change and could ramp up. So I think in light of that, it's a conservative value.
Turning to the tab 14, and this is from your supplemental testimony, exhibit number 14. And this is a chart with the expected earnings approach for this utility group.
Yes.
Could you first explain for the Commission what the expected earnings approach measures?
Well, the expected earnings approach goes back to the comparable earnings standards that underlie the Supreme Court's Hope and Bluefield decisions, which basically say that the allowed return should be one that allows the utility to earn a return on its investment that's equal to other enterprises of comparable risk. And how the Supreme Court initially implemented that was actually looking at book returns. So the fundamental premise is that rates are established based on the book equity investment in the utility. And so if the allowed ROE is set less than what investors expect other utilities to earn on their book value, the company will be disadvantaged in the capital markets. Dr. Woolridge pointed out that it's not a capital market-based method, and he's right on that. It's not. It's based on the regulatory standards that underlie the determination of a fair ROE. He also, on the other hand, he said that nobody uses the expected earnings approach, and I don't agree with on that point. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has recognized the approach that's applied in my testimony in its evaluation. The Virginia Commission is mandated to consider earned returns on book value for companies in the region, in an immediate geographical region when they establish an allowed ROE.
And according to your chart, you've got the average ROE under this approach as 11.8%.
That's correct.
So can you again just discuss how that 11.8% compares to the ROE, proposed ROE of 9.75%?
Well, clearly it's much higher. I mean, as I talk about in my testimony, there's no single way to precisely estimate the cost of equity. It's an unobservable quantity. And so we have to use various quantitative methods to try to get a handle on what the investor's cost of equity is. We've talked about earlier today the DCF approach. I was walked through some of my capital asset pricing model and risk premium approaches. This is another independent approach to try to get a handle on where the range is for investors' rate of return. So I'm not suggesting, obviously I wasn't recommending an 11.8% return for Kentucky Power in this case, but it's another benchmark that I think is useful in trying to frame a zone of reasonableness from which we draw what we consider to be the best estimate.
And this is a little bit different than what I've already asked you, but in your testimony you discuss investor risk, particularly that a utility needs to offer a return similar to returns available from other opportunities of comparable risk. So in your opinion, does the proposed settlement ROE of 9.75 allow for sufficient investment and offer a return similar to returns available from investments with comparable risks?
In my opinion, it does. Again, given my analyses, I believe it falls at the low end of a reasonable range. I know the Commission in the past has referenced RRA reports and recent allowed ROEs as a basis to at least benchmark a company's ROE. The most recent publication from RRA, the range of returns is 9.2 to 10.25. The midpoint of that is 9.73. Now, as I point out in my testimony, there's issues with using RRA for those purposes because, as I point out, the 9.2% at the low end has some features that don't apply in this case. So, again, it's a rough approximation, but what it tells me is that the 9.75 is certainly within a reasonable range, and I think conservative given its relative risk, Kentucky Power's risk, vis-a-vis KU.
Thank you. That's all the questions we have.
Mr. Cicero, questions?
Just two quick comments. Did you say that the Virginia Commission mandates a geographical proximity assessment for ROEs within the area that they're contiguous to or somewhere thereabouts?
Yes, what they do is there's a geographical boundary. They look at publicly traded utilities operating within that boundary, and they look at their average earned returns over the last 3 years. And then they develop a matrix, and they are required by statute to consider the majority of those values. Now, they obviously have a great deal of flexibility in terms of what the majority is. There's usually 7 to 8 companies, so the Commission has the flexibility to move that up or down as they see fit. But those earned returns provide a basis upon which to set a floor and a ceiling for the actual allowed return. So there's some premium on top of those earned returns that's used to put a ceiling on it.
So given the comments this morning about Illinois having a return of 8.4 and an 8.6, should we be considering those returns given the proximity of Illinois?
No, I don't believe you should. And this, again, is a good example of why I think we need to be very circumspect when we look at RRA data as the basis to establish the ROE. This particular case, first off, involves a distribution-only utility. So they have no generation. It's a different risk class from the company here. It's a different operating circumstance. There's structural differences. Second, it operates under a formula rate plan with an annual true-up. So to the extent the company over-earns or under-earns, it's trued up every year. And I think most importantly, the ROE established for Ameren, Illinois, and there's other Illinois utilities that are under this same scheme, is determined based on a formula approach. And it's basically a fixed risk premium which is added to a 30-year bond yield. That risk premium doesn't change. If the 30-year bond yield changes, the annual ROE changes. Ameren's allowed ROE has been consistently the lowest in the industry. I think it was 8.64% last year as a result of this formula. And I don't believe that that's a very sound basis upon which to estimate investors' cost of money for a utility, because it doesn't vary necessarily with Treasury bond yields. I mean, we can see a situation in the market where you have a flight to quality. There's some event that triggers fear in the markets. That generally drives Treasury bond yields down. But on the other hand, the risks for common stocks would go up. So in this case, we'd have exactly the opposite behavior in this allowed ROE based on this fixed formula.
I just find it's interesting that the Illinois ROE is 135 basis points below the settlement and 190 basis points below your 10.31. That's a significant difference.
But I would proposition that it's really the exception that proves the rule. I don't believe it's a sound basis. I can give you another example on the other side in the gas utility industry. I mean, basically, if we look at the RRA data for the most recent quarter, you'll see that the allowed return for gas utilities averages 10.14. Well, on its face, that seems a little high, but if we don't look behind it, we're not going to get the whole story. In fact, based in there is an 11.88% return for NSTAR natural gas up in Alaska. Now, this is obviously we're not talking about a utility in Alaska today here, but what I'm suggesting is
or in proximity to Kentucky.
Or in proximity to Kentucky, but there's a lot of differences between the individual cases that I think make setting an ROE based solely on RRA data tricky. And I think the example that Dr. Woolridge pulled out this morning is not indicative of investors' expectations for the industry as a whole.
Do you have any other questions?
Mr. Matthews?
I have none.
I have no questions. Mr. Garcia, redirect.
Just a few, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, in your discussion with Commissioner Cicero about the Ameren case in Illinois, you described that that ROE was determined through a formula. Is that ROE in that case for Ameren, Illinois, take into consideration only any of the type of analysis like DCF that you and the other witnesses in this case have provided?
No, it does not. It's just basically take a number, add it to the bond yield. There's been other instances in the past where, for example, FERC tried to develop a generic type of ROE approach to minimize controversy. In every case, my experience is those break down because the relationships don't hold over time. Risk premiums aren't constant. Treasury bond yields behave in ways that don't necessarily match the cost of equity for a utility.
You were asked during your examination by the Attorney General, and one of the things that you were asked about was the ROE of 10.25 that was approved for certain tracker in the last base case of Kentucky Power. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware of whether that last rate case was resolved through a settlement?
I believe it was resolved through a settlement, yes.
Okay, and if you know, do you know whether the settlement provided for either a range or for an indication of what the ROE was for the company generally?
It did provide a range, yes.
If I told you that the average of that range was something approximately around 9.8%, would that be consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
You were also asked about the comparison of different utilities as to their investment risk. And just to clarify a basic building point, that's one of the requirements of the Blue Field and Hope decisions, correct?
Correct, yes, that the return reflect risk of, or reflect the requirements for comparable risk investments.
Now, when you said comparable risk investments, would you consider Baa2 Moody's credit rating to be a comparable risk investment in that sense as investment on a company that has a Moody's credit rating of A3, such as Kentucky Utilities?
Well, as Dr. Woolridge discussed a little bit, there's gradations within the investment grade rating scale. So there's 2 notches difference between Kentucky Utilities bond rating, which is less risky, and Kentucky Power's bond rating. Now, clearly that indicates higher risk for Kentucky Power, at least based on that indicator. Bond yield spreads between B, AA, and A-rated bonds are about 40 basis points. That entire span would be about 3 notches. We're talking about 2 here. So it'd be something less than 40 basis points, but clearly there would be a difference.
And the 9.75% ROE that is provided for in the settlement in this case is just 5 basis points above that which was authorized for the settlement of the KU and Louisville Gas and Electric case, correct?
That's correct. And I think it's also important for me to point out that the 40 basis point bond yield spread is based on the risks of bonds. And when we move to the higher risks of common stock, we would expect spreads to be higher.
You were also asked about one-day spot yields, and I think that in your answer you started indicating that that was not something that could be used, and acknowledging that counsel indicated that those were out of the window. If you could illustrate for the record a little bit, why can those not be used as a reliable measure in order to determine the long-term return on equity for the company?
Well, just like we do with stock prices, when we apply the DCF model, we typically use an average over some period like 30 days, 180 days. Analysts do it different ways. The point is that in any given day, yields and stock prices can fluctuate. So it doesn't necessarily provide a very accurate picture of investors' expectations that are consistent with current capital market conditions. Now, that's why I use a 6-month average bond yield. Some people could use shorter time periods, but I think a day would be a poor basis upon which to make those decisions.
You were also asked about the table that has the average ROEs, allowed ROEs that are published by the Regulatory Research Associates, or RRA.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And there was some indication during the questions that for some period of time, those averages would include Virginia authorized ROEs that may or may not include basis point increases based on Virginia law. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct. And actually in my rebuttal testimony, in Exhibit 12 to my rebuttal testimony, I show the effect of that for the most recent 2-year period. So if the Commission was interested in looking at RRA data for the last 2 years, the most recent, and excluding the impact of those Virginia riders, they could look there. And as I present there, the range was 9.2 to 10.55, with a midpoint of 9.88 and an average of 9.73.
Mr. McKenzie, do the ROEs that are included in that average calculation include ROEs for utilities that, for example, would be distribution only? Or is that only for integrated ones?
The numbers I just discussed are integrated only, so they're comparable to Kentucky Power. The ROEs in the schedule that the AG was having me review earlier would contain ROEs for distribution-only companies.
Now, a distribution-only company, all other things being equal, would be a less risky investment than an integrated one?
That's generally the perception. Obviously, you could have perhaps specific company-specific differences. Again, that's why I think it's important to look at the RRA data carefully. But in general, yes, the risks of distribution-only utilities are perceived to be lower than those of integrated companies.
You were also asked about corporate bond yield averages for the year 2017 that were related in, I think that it was either tab T or tab G of the
G, yes.
When you analyze that data, Mr. McKenzie, do you take into consideration the actual numbers from a historical point of view, or is this information more relevant to your analysis as it would be perceived prospectively by investors?
Well, again, I do rely on information very much comparable to what's included in this tab. And I would normally rely on a 6-month average bond yield as the basis upon which to apply, for example, the risk premium method in my testimony, and as a benchmark in evaluating DCF methods. My testimony also is that, however, given the current state of economic situation, the Federal Reserve policies, and expectations in the independent forecasts that are presented in my testimony, that the Commission should give some weight to the idea that interest rates will increase. And I think the Commission cited that fact in its recent decision in the Kentucky Utilities case.
And if you were to go to the next tab that has an excerpt from your testimony and Dr. Averill testimony, if I can draw your attention to something that it's mentioned there on line 3, where it's talking about historically anomalous capital market conditions. Would you mind elaborating a little bit on what those anomalous capital market conditions were at the time that this testimony was written, and how they may affect the perception of investors as we sit here today in looking at the 9.75% ROE that is proposed in the settlement?
Well, the quotation in the testimony that you're referencing is actually a quotation from a FERC order. And there, the FERC determined that because of the Federal Reserve's policies, in particular its actions to suppress interest rates, both short-term and long-term, Dr. Woolridge said that the Fed doesn't impact long-term rates. He's partly right. Their short-term monetary policies do not. However, the QE measures that they undertook and the $4.2 trillion worth of long-term debt that they have on the balance sheet was specifically purchased in order to impact short-term rates and to suppress them. FERC determined basically that these types of conditions and the disconnect between the low rates we have now and expectations of higher rates were having some type of an impact on stock prices and the resulting, on the resulting DCF results. And in fact, that they were leading to downward biased DCF numbers. Mr. Bordino spoke about the idea that chasing yield perhaps has led to higher stock prices, but we don't know what growth expectations are behind those. We don't know what those individual investors are expecting, and it's hard within all of the assumptions of the DCF model to know that we're accurately capturing those. So I think within this context, and given the stay-out provision of the settlement, to me, the 9.75 is pretty much is a very conservative spot for the ROE for Kentucky Power, both given its risk relative to other utilities in the states, given the expectations for higher capital costs, which investors are assuming the risks of those currently under the stay-out provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie. Your Honor, for the last question that I was going to ask Mr. Mackenzie, we have a demonstrative exhibit that may help follow what he's going to say. Can we circulate that? Thank you, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
This is on page 13 of his test. This is in his testimony.
Well, this will relate to the settlement.
This would be marked as Kentucky Power, what, 10, 11?
I believe that is Exhibit 12.
12.
Mr. Mackenzie, what has been marked as Kentucky Power's Exhibit 12, this is a document that was prepared by you?
Yes.
And if you would describe what it represents, please.
This is analogous to Figure 2 in my direct testimony, which discusses this issue. Basically, what this presents is the weighted cost of equity, both for implied by the Kentucky Power settlement, 4.06. Kentucky Power's equity ratio is 41.68%. The Kentucky Utilities case earlier this year, where the ROE was 9.7 and the company's equity ratio is approximately 53%. And then I've compared those two with the resulting weighted ROEs for all companies in 2015 covered by RRA, where an ROE and a equity ratio was reported. The reason I think this is important, again, getting back to this risk concept, a lower equity ratio means greater risk. Kentucky Power's equity ratio is well below industry averages. It's certainly well below Kentucky Utilities. And also, as far as the ratepayer impacts, the fact that Kentucky Power is using a much lower equity ratio basically dilutes down the impact of the ROE on customers, both through the tax impact as well as just the fact that the cost of debt is lower than the cost of equity. So I think this graph helps to illustrate that the settlement, considering capital structure as well as ROE, provides a very conservative outcome given other recent regulatory decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie. So if I can ask a few questions then about Exhibit 12. On the right side where it says the Kentucky Power settlement, that 4.06%, how does that relate to 9.75% ROE that it's...
That's the product of the 9.75 ROE and the company's capital structure equity ratio of 4186, I believe.
Okay. And asking you the same question about how the 5.22% on the right of the chart is established for Kentucky utilities. If you can explain, how is that number calculated?
And that is the product of the 9.7% ROE approved by the commission multiplied by the company's equity ratio of 53.85%.
Now, since Kentucky Utilities has a capital structure that it's more heavily weighted towards equity, does that mean that every basis point in ROE has potentially a revenue impact for customers? That it's greater that if its capital structure, for example, was flipped and it had more debt than equity?
Right. Certainly, I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into capital structure decisions. So there's company-specific reasons why a capital structure would be right for one company and not for another. But all that equal, a higher equity ratio will result in higher costs just because, of course, the equity return is higher than the debt return, and there's a tax impact associated with it.
And I'm not going to ask you about rates, but from a customer point of view, what you just said, does that mean that a 9.75% ROE as proposed in the, as stipulated in the settlement for Kentucky Power, because of Kentucky Power's capital structure, will have a lesser impact on a basis point for basis point basis than the Kentucky Utilities 9.7 authorized ROE?
That's correct, and I think this chart illustrates that.
No further questions, Your Honor. I would move for the admission of the company Exhibit 12 as a demonstrative.
Any objections? None. Then let the exhibit be introduced, filed into evidence as Kentucky Power Exhibit 12. Mr. Kurtz, questions?
Can I ask a few questions?
You sure can.
Thank you. I'm curious about this Illinois 8.4%. You said it's trued up with the over-earn or under-earn. Is it trued up to the 8.4?
That's my understanding.
So that's not an authorized return, that's a guaranteed return.
Well, it's a formula rate plan, so that's why it's so much lower.
Well, what kind of incentive does the utility have to control costs if you're guaranteed a return?
Well, they certainly still have regulatory oversight. They still have they still operate under the purview of the regulatory commission. So there is obviously an incentive to make sure that they operate in an efficient manner.
Well, let's contrast that to the settlement here. There's a 3-year stay out with a 9.75 authorized. Wouldn't Kentucky Power have every incentive to control costs over the 3 years to maybe earn its authorized return?
Yes, and I think that's certainly the company's objective. It's been a problem in the past, the impact of attrition and the inability to earn the return. So clearly there's a motivation to do that.
One last thing. And the settlement includes a 1% cap, imputed essentially short-term debt at 1.25% for 1% of total capitalization. Are you aware of that?
I'm vaguely aware of it, yes.
Well, okay, well, 1.25% is cheaper than long-term debt, and it's
Yes.
certainly cheaper than an equity amount of the same 1%, correct?
Yes.
One last thing. This QE2, Federal Reserve, how much money do they have on their balance sheet? This is a big news issue.
4.2 trillion, give or take. Now they've started a process of normalizing the balance sheet holdings, so they're reducing those up to a cap of 10 billion, I believe, per month.
So as they sell bonds, that creates more supply of bonds, which tends to drive down the price of bonds, which will tend to increase the yield, the interest rate.
That's correct. And then coupled with expectations of perhaps increasing deficit spending as a result of the Tax Reform Act, it's another factor that would contribute to expectations for higher interest rates.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counsel for any of the other settling intervenors have questions? If not, Mr. Chandler?
I do have some more questions, Your Honor, but if I may, I believe I negated to, in my haste, number and reference the specific exhibits. Can I do that now?
Yes, you may.
I think of the only ones that I referenced that are not in the testimony would be the tab E. I'd like to make Attorney General's number 7, tab G/T, Attorney General's number 8.
This is under tab 2.
Yes, sir. Tab H, Attorney General's number 9. Tab I, Attorney General's number 10. And tab J, Attorney General's, tab, nope, that would have been all of them, excuse me. Got ahead of myself again. Just 10, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the only objection that I have is to the extent that some of these tabs are excerpts from previously filed testimony, that the entire testimony be included instead of just the excerpt.
Well, the entire testimony is already in the record anyway, so it'll be a part of the official record. But what he's asking is I guess for purposes, perhaps later if it goes somewhere else or for briefing, that this be filed as an exhibit, and I'm going to sustain his motion and let those exhibits be introduced.
If I may clarify my observation, it's only for the testimony excerpts that are not part of the record in this case.
Oh, I understand. Okay. What part are you talking about?
Like, for example, Exhibit H.
I believe there are excerpts from Mr. McKenzie and Dr. Revere's testimony in the last Kentucky Power rate case, which are on file with the Commission, and I've provided Mr. McKenzie with a copy of that on the stand for his references to check if they were correct. I'm more than happy to tender an entire one for the record for those pages, but one was tendered to the applicant, to the witness.
Well, I'm going to overrule your objection and allow it to be sustained. And if in the future or at the conclusion of the case, if you have some reason to need the other testimony or want to use it, if you'll file a motion, then we will allow that entire transcript to be introduced into the record in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, before the final order's entered. Fair enough?
Yeah, that was the only observation that I had.
I think you did have somewhere, Mr. Cook, maybe there was an Exhibit 4, but we were waiting on another witness. There was an objection from Mr. Overstreet.
Mr. Wanhoss.
Yeah, Mr. Wanhoss. So let's not forget that one.
Yes, okay. And I hope Mr. Wanhoss doesn't forget it, and if we do, maybe he'll remind us. So.
Thank you.
Well, if Mr. Wanhoss forgets it, we'll introduce it anyway. Okay. Anything further?
I do have just a little bit of recross. Do you mind to turn to the excerpt from Mergence? I think it was tab T/G, AG's exhibit number 8. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Do you mind to look at the area roughly between column for public utility bonds, BAA, the end of 2005? Would you agree that the bond yields then were essentially 5.5%?
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Column under public utility bonds, BAA.
Which year?
2015. That's the second time today. Excuse me. 2015. Would you agree that they're roughly 5.5% in the neighborhood?
Well, at the end of the year they were.
At the end of the year, and you've already agreed that right now they're roughly 4.24%.
Yes.
What causes bond yields to go down?
There's any number of factors. There could be changes in risk perceptions for an industry or a sector that could cause risk premiums to change. Changing inflation rates can cause bond yields to change. Preference for one asset class over another. For instance, if people want to buy more stocks than bonds, there could be more demand for stocks, less demand for bonds. And then obviously inflation, if I hadn't already mentioned that, and general conditions in the economy. So if we have a economy that's running well and there's demand for credit, then typically interest rates will go up. And I think then there's also competition between various kinds of bonds. So we have arguments about whether the Treasury crowds out private issuers and causes bond yields to rise if there's deficit spending, those types of features.
We've talked quite a bit, maybe not specifically, but around capital and capital markets.
Right.
In the United States, is there one big capital market, or are there a lot of different smaller capital markets as a general proposition?
Well, I mean, if we're...
Can I rephrase the question to make? I know
Yes,
I'm putting you in a spot because I'm asking you to, for a company like AEP, is there generally just the capital market? Is there one big place? Is that kind of how it's looked at by investors? Is everybody getting their money from the general same place by investors?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question, is it's really about investors when we're talking about capital markets. And in theory, investors have any number of asset classes they can invest in, including fancy sports cars and paintings. So the class of assets that compete for investors' capital is almost unlimited. Now, of course, to kind of get our hands on that, within that framework, we talk about U.S. capital markets or the U.S. stock market or the U.S. bond market or even NASDAQ versus the New York Stock Exchange. So,
but so as a general proposition, there's the U.S. bond market and the U.S. stock market, correct? And there may be subsets of those, but those are, as a general proposition, those are the two big ones, right?
Right.
Would you agree that Ameren competes for capital in both of those markets?
Yes, I do. And again, as I discussed earlier, I think based on their specific risks. So they're a distribution-only utility, and they have a particular structural rate format that goes into that equation.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier, and I just need to clarify, you were discussing different approaches earlier, and I believe it was one of your approaches, and you specifically mentioned something along the lines of is an approach similar to that that the Supreme Court looked at and then followed up with book returns. What were you speaking about specifically?
The expected earnings approach.
And when was that used by the Supreme Court?
Back really before the advent of kind of what we would consider modern capital market methods. So, I mean, the DCF is a recent newcomer. It really wasn't used in the utility industry until the late 70s. So before that, and the capital asset pricing model and other models were not existent back in the early days of regulation. So that is what was typically relied on. It was often applied to non-utility companies as a basis to try to figure out what the comparable earned return on book value should be.
And so because it was used then, you believe that's a reasonable basis for looking at it now for direction?
No, my basis for using it now is not because it was used then. I think it's still a valid benchmark. I think when someone pulls up a value line sheet, a potential investor, and looks at an expected earned return on book value for utility Y and it's 10.2%, and they look at an expected earned return on book value for utility Z and it's 8.6%, they're going to go with the 8.2.
And so if enough people look at stocks and make the decision like you were just discussing, what happens generally, all things equal, to stock prices, to those individual stock prices?
I'm not.
When
You'll have to
people are
clarify your question.
When people purchase stocks as a general proposition, what happens to the stocks? The price of the stocks.
You're asking me what happens to the price? I mean, stock prices can move up and they can move down. I mean, we can have capital gains
people
or
are,
losses.
as all things equal, if it's purchased more often than sold, or if it's, excuse me, if it's purchased for an increasing price, what happens to the price?
I think by default it goes up. I mean, I think what you're saying is if there's certainly more demand for a stock than current supply exists, then the price will be bid up until the market reaches equilibrium, or vice versa.
You mentioned LG&E and KU as a global settlement. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Is it your understanding that the LG&E settlement that was offered to the Commission for acceptance, modification, or denial was a global settlement, and that it was a unanimous settlement?
That's my recollection.
And is it your understanding that the current stipulation for non-unanimous the current stipulation is a non-unanimous settlement?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
That's all the questions we have.
Mr. Gardner, Osterloh, questions? Staff, questions? Commissioner Cicero, Matthews?
No.
Your Honor,
Mr.
actually,
Garcia.
just to clean up the record, I think that there might have been a number that was flipped. Mr. McKenzie, when you were answering some of the questions from the AG, and you were talking about expected choice of investment between, I think that the numbers that were presented to you is a 10.8 or a 10.2. I think that your answer might have referred to 8.2, and I just wanted to make sure if you could restate, if you have an investor that is choosing between investment choices.
Yes.
And say that both of them are of similar risk and one is pricier than the other, what would the investor pick?
Now, I think if we're going back to the example of the expected earnings approach, if I misspoke, I apologize. But what I was trying to say is that for two investments of comparable risk, if one is expected to earn a return of 8.6%, and another is expected to earn a return of 10.2%, for example, the investors will prefer to purchase the stock of the company that's expected to earn 10.2%.
Right. And at the core of the Bluefield and Hope doctrine is that a company needs to be allowed to earn a return that it's able to attract that investment against similar risk investments.
That's correct. One of the fundamental principles of Bluefield and Hope is the financial integrity principle. So the company should be allowed to maintain its access to capital and its financial integrity, which in my view is undermined if the allowed ROE is set far below what other utilities are expected to earn.
Yeah, thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz,
No, sir.
anyone else? Mr. Chandler?
I'm refrain, thank you.
If there are no further questions, may Mr. McKenzie be excused as a
Yes, Your
witness?
Honor.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie.
Thank
You may
you,
step
Judge
down. At this time, we're going to take, let's take a 15-minute recess, but when the gavel falls and we go off the record, would counsel please approach so I can have a brief conversation with you? Thank you. We'll be into recess until 25 after 4. Here we're now back on the record. Would Kentucky Power please call us next witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is Mr. Carlin and Mr. Garcia here present.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carlin, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Garcia, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Andrew R. Carlin, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43015.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by American Electric Power Services Company in the capacity of Director, Compensation, and Executive Benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Did you cause direct testimony consisting of 39 pages of questions and answers and 10 exhibits be submitted in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also cause rebuttal testimony consisting of 35 pages of questions and answers to be submitted in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also submit discovery answers in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or additions to either your direct testimony or your rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would you substantially provide the same answers?
Yes, I would.
And was that direct testimony and rebuttal testimony and the corresponding exhibits prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you adopt your direct testimony, including exhibits, your rebuttal testimony, and the discovery answers that you have provided in this case as your evidence?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, the witness is standing for cross.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kurtz, questions?
Yes, sir.
Counsel for any of the settling intervenors, any questions of this witness? If not, Mr. Chandler, Mr. McNeil, questions?
Mr. McNeil has some questions, but may I approach?
Yes, you may.
No, no problem. Not bad.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carlin.
Good afternoon.
You let me know as soon as you've got that settled.
It doesn't actually fit in the binder, but I'm good. Go
Okay,
ahead.
typed it. Okay. All right. Earlier today, Mr. Satterwhite testified, and were you in the room for that?
I've seen it on video.
Okay. At one point, he said something to the effect that you've dealt with lots of studies and as far as wage and pension competitiveness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me, has the company prepared any studies regarding the ability of ratepayers to afford the SERP, the Supplemental Employee Retirement Program, expenses embedded in the application?
The company does study its non-qualified benefit expense and finds it to be a normal cost of doing business. That we have not done a study specific to customers' ability to pay for those costs. I don't know if anyone's ever done that study, but one would expect that as a reasonable cost of and prudent cost of doing business, that it would be included in the company's cost of service.
Are the sort of studies you mentioned, are those company-facing only? Do they address sort of the ratepayers and customers?
They address the compensation and benefits expense that we find in the marketplace for similar positions for similar companies, both in general industry and in the utility industry.
Okay. Could you please refer to your rebuttal testimony? Do you have that available?
Yes, I do.
At page 31, please. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. So at lines 11 and 12, it's your sworn testimony that incentive compensation adjustments should not flow through to cause savings plan adjustments, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And the reason for that is that our incentive compensation expense is part of a market competitive compensation package. And if we were to change or eliminate incentive compensation, reduce it, we would need to increase base pay. And base pay would be included in that savings plan as well as the incentive compensation is currently included. So it wouldn't flow through. Those change like that would not flow through to reduce savings plan expense.
Would you please then turn to tab 1 in the documents I handed you? This tab consists of documents that are already in the record. First 2 pages are 15 and 16 of Mr. Ross's direct testimony. And then the next 2 pages are from Section 5, Exhibit 2 of the company's application, pages 33 and 37. Do you see those pages there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Prior to filing your rebuttal testimony, had you read the portions of the company's application and direct testimony filed here that related to savings plan expense?
Probably had not read all of it, no.
Okay, well then isn't it true that company witness Ross's direct testimony on page 15, line 18, addresses the company's proposed adjustment to savings plan expense with the question, please describe the cost of service adjustment for savings plan expense, and then it has the section relevant. Do you see that?
I do see it.
And now turning to page 16 of Mr. Ross's direct testimony, lines 3 to 6. Doesn't that say this cost of service adjustment for savings plan expense is determined by taking the net forecasted decrease related to changes in incentives, etc.?
Yes, it does say related to changes of incentives.
So the company itself calculated an adjustment to savings plan expense based on its adjustment to incentive compensation expense, didn't it?
Let me carefully read the testimony here.
Sure, go ahead.
I think there's a difference between the changes that Mr. Ross is contemplating here and the changes that I'm responding to, which would be to remove the substantial portion or a substantial portion of the company's incentive compensation expense from its cost of service. And so the change I'm responding to would be much more substantial than what Mr. Ross is responding to here.
But you had said that in your testimony that incentive compensation adjustments should not flow through to cause savings plan adjustments, right?
It depends what those adjustments or those changes are related to. If it's related to replacing annual incentive compensation with base pay, which is what we would need to do if we eliminated incentive compensation expense to a substantial degree, then no, they should not flow through because base pay is included in the 401k match as well. If it's related to an adjustment related to headcount or something like that, then yes, it probably should flow through.
So did you not make a distinction as to the amount?
Well, I was responding to the specific situation in which the intervener testimonies, the AG and the industrials had suggested eliminating a very large portion of the company's annual incentive compensation expense. And I was pointing out that if we did that, we would need to replace it with additional base pay, and therefore that adjustment would not flow through or should not flow through because base pay would also be included. The offsetting increase in base pay would also be included in the savings plan.
Okay, but I just want to make sure before you had filed your rebuttal, you said you hadn't read the application or direct testimony that was referenced here?
I've read a great deal in this case. I'm not sure if I read this specific testimony of Mr. Ross or the application in total, but I've read a great deal.
All right, if you would refer to the third page of that tab. It has a label of W32 at the top. Did you review either of these next two pages?
I see one that says W30, or page 33 of 60.
Yes, and the next page. Will you just look at those and tell me if you remember reviewing those prior to your filing your rebuttal testimony?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, that page that is 33 of 60, doesn't that show that the company's own proposed adjustment to incentive compensation is here on this page?
What line would it be on?
Looks like line 29.
It reads combined adjustment to incentive compensation costs. So I assume that's what it is.
All right. And if you turn to the next page, which would be labeled 37 of 60, that shows the company's own proposed adjustments to savings plan expense, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and it's clear from looking at line 1 at that page that the company itself calculated its own proposed adjustment to savings plan expense by, among other things, multiplying its adjustment to incentive compensation expense by the 4% savings plan loading rate, right?
That's correct, but as I previously stated, that's not replacing annual incentive compensation with base pay, which is what I was responding to in my testimony. What this is it's normalizing the value of incentive compensation to the target level. And that adjustment would flow through, as opposed to a replacement where you would substitute base salary for incentive compensation.
But doesn't the application contradict your rebuttal testimony where you said any incentive compensation adjustments should not flow through to cause savings plan adjustments?
Well, not in the context in which I said that. It does not, no. I'm talking about replacing base salary with replacing annual incentive compensation with additional base salary. So in that context, it should not flow through. That's what was contemplated by the interveners that I was responding to, and that was the discussion prior to that paragraph in my testimony. I think that's clear.
Okay. Now, isn't it true, turning to tab 2, actually, if you would. Isn't it true that the Commission made an adjustment to disallow some of the company's incentive compensation expense in its last rate case?
That is correct.
Since the company's last rate case, was the company able to hire and retain competent employees?
Generally speaking, yes.
What do you mean by generally speaking?
We were always in a constant struggle to hire competent and capable employees. It's something that we work hard at each and every day. Sometimes we win, sometimes we don't get the competent employees that we would like to get, and we get someone else. Most of the time, we're successful.
Sorry, one second. So doesn't the stipulation in this case exclude incentive compensation?
It excludes a portion of incentive compensation, which was a management decision. And the stipulation in this case makes it clear that that it's part of a whole settlement, and the company is willing to reduce its costs in the manners described in that settlement as part of a whole package deal. And that's a management decision, not a compensation decision that I support, but I still am arguing, and my testimony supports recovery of the full amount, should the commission decide not to agree to the settlement.
Do you recall the total amount of that portion that was?
The way we divide the workload is that the accounting witnesses cover the dollars, and I cover the reasons for. So that may be in my testimony, but it'd be better to rely on witness Ross for those numbers.
Okay, so you don't know the total incentive compensation number that was disallowed in the stipulation?
3.15 million was the dollar value that the company agreed not to include in its cost of service in the stipulation, if that stipulation is adopted.
Okay. That's all the questions we have at this time.
Mr. Gardner, Mr. Osterloh, question? Staff?
Yes, we have a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Carlin.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if you were here this morning when Vice Chairman Cicero was asking Mr. Satterwhite particularly about the defined benefit plans. Were you here then?
I was not in the room, but I have heard about it, and we've discussed it, so I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Could you first just give us an overview of all of these particular retirement plans, defined benefit, defined compensation?
Certainly. For details on that, I can cover it at a high level, but for details on that, Mr. Cooper, who is up next, is the Director of Benefits, and he is the best witness on detailed questions on benefits in particular. But the company does have defined benefit and defined contribution plans. The way I would describe it is that these plans are part of a market competitive benefit package that we benchmark against both utility industry, energy industry, and general industry companies. It is market competitive. By that I mean it's a single serving in total. We do have two different kinds of plans. Think of it as the soft serve swirl, where half is chocolate and half is vanilla, still fitting in the same size cup. So it's a single serving cup. We paid the same for it as we might if we had all of one or all of the other. But it's a swirl of the chocolate and the vanilla in this case.
Are there employees who qualify for both defined benefit and defined compensation?
Defined contribution, I think, is the word you're looking for there.
Thank you.
Yes, in fact, almost all employees qualify for both of those. Again, it's part of an overall market competitive benefit package that's a single serving. It's not a double dip.
Can I have you turn to, do you have this packet that?
This
yes.
One here? What number?
Tab 7? And this is an exhibit to your direct testimony. It's exhibit ARC-4. And in this case, it's Kentucky Power's target total compensation versus market compensation for technical, craft, and clerical jobs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In looking at this exhibit, it indicates that Kentucky Power's total compensation for technical, craft, and clerical jobs lag behind their survey medians. Is that correct?
That is correct. 5.4% behind survey median.
Can you explain the reason for that compensation lag?
The primary reason is that our base wage rates have lagged, and that is because we had a salary freeze back in 2009, and we've over the period since then we've had some years where we've done a little better than market and other years that we've done a little worse, and so we really haven't made up much ground. And we're trying to make up some ground now, but we got behind market back in 2009, back in the Great Recession, because we had a salary freeze, which we felt was the right thing to do for our customers at that point in time. But it's been difficult for us to catch up. Now, 7, 8 years down the road, we still haven't caught up.
So I think you may have answered this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So that compensation lag, has that played a role in recent years' payroll increases or salary increases?
Yes, that is the main reason why we're trying to catch up, and to catch up, we necessarily have to provide bigger increases than the market median. Otherwise, we won't make any progress in catching up to the market. But that's the whole reason we're behind, and we're trying to catch up.
Okay. In your testimony, you indicated that the salary structure, the overall salary structure, is designed to reward performance through incentive compensation. Is there a similar lag in terms of the incentive compensation?
Well, incentive compensation is a product of base wages. So every employee has an incentive compensation target. The physical workforce that's used in this example, the target is 5% of their base wages. And so if base wages lag, then their total compensation will lag, because 5% of a lower number is still a lower number.
Point taken. I want to make sure I'm understanding the dates of the various surveys. The most recent salary surveys are from 2016. Is that correct? Or that were reported on
in this
several
case,
pages?
that's correct. We have since gotten the 2017 surveys in, but they came in after we filed our testimony in this case.
And then the incentive plan surveys, is the last date of that 2010?
It is. We're hoping to get an update on that, but these surveys cost money, and we don't have one at this time.
So the reason that you haven't updated it since 2010 is just a question of money?
Yes.
Primarily?
Primarily money. Participation, it also takes time to participate in these studies. And for whatever combination of those reasons, we don't have it.
Does Kentucky Power either conduct or contract with a third party to conduct salary surveys for regional companies other than utilities? So getting a sense of a local or regional, say for example in the Kentucky Power service territory.
We do benchmark jobs that are not unique to the utility industry, to general industry. So about, I think it's either 40 or 60, but of our jobs, 60% of our jobs, let's say that, subject to check, are not unique to the industry. So we benchmark against general industry. And we have general industry surveys that we do that against.
That's all the questions I have at this time.
Commissioner Cicero, questions?
So let me understand. The last survey you had was 2010?
No, that's the last survey we have that was specific to incentive compensation design. That's a pretty unique type of survey. It's not a survey of wages. It's just a survey of how incentive plans are designed and their prevalence, and the prevalence of different design factors in them. It's an exhibit in my testimony if you wish to read it. We do benchmark our wages annually.
Against?
Against the utility industry jobs. There's only one place to benchmark them against, and that's utility industry data. If the job is available in the general industry, we benchmark it against general industry data, which is a wider cut.
But your chart, table ARC3, you indicate that, I think that's where you were saying you were behind because you didn't give an increase in 2009. And then you have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and you compare only to the utility industry market. Are you saying that those percentage increases are strictly related to the hourly and craft employees?
So you've mixed a couple of things there. The wage increases that I showed in my testimony have really been the same for the utility industry as they have been for general industry. Those have been remarkably consistent since for years. There's very little variance in those surveys. The wages on the tab ARC4.
This is ARC3.
The one that the staff handed me for physical and craft positions is marked ARC4.
Yeah, I'm not talking to the one that
okay.
I'm referring to your Carlin page 20, table ARC3, and I don't have a handout for you.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, let me just make sure I find that in my testimony. There's ARC2, ARC3. So these are the wages for physical and craft positions, and the conference board is the source for this data. This is not, make sure, this is not specific, no, this is specific to utilities. I would venture to say that there's very little difference in any of these years between the utility and general industry. The numbers have been quite consistent.
But you chose to go back all the way to 2009 to do your comparison, so I guess so you could show that the company was below the market?
Well, correct. We're still catching up. We haven't had an opportunity to fully catch up yet, so I felt that that period was relevant for that reason.
So all the way back to 2009, because it appears if you take the last 5 years, you're basically right on top of the market, 14% versus 15%.
But that leaves out the year that we had the zero, and that's a big difference when everyone else is moving by 3% and you're moving by 0.
But I don't know what happened prior to 2009. It could have been above. 2008 could have been 3%, and the rest of the market would be 1%.
And that's a good point, but I would refer you to Exhibit ARC4, which shows where we are in total relative to the market. So these are the increases we provided that you're talking about in Table ARC3. The Exhibit ARC4 shows where we stand relative to the market for these physical and craft jobs, and it shows that we're also behind. So we have confirmation from two different points of view that we remain behind the market.
First of all, I'd like to say that I believe that the utility industry should pay market price, but not just based on the utility industry. It should be a comparison that includes other salary surveys for geographic area and other industries. So I personally am not opposed to you paying a market-based price for salary. So I'm not even really arguing that point. But now I'm going to get into benefits, and that's where I think that the utility industry does tend to overreach in what they believe is a way to compensate their employees. In my opinion, it's not necessary to overcompensate on the benefit side if you're paying market value on the salary side. And here's where we're going to come into your talked about this, you're a double twist, there's the vanilla and the chocolate, but the cone's the same size. When was the defined dollar benefit plan put into place? How long has that existed?
So the company's had a pension plan for at least 2 decades. It's probably well before that, certainly before my time.
As a defined dollar benefit?
Well, so I was going to explain that. I think we need some background there. So there are 2 formulas in the company's current pension program. There is a final average pay formula that was put in well before my time. It was in 2000, at the end of 2000, we added a cash balance formula, which looks very much like a 401k defined contribution, but it falls under the rules of defined benefit plans. And we put that in, and we ran the 2 formulas. The participant got the 2 formula, the higher of the 2 formulas. We ran them side by side for 10 years. But at the end of 2000, we froze the final average pay formula participation. So I think that's what you mean by...
Thank you. So it was a lock and freeze, or is it grandfathered?
It was... More background needed here. So
okay.
We froze participation at the end of 2000.
Grandfather.
at the end of 2010, we froze the benefit.
Okay, lock and freeze.
Okay, so 2 different periods, but it's locked and frozen at this point. No, there aren't any significant costs in this case related to that formula. There are still people who, myself included, that's still the higher benefit. So the cash balance was loaded with an amount back in 2000 and has continued to grow, but because of the way interest rates have changed, have been low through the period 2000 through 2017, the final average pay formula grew pretty fast up until 2010 when it was frozen, and it remains, for me at least, the higher of the 2 benefit formulas, which means since 2010, my pension formula hasn't grown at all. So and there's a significant chunk of the employee population that's in the same camp that I'm in, because I've got a frozen benefit that's the higher benefit and it's the winning formula. The cash balance hasn't caught up, and so I've not gotten a bigger benefit. It's not grown at all since 2010.
It's okay. That was a very good background, because I understand what you're saying is the plan was locked and froze in 2010. You're not earning any additional benefit by being in that plan, and so now the company is offering another formula, if I understand correctly, that's basically a 401k type savings plan that for new participants, new employees, they go into that plan, and you're saying right now there's a parallel formula running. You're not earning in both. You're going to catch up one way or the other to whatever the best benefit is. Is that a correct statement?
It's close. So a little bit more background. I apologize. I think, the cash balance plan is not a savings plan. Employees don't contribute to it. Only the company contributes to it. We also do have a savings plan, which the employees do contribute to, and the company then matches their contribution.
Okay, we're going to talk about that in a minute.
All right. So, but the rates for the cash balance pension plan are set knowing what we're also contributing in the K plan, so that the total amount of the company's subsidy or contribution on behalf of employees is market competitive. So we know we're matching it comes out to 75 cents on the dollar for a 6% contribution. That's not exactly the way it works, but it's close enough. In the K plan, and we know the rates, they start at 4.5% of eligible compensation. In the pension plan, those two add up to a market competitive total retirement benefit.
Yes, and you keep referring to market competitive plan, and here's where I'm coming from. A pension plan, either defined dollar benefit or a cash value plan, I have no problem with that, or a 401k plan by itself with a company match, I have no problem with that, or a 401k plan not matched by the company that participants in a pension plan, defined dollar benefit or cash value where the company doesn't contribute, no problem with that. I do have a problem if you're going to contribute a match into a 401k at the same time you're allowing an individual to earn a pension plan that is either defined dollar benefit or a cash value plan. That is double dipping. That's not one cone. That's 2 cones. That's whatever you want to call it, but it's 2 pension plans. You're allowing, and you're just saying that it's market competitive, and that's how you're justifying it. And I'm saying that you show me an industry outside the utility industry that allows people to earn 2 pension plans, and I'll show you something that exists on a very minute percentage basis, because it doesn't exist out there. I found it exists in the utility industry. I call the utility industry an incestuous industry because you compare against each other, and then it all looks like it's what you've got to pay for market. But you don't have to. You can argue this hourly craft employee argument because those are very specific, highly valued people that work for you. But when you get into office personnel and the rest of the people that work there, those people don't have such a specialized craft or profession that they can't be found anywhere out in the marketplace, geographically or otherwise. And I don't understand why the company is incurring this greater cost and passing it on to the ratepayers. I don't see the justification.
Well, I disagree that it's a greater cost. We are our cost is the market competitive cost. We've designed these two plans together to do what other companies are doing, to provide the median amount of pension benefits together as a total. And so, yes, we have two plans, but they're not creating a value for participants that's any greater than if we had a full-blown 401k plan with 100% or 125% match, or a full-blown pension plan with a greater employer contribution there as well.
You're matching 0.75 up to 6%?
Yes.
Okay. So you've got basically what some plans offer on a 401k plan just standalone by itself, because it can be 1% matched on 4% or half, and then another 3 to get the employee contributes 4 and ends up with, or 5 and ends up with 4. But at the same time, you're permitting earnings on a defined dollar benefit plan or a cash value plan, that those by themselves are a valid pension plan. How much of the industry in general offers a defined dollar benefit plan? Is it about 10%? I think that's what it is in private sector.
I think it's a little larger than that, but it's certainly been shrinking. It's been 25, 20% maybe recently.
So even at 20%, you're offering a plan that only 20% of the general industry offers in the private sector, and you're saying that you have to offer an additional savings plan besides?
I'm saying that the total dollars that the company is contributing to these plans is what our peer companies are contributing. It's actually a little bit less.
I know, and you keep referring to peer companies. It's the utility industry that offers this dual type of incentive to their employees. It's two pension plans, and you're calling it market valued.
If you look at, and so you're not disagreeing, I don't think, that other companies in the utility industry are offering the same pension in total that we're offering, the same market competitive amount, or that you're not disagreeing that we're market competitive relative to the utility industry. What I think you're saying is the utility industry should take into account other industries, and we do. Other large employers offer benefits very similar to those that we offer.
I think what I'm trying to say is that in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, that utilities should start looking for the ratepayers' benefit and saying, this is a reasonable compensation. I'm not arguing paying market price for salary. I just don't believe that utilities should be overpaying. It's what I talked to Mr. Satterwhite about, doubling insuring yourself. You don't need to pay. What's the turnover rate for Kentucky Power?
It's 4-ish, 3.5, 4, somewhere in there.
3.5 to 4?
3 to 4, maybe 3.5. I'm not exactly sure, but it's low. I'll agree to that.
It's low, yes. It's low because the benefits that are offered are probably in excess what they need to be. And I continue to argue, and I've argued this point, and the Commission has argued this point with all the rate cases that have come before us in recent time about double dipping, having two pension plans. There's no argument that employees deserve a pension plan. That goes without saying, and I don't think any of us on the Commission would disagree that that is a benefit that's enjoyed by a lot of people, not all, but a lot of people. But certainly having the opportunity for two pension plans is considered to be a little excessive. And I know you keep saying market. I hear that argument, but I'm not certain that it's valid.
So my other point, besides it being market, is that you certainly can design a pension or a retirement program that would include both pieces that would be reasonable. I mean, you could have a K plan that didn't have a match, or you could have a pension plan with a very low contribution rate. They both have benefits to customers. The K plan encourages employees to save because we know that the company's contribution to the retirement program isn't enough for most employees. They aren't going to be able to retire comfortably with that. So they need to be encouraged, and the K plan does that, encouraged to save for their own retirement. The pension plan is managed by the company, and the employee doesn't have the investment risk. And that pension plan takes that investment risk away. We're able to do it much more efficiently and without taking on much risk ourselves when it's fully funded, so that
Who fully funds it?
the company funds it.
Of course.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if you were designed this so that you would think it's reasonable, in your view, that the two pieces would be small enough in total that they're reasonable, well, that pension plan has value because employees don't always make the best investment decisions. And they have a lot of control over what they do with those assets when they retire, and they may disappear. The pension plan solves some of those problems, not all of them, and therefore it's got value that the K plan doesn't have. Both pieces together, we think, are the best way to go for employees.
So I would agree that a defined dollar benefit plan is the best. It's obviously the most benefit rich for the employee, because a defined dollar benefit plan is just that. It doesn't matter how well the employee makes a decision, because it's taken out of his hands. There's a formula. It's funded by the company based on an actuarial calculation. At the end of the day, you're going to multiply the formula times earnings, and he's going to have a benefit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So I'm guessing one of the reasons why Kentucky Power decided to first grandfather in employees and then lock and freeze it was because it was an expensive plan. And so they decided to go to something less expensive. Is that pretty reasonable?
That's very reasonable. That's
Yes.
exactly right. We also saw that the market was moving.
Yes.
And we wanted to move with the market, which is why we made the change.
But instead of doing what a lot of companies did, which was just eliminate any type of other pension plan and go to a 401k savings plan, Kentucky Power has retained, either through a cash value plan or a defined dollar benefit plan, one piece of the pension, and on the other side said, well, people aren't smart enough to invest on their own, even though we're going to allow them to match 0.75% on every percent up to 6%. We don't know how good they'll do or how good the stock market will do, so we're also going to protect them on the other side. To go out to the industry and look, how many companies say, well, our employees aren't smart enough to do that, so we're going to have a backup plan to them.
So what I would suggest, and what I think we actually did, was we looked at where the market was when we put in the cash balance plan for benefits in total. And at the time, we froze participation, and then we've ultimately froze the benefit from the final average pay formula, put in the cash balance plan. We made the decision that in total, we're going to design the combination of the two going forward formulas to be market competitive, rather than going all one direction or all the other direction. That, to me, is not a material difference in terms of cost. It's just the administration for the customers in Kentucky or anywhere else. It's the same total cost.
Based on a market value that you consider to be cost competitive for your employees, that's what you need to do to maintain a good workforce. And you're valuing it on a valuation to a market that basically at this point is the utility industry, and that's your primary comparison. Is that a fair assessment?
It's one of our comparisons. I will let Mr. Cooper tell you whether it's our primary comparison or not. We use several comparisons.
So let's just take one more step and go towards the benefit side of it, which is the health care. And I noticed that the chart that was supplied gave a blended formula on the company cost for different levels of health care. So if you had employee plus spouse, employee plus children, it still had the same value. And can you verify that the company is paying the same rate regardless of whether it's a single or a married with children or whatever, or whether that chart needs to be updated?
This would be a great question for Mr. Cooper.
Okay. I'll say for Mr. Goodwin.
Cooper. He's up next.
I'll save that for Cooper.
He can't wait, can he? Commissioner Matthews, question? I have none. Mr. Garcia?
Just a few here. Mr. Carlin, you had a thorough discussion with Commissioner Cicero, and I wanted to ask you a couple questions about that. But stepping back for a second, when we are looking at the question of employee benefits, does the company, and when I say the company, in this case I mean Kentucky Power and the American Electric Power Service Corporation employees that provide services to Kentucky Power, can you look at the market value of total compensation? Are you looking only at the benefits portion, only at the incentive compensation portion, only at the wages portion, or are you looking at everything as a whole?
We look at everything in total, and we also look at the individual pieces. So our primary benchmark on the compensation side is total compensation. But we also are looking at total cash compensation, which is base pay plus annual incentive. Total compensation also, in addition to that, includes long-term compensation for higher paid employees. And we look at base salaries. So we want to make sure the mix of those elements is reasonable within market practice and it fits the company's needs, and that in total, the compensation is market competitive.
And one observation that you make, just to clarify the record, when you're talking about market competitive, are you talking only about the market for employees for utilities, or is it a broader market?
It's broader. So obviously, the jobs that only exist in the utility industry, you're going to have to benchmark against the utility industry because that's the only industry they're in. You won't find line mechanics, for the most part, outside the utility industry. But admin jobs, we benchmark against general industry. And that's because we can recruit them from across the street, to Your Honor's point. And so that's why we do benchmark against them, against a broader general industry survey data when we do that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz, question?
No questions.
Anyone else? Well, let me ask we've been going Attorney General. Mr. McNeil, do you have any questions?
I have a few follow-up, Your Honor.
Okay, then Mr. Gardner, we'll let Mr. Gardner go after you do.
Oh, very well. Mr. Carlin, as a general proposition, are wages rising 3% in Kentucky Power's service territory?
So when we talk about the wage increases, I would say yes, wages are for salaried employees are going up 3%. There is attrition in the marketplace. So when you talk about the general rate of wage increases, it goes up by something less than that amount. And we've been moving our salary structure by 2%. That's very common practice among companies in our industry and outside our industry.
Well, specific to the Kentucky Power territory, what do you base that on?
Survey information for wage increases in general. I don't have a lot of survey information on specific positions for Kentucky because Kentucky doesn't have enough companies in the surveys that we use to have a Kentucky-only cut. So, in addition, we are in 11 states, 18,000 employees, and it is a problem when we have rates that are at different levels in different locations. So our line mechanics, for instance, have been to, they work in Kentucky, they've been to Maine, they've been to Texas, they've been to Florida, all in the last few months. it can cause issues. Our labor unions are negotiating with us to standardize our rates across our service territories, and we're working towards that.
Would you be able to provide in a post-hearing data request that info that you have for the 3% wages are rising at a rate of 3% in this territory, in your service territory?
I think I said that the salary increase budgets tend not to vary. And so I don't know that I have a Kentucky cut for that, but they've been very consistent throughout the U.S. By location and by industry as well. So I don't know that I have a Kentucky cut of that, but they've been consistently 3%. It's almost a foregone conclusion at this point.
So what about in Hazard in Perry County? Do you think that holds true there?
For salaried employees, yes, I do. There may be more attrition. Maybe the wages in general are going down in Hazard if population is shrinking because people are leaving Hazard. But those people that have jobs for the beginning of the period and the end of the period that we're talking about here, their salary increase budget for those companies probably was 3%. There's not been a lot of variance around that. Now, any one company or any group of companies, it could be different, but you get a statistically significant sample, they all seem to show 3%.
Do you have a study that shows a sample like that you're talking about to support this?
There are many studies. I don't have one specific to Kentucky. I'm using some of my general knowledge here to, having looked at these studies throughout the years, and for the last number of years, it's been 3% with very little variance, if any, by industry or geography.
But hasn't the information, in this case, testimony, studies, documents shown that Eastern Kentucky is not like the national trend, the national average? Isn't it different in that it's not increasing in the same way?
Well, as I explained, the wage increase budgets of the companies in Hazard, it's a different thing from the wage level, or the average wage level for any position, say welder or something like that in Hazard. Those are those are apples and oranges. The companies in Hazard, if it's a significant sample, statistically significant sample, I should say, they're probably following the trend throughout the U.S., which is 3%.
And I'm not trying to do apples to oranges here. I'm just meaning as a general proposition. You still think 3% is what that entire area is?
For the wage increase budgets, which again is different than general wage levels, yes, I do.
That's all the questions we have, Your Honor. Mr. Gardner?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carlin, I just have a couple quick questions. How many of the 30,000 commercial customers in the Kentucky Power territory do you think can afford pension plan or pension plans as generous as Kentucky Power's?
I have no idea.
How many of the 30,000 commercial customers can even afford one pension plan in Kentucky Power's territory?
Again, I would have no idea.
Thank you.
Staff, questions?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Cicero?
Just one other. In your testimony on page 21, you talked about steps to control compensation expense in light of the Great Recession and weak recovery. And there was a list of about 6 items, okay? As a post-hearing data request, can I have those dollarized to see what the cost savings or what the company actually ended up saving through these programs, through these efforts?
Unfortunately, I don't know that we can get a dollarized amount for each of these. A lot of these programs were in years past that information may never have been collected or may now be lost.
Well, I understand that you go back to 2008 and 2009, which I think stretches the whole process, but it does say in light of the Great Recession, which did start in 2008, but there's items like reduce the employee workforce through staff reduction and severance programs, implemented efficiency measures such as lean and other continuous improvement initiatives. Those types of programs, I would have thought, as part of a corporate culture, there would have been some dollarization in order to go back to management and say, we implemented these programs and here's the dollar savings associated with it.
There undoubtedly was at one point in time. Those may have been local management, not collected at a central location. Especially the lean programs. There's been many lean initiatives, 2 or 3 in the HR department, for instance, over that long period. I don't know that those have been aggregated in a central location that I'd be able to provide you the dollar impact.
So how does Kentucky Power manage their costs if they don't somehow have an overview of savings programs or a way to go back to management to review whatever those savings that are associated with these type of initiatives? How can management determine whether they're doing an effective job or not unless there's some kind of review?
Well, I didn't say there wasn't a review. I think there probably was at some point in time. Whether that information has been collected and aggregated in a central place that's now accessible to me is a much different question, and I don't think it probably is. It may be that management knew that, for instance, we had the Integrated Disability Center in the HR department went through a process improvement as part of the lean initiative, and those budget dollars were baked into the budget 2 or 3 years ago. Don't know what that. I mean, and it was implemented. We got the savings. The budget year went on. And I don't know now whether that's information that's accessible. That's one that one probably is because it's in the HR department. But there may not be somebody at the corporate center that collected all the different initiatives from all the different departments and was to be able to provide you a total.
Let me approach it from the other direction. Typically when a program is implemented, there's a target that says this is what we expect to achieve through this program, this initiative. Do those target dollars exist that are associated with this? I mean, the only reason why I'm asking is because from a managerial standpoint, one of the worst things that I hate to see personally is when savings are referenced with no dollars, and I call them foo-foo dollars. They make things look good, but there's nothing to substantiate them. And it's always nice to have something that goes along with it that says, we had savings. Here's what our target was. I always like to see them make good on it that says this is what we actually achieved, but somewhere a measurement process that says we were successful, unsuccessful, this is what we were trying to do, but shows an approach by the organization to reach some target.
So the Lean Initiative is an example. Some of those had very explicit targets that were probably achieved. Others did not. They had sort of save ourselves targets. If we've got 40% more work than we can really handle in our Integrated Disability Center, and we can cut 30% of that out, we're cutting back non-exempt overtime, which is not paid overtime. So there's no dollar savings, but that process improvement enables us to get our work done without being there till 8 o'clock every night, and that's a huge improvement on company culture.
But this specifically says taken to control compensation expense. This wasn't an efficiency list. This was a control compensation expense list.
And many of the Lean initiatives were. The example I just used was not. I'm sorry, but I still don't know that those have been collected in a central location. In fact, I don't believe they have. You are not the first one to ask.
Well, how about making an attempt to see what you can do?
I shall do so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews? I have none. Mr. Garcia, any follow-up?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions from anyone else? If not, may this witness be excused. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Would you like to call your next witness?
Our next witness is Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Garcia will present him.
Mr. Cooper, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
May please be seated. Mr. Garcia, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Kurt D. Cooper, business address 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
American Electric Power Service Corporation, and I'm the Director of Employee Benefits.
Mr. Cooper, did you cause in this case rebuttal testimony to be submitted consisting of 5 pages of questions and answers?
Yes.
And if, was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would you provide substantially the same answers?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or additions to your testimony?
No.
Did you also provide answers to discovery requests?
I did.
And do you adopt your rebuttal testimony and the answers to your discovery questions as your evidence in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, the witness standard for cross.
Mr. Kurtz, any questions?
No, sir.
Counsel for any of the settling intervenors have any questions for this witness? If not, Mr. Chandler, Mr. McNeil, questions?
The AG does not have any cross for this witness.
Mr. Osterloh or Mr. Gardner? Staff, questions?
We do have just a few questions. Also, I'm going to hand out the filing that the Vice Chair was just referring to. I will explain as I'm going along. This will not be introduced as an exhibit. This is a schedule that was filed into the record.
Thank you.
This is an updated schedule of a schedule that was originally filed, Mr. Cooper, by you and Mr. Ross. This updated version was filed only by Mr. Ross in staff's 4th data request. I'll give you a minute to look at it. And this is a printout of an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
If you look at, it's column number 3 called blended funding. It's underneath where it says expected 2017 employee medical benefit cost.
Mm-hmm.
So that where you see, let me give you example lines 3 through 6. Employee only, the blended funding is $1,338.10. For employee and spouse, same amount. Employee and children, same amount. Employee and family, same amount. So in this case, it looks like Kentucky Power pays the same amount, no matter if it's a single employee, an employee and a spouse, an employee and children, an employee and family. And that continues through other of the entities, other of the plans.
So, sorry, could you repeat the question then?
So does in fact, is there blended funding? Does Kentucky Power pay the same amount, for example, under the Anthem HRA, for a single employee as for an employee and the employee's family?
No, that's not the way it works. And because I didn't put together this chart, I'm not sure exactly where all the numbers were derived. But I can describe in general the process that AEP uses to calculate employee contributions for medical coverage. And so the starting point is we work with our actuaries to predict what the costs are going to be for our medical plans. And we have 3 different medical plans. So we predict costs for all 3 of the different plans. And then based on that overall cost, we divide that by the number of employees that work for the company to get a per employee cost. But then we change that cost based on the coverage level of the family group. So an employee overall cost is going to be lower than, say, a family cost. And once we get those tier rates, then we apply a percentage to that rate. And let's say the single rate, let's just say it's $1,000. Then we apply a percentage to that overall $1,000 rate to determine what the company will contribute towards that cost. And for example, for the HRA plan, the company contribution is about 76%. So that would mean that the company would contribute $760. Whatever is left over is what the employee would contribute. But we don't use the $1,000 for all 4 tiers. So for a family, it'd be 3 times the $1,000. But the same methodology is used for all of the different tiers. Now that's the HRA plan. It's our starting point. What we have decided to do as a company, and what we've done historically, is that we've taken a plan that we see as the target plan, and that's the plan that has the sort of the broadest level of coverage, and we determine our subsidy based on that plan. And then we contribute the same dollar amount towards the other 2 plans that we have. So we have 3 plans. They're all consumer-driven plans. We moved to all consumer-driven plans in 2016. So we do not have a traditional medical plan anymore. We have 3 consumer-driven plans, and the way because the HRA plan is the target plan, and of the 3 plans, that's the closest one to a traditional plan. We moved away from a PPO type plan, so the HRA is the closest to the plans we used to have. That's the most expensive plan. The company subsidizes a piece, and then the employee covers the rest. Then we have 2 what we call health savings account plans. And under those plans, both of those plans, the deductible is higher, so that means the total overall cost for those plans is lower. What we do as a company, though, is that we normalize our subsidy. So the same subsidy we provide to the HRA plan, we provide to those 2 HSA plans, and we think that's fair because that results in a lower employee contribution for those plans. So they're trading off a lower employee premium for probably more out of pocket. So that, at a high level, is how we run through the methodology for coming up with both the company subsidy as well as the employee contribution.
Thank you. That was helpful and clarifying. I will be asking for a post-hearing data request, but I will reserve it until Mr. Ross is on the stand.
Okay.
And on a topic that gets to what Mr. Carlin was recently testifying to, in your rebuttal testimony, and you were responding to one of the Attorney General's witness recommendations to exclude certain retirement benefit costs, and in that testimony you distinguished Kentucky Power's retirement plans from, there were some reductions in disallowing of portions in 3 other cases, and involving utilities, Kentucky Utilities, Louisville Gas and Electric, and Cumberland Valley. Could you speak to that and why you say that the Kentucky Power Plan is not duplicative?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So let's take, for example, the Cumberland Valley plan. Our understanding was that Cumberland Valley had both a defined benefit pension plan and a 401k plan. With respect to the defined benefit plan, Cumberland Valley's company contribution towards that benefit was a little bit north of 30%. So that was the company's contribution to the defined benefit pension plan. They also had a 401k plan. The information we had didn't describe what the match was there, but let's just take the 30%. So we compare that to AEP's contribution to both our cash balance pension plan and our 401k plan. And if I could, I think Witness Carlin did a fine job of describing in general terms how the plans work, but I think I'm a little bit more familiar, so let me try to fill in a few blanks. So let's start with the cash balance plan first. And the way that contribution works is it's based on an employee's age and years of service with the company, and it can be as low as 3% for the younger new hires with the company. It can go up to 8.5% on the high end. So that's the most for the long service, older employees. That's the most that contribution can be for the cash balance plan. So that's our cash balance plan. Now let's move over to the 401k plan, because as Andy was Mr. Carlin, sorry, was referring to, we sort of have a swirl here. We have vanilla and chocolate. So if we say the vanilla is the pension plan, now we'll talk about the chocolate. The chocolate would be the 401k plan, and the company contribution there is based on what an employee contributes. So if an employee contributes 1%, say the company matches 1%. All the way up to 6%, if the employee puts in 6%, the company will match 4.5%. So if you look at the top end of both of those contributions, the 8.5% for the cash balance, defined benefit pension, and I apologize for all the terms, plus the 4.5% 401k contribution, you can see that in total, the maximum the company would contribute, and this again would be for the longer service employees who are maxing out on their 401k, would be 13%. So you compare that 13% to the 30% for Cumberland Valley, and it's pretty apparent that their benefit was significantly higher than ours. So let's move over now to the Kentucky Utilities and the LG&E case. Now they're a little closer to what we have. Our understanding is that for a group of employees, they did have a defined benefit pension that they made a contribution to. They also had a 401k plan, but unlike AEP, where we make one contribution based on what the employee contributes, those companies had two contributions. And so the first contribution was not based on what the employee contributed, and that could be between 3% and 7%. And that was strictly a company contribution into the plan for them. They also had a 401k match component, and the maximum match, if an employee contributed 6%, the company would match at 4.2%, I believe was the max. So again, if you look at the contribution amounts, and let's just look at the 401k contribution amounts. On the low end, it's 3% and 4.2%, so 7.2%. On the high end, it could be 7% plus the 4.2%, so that's 11.2%. So you can see that those percentages are close to what AEP is contributing under both our 401k and our pension, and that doesn't even factor in what Kentucky Utilities and LG&E were contributing towards the pension plan. We didn't have that information on their contributions immediately available, but it wouldn't take much of a contribution at all for them to significantly exceed what AEP is doing.
We have no further questions.
Mr. Cicero?
So I want to make sure that I understand your last explanation. It was good to compare to Cumberland Valley and LG&E and KU. Obviously, Cumberland Valley was out somewhere. I'm not even sure where they were. Right now, you've got a savings plan or a dollar savings plan that basically has taken the place of your defined dollar benefit plan.
I would say taking the place, I'd say it's the defined benefit plan in conjunction with the 401K provide a reasonable retirement benefit in total.
Let me restate it. You have a defined dollar benefit plan that's locked and frozen as of 2010. Is that correct or not correct?
Well, we have two formulas under the defined benefit plan.
You guys give me right to the edge. Then you always say but. And
Apologize for that. It's the Benefit Director Full Employment Act. If we make these benefits complicated enough, always have a job. So, so the old plan that we used to have was what we called a final average pay plan, and that plan was your traditional defined dollar benefit plan. And so the way that formula worked is you looked at the employee's compensation in their last 3 years of employment, and then you applied a formula percentage to that. And because the last 3 years typically were their highest earning years, that created a benefit. So that's formula number one under our defined benefit program.
typically based on years of service.
Right.
Determined the factor.
Right. Right. So that formula was frozen. No new employees were allowed into that program after 1/1/2001.
Okay.
But between 1/1/2001 and 12/31/2010, we continued to run that formula. Then at the end of 2010, that formula was, as you say, frozen. So additional service after 2010 did not change the amount of that benefit. So that benefit is frozen as of the end of 2010. The other benefit that we have, the one that I described, the contribution can be between 3% and 8.5%. That formula is still running. So that formula is not frozen. That one is still lives on, but the old final average pay formula is frozen.
So I'm an employee that's hired after 2001. My service year is 2003. I never qualified for the defined benefit plan in its traditional form.
Correct.
I only qualified for a dollar savings plan. Is that correct? 3% to the 8.5%.
Yeah, that's right.
That's all I qualified for.
Dollar savings plan will work, yes.
Okay. So I get 3 to 8%. In addition to that, I can save an additional 3/4 of a point, up to 6 points as a company match. I can put in more than that, but the company's only going to match 4.5% or whatever it is.
Right.
So the two of those, if I'm employed after 2000, if my employment service date is 2003, is 4.5%, and if I hit my years of service, it puts me at 8%. So I think you explained that these are 12.5% or 13% or something.
Yeah, on the top end, it's actually 8.5%. So the 8.5 and the 4.5 would get you to 13.
Okay, I understand that piece. That you can call that one cone, whatever. That's fine.
All right.
Now let's go back to the defined dollar benefit plan.
Okay.
My service year is 1995. Okay? So now I'm in the old plan. I'm grandfathered through the 2001 cutoff date. That doesn't mean anything. And I make it all the way up to 2010.
Yes.
So in 2010, I've got 15 years of service under a defined dollar benefit plan. Okay. What happens? Where do I go to from there? What plan do I fall into?
At the end of 2010, let's say you want to retire in 2015. So in 2015, you become eligible for your defined benefit pension.
15 years of service, and the calculation is based on 15 years of service, and the average 3 years at the 2008, 9, 10.
That's right. So here you are in 2015. So you've got that benefit under the final average pay that you described very well. What that amount would be. You've also, since your date of hire, the cash balance formula, we started running that in 2000.
Okay.
So since 2000, you've also been accruing a benefit under the cash balance plan, that 3% to 8.5%. So we contribute an amount into your account every year based on those contribution amounts. And then in 2015, when you retire, we compare what that amount has grown to with what your old final average pay benefit was based on your 2010 date was when we locked in what that benefit amount was going to be. So we compare your 2010 final average pay benefit with your 2015 cash balance benefit. Whichever one of those is higher, that's what you're going to receive.
And you will also receive whatever the balance is in your 401k that's accrued through your retirement date.
That's correct. Yes.
So you're not making a contribution you're not making additional contributions, you're not making an actuarial calculation into the plan other than for what's determined to pay the benefits for employees up through 2010, which has already been actuarially calculated, and it should be minor.
Right.
There shouldn't be much of a contribution into that plan whatsoever.
A contribution to cover that benefit, yes.
Right, because actuarially it should have already been, I know there's no actuarial calculation is guaranteed, so I know there's going to be fluctuation, but it should be minor fluctuation.
Right.
And then after that, it's the cash value, which is a pretty straightforward number, and whatever the contribution is that is in a match.
That's correct. And that dynamic is what Mr. Carlin was describing. The final average pay formula for a subset of employees has resulted in a higher benefit even up to the present day. So even though an employee is not accruing any more after 2010, for Mr. Carlin, it just so happens for myself and I think about 1,500 employees, that final average pay benefit is still the winning benefit. So what that really means is, from an actuarial perspective, from 2010 to now, there's no additional actuarial cost because we already accrued that back in 2010.
Okay. So thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
Now let's go to the blended formula that you've got here in healthcare. So I think the data request that was made, staff's fourth data request, is that right?
Yes.
There was a spreadsheet that requested to be filled out that lists the total cost for the company, the total cost for the employee by class. And I understand when we've done this with the smaller utilities, they list it by employee. But I understand with the number of employees you have, that's too difficult to do. So in the LG and AKU case, they did it by employee class.
Okay.
But it's still broken out by inside those classes what the coverage level is, whether it's single, employee and family. In your case, you've got 4 different levels. So the way you've presented it here, it distorts the true contribution made by the employee, because if I look at your target class, which is HRA,
yes,
it looks like the employee only is contributing 10% and the employee plus family is contributing 33%. But if I drop down to the next one, it's 7 and 22, and the next one it's 3.3 and 10. But I'm pretty certain that if I looked at employee plus family, that blended rate, if I actually had the actual rate, would be much higher than 1338, and the contribution that the employee is making to that on a family basis would be lower, and the employee only would be higher. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So can I have those numbers so that I can see? It looks like you've got 513 employees. It doesn't look like it should be that difficult to split out what's associated by those classes and those, because your premium has to identify it.
It does, yes.
Okay. So the hearing data request can.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I don't have anything.
Mr. Matthews? I have none. Mr. Garcia?
Just one, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Cooper, if you could explain in the context of what you were talking about a second ago, how do the HSA deductibles work and affect that calculation that you were talking about a second ago?
In Mr. Carlin's testimony, direct testimony, we provided an exhibit, and that is Exhibit ARC-10. And the third and fourth pages is where we lay out the plan design for the three plans that we offer: the HSA Basic, the HA Plus, and the HRA plan. So, with respect to the HSA Basic plan, that, as the name implies, is our sort of basic low-level plan. And for that particular plan, there is a $2,700 deductible for single coverage, and that amount can go up to $8,100 if it's a full family tier. So what a deductible means is that is what the employee has got to pay out of his or her pocket before the plan will provide any benefit. So that's the HSA Basic. With respect to the HSA Plus, the reason we call that a plus plan is because the company does make a small contribution towards the health savings account for the employee that helps them meet their deductible. But with respect to the HSA Plus, the deductible can go from $2,000 for a participant up to $4,000 for a participant and family. And then the last plan is the HRA plan. In that particular plan, for single coverage, the deductible is $1,500. That goes up to $3,000 for family. Now, with the HRA plan as well, the company does make a contribution into the HRA account for the employee, and that amount varies from $1,000 to $2,000. So those are the deductibles. As I mentioned, we moved to this approach in 2016. The idea was for us to increase the amount of deductibles, which in turn would make the employees more prudent with respect to their health care usage, because they're going to be paying for the first portion of their costs, in effect, out of their own pocket because of the application of the deductible. So we moved to that approach in 2016. Another significant change we made in 2016 was we combined our vendors. We had two vendors previously. We had Aetna and Anthem, and we combined all of our coverage through Anthem. And as a result of that change as well, we were able to reduce the admin fees, because Anthem gave us additional discounts based on the higher volume, and that savings roughly was in the $8 million range annually. So the net effect of moving to the new plan design, as well as consolidating our vendors, actually allowed us in 2016 to achieve a per person medical cost that was slightly below what we saw in 2015. And that's significant when you talk about medical plans, because medical plan inflation has been increasing 5 to 6% a year, sometimes more, in a given year. So for us actually to reduce our costs slightly was a significant achievement. And I think it does speak to our broader approach, which is to continuously look for cost savings opportunities with respect to all of our benefit programs. And we focus a lot on medical because a significant portion of our benefit dollars is incurred under the medical plan. So I think that's an example of that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions.
Counsel, for any of the other parties wish to ask any additional questions of this witness?
I just have one.
Yes, sir.
The $8 million number that you just cited, that was a savings to AEP-SC?
That was actually savings to the medical plan itself, and the medical plan costs are spread amongst all of the subsidiaries. So a portion of that savings would have flown through to Kentucky Power.
And is that evidenced anywhere in the record as a reduction to a specific amount or a specific allocation?
We talked about in Mr. Carlin's testimony, we referred to that total dollar amount of savings that I mentioned, the per person savings under the medical plan was about $13,000. So we did mention that in the testimony.
I guess I just want to ensure that the savings, that it wasn't a savings to, is there any evidence that would show that it was a savings ultimately to Kentucky Power? That there was any savings ultimately to Kentucky Power pursuant to that?
Nothing that I provided in the case would provide that evidence.
Do you know if there's any evidence outside of the case that might provide that?
I'm not sure about that. I think, as Mr. Carlin indicated, we tend to be more focused on the design of the plans and the structure with respect to the exact dollar amounts. You might want to ask Witness Ross when he takes the stand. We might be able to show that.
The only question.
Anyone else have any questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Oh, Commissioner Cicero.
So you were asked about the different plans, and you mentioned that there's a contribution made by the company in the form of, is it a debit card, or what do you give them to help them with their deductible?
So we establish an account for them, and we contribute money into an account.
So when you provide the company cost, that should be included as company costs on the medical side, because that's a medical expense to the company. You're contributing to the deductible, so please include that.
That's true. Okay.
Thank you.
Actually, if I may, a quick redirect on that very point. Mr. Cooper, if you would indicate, are the premium that the employees pay for these plans affected by the question that you just described?
Yes. So when we calculate the amount of the employee premium, we calculate what both the claims cost is projected to be, as well as the administrative costs. So we add all those costs together, we come up with a total, and then the premium is based on, or the contribution is based on that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
If there's nothing further, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. You may step down. All right. We're now at almost 6 o'clock, so we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.